Ladies and gentlemen, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of working women in India, higher than the national average, and I'm very proud I am one of them. IOD is also celebrating this month with a very special issue of Director Today, focusing on the board diversity. I hope all of you got a copy of this special issue. If yes, you can put your hands up. Thank you. For many years, through its conference and publication, IOD has championed corporate governance and sustainability. Today, India has made tremendous progress in its economic and social development and has now become the fastest growing major economy in the world. A very big thank you to all our partners and supporters for their overwhelming support for this special program. We are indeed grateful to our sponsors and partners. Can we have one huge round of applause for all our partners? Let's hear it loud for them. Without them, this moment would not have come to reality. I take the privilege in shouting loud about our partners. Our platinum partner being Shriram Transport Finance Company Limited. Our gold partners are Hindustan Aeronautic Limited, Puducherry Tourism, Chennai Metro Rail Limited, and Data Center Limited. Our silver partners are Apollo Hospital, NLC India Limited. Our bronze partner, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, City Technologies Limited, ITI Limited, Electronic Corporation of Tamil Nadu Limited, National Institute of Fashion Technology, Pentagon Drug Systems India Private Limited, Tamil Nadu Newsprints and Papers Limited, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation, Data Patterns Limited, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited. Our associate partners are Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited and Anna University. Our supporting partners, the Madras Management Association. Indeed, without all these lovely partners, this moment would have not come to reality. Once again, from the bottom of the heart, from IOD, we'd like to thank our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, now I take the pleasure in requesting our distinguished speakers of the inaugural session to grace the dais. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Mr. Vikram Kapoor, the IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Development Department of Government of Tamil Nadu. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome the gentleman onto the dais? A very warm welcome, sir. Followed by, I take the pleasure to welcome Mr. P. Sridharan, the Joint Managing Director of Shriram Transport Finance, who is here with us on the dais. A very warm welcome to you too, sir. So shall we all raise up as we welcome our chief guest of today, Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, our Honorable Governor of Telangana, and Governor of Puducherry, who is here to grace the occasion. I kindly request ma'am to kindly join us on stage. I request our President of Institute of Director India, Lieutenant General J.S. Alivalia, and Mr. M.S. Sundararajan, the Chairman of Chennai Region, IOD, and former CMD, Indian Bank, to come forward and escort our Honorable Chief Guest onto the dais. As we are all standing, let's begin the event with our national anthem.
Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Uttara Banga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
I request everyone to just stay standing. We'll have Tamil Thai Vartu.
நீராடும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடங்கை கெழியொழுகும் சீராடும் மதனமென திகழ்வதன கண்டனிது எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த காவிடனல் திருநாடும் அக்கசிறு நிறைந்தலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழவை திகழ்ந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you so much. I kindly request our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly make yourself comfortable. May I now request our President of IOD General, Aluwalia, to present a welcome floral bouquet to our Chief Guest, Her Excellency, Honorable Governor of Telangana. Can we have a round of applause as we have the presentation of the bouquet? Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. M.S. Sundararajan, the Chairman of Chennai Region IOD, to present a welcome flower bouquet to Mr. Vikram Kapoor, the IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Development Department of Government of Tamil Nadu, who is representing our Honorable Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu today. And now I request IOD Chennai Chairman to present a welcome floral bouquet to Mr. P. Sridharan, the Joint Managing Director of Shriram Transport Finance Company Limited. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, like every other auspicious occasion in our Indian tradition, we start any auspicious moment with the lighting of the Topical. I take the pleasure in welcoming our chief guest of the day, the one and only proud lady here today, our Excellency Dr. Kamal Isai Soundararajan will lead forward in lighting of the Topical, followed by request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join her in the lighting of the lamp.
लाभरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं एकवर्णं शुभाङ्गम्.
Thank you so much. I kindly request our dignitaries to make yourself comfortable. As Gautam Buddha has shared, if you light a lamp for some occasion, it will always brighten your path. With that note, and with that auspicious beginning of the lighting of the lamp, I take the pleasure in welcoming Mr. M.S. Sundararajan, the Chairman of Chennai Region Institute of Directors and former CMD, the Indian Bank, to kindly deliver the welcome note.
Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, the Honorable Governor of Telangana and additional charge of the Governor, Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Soundararajan, Lieutenant General Aluwalia, PVSM, President of this IOD, Mr. Vikram Kapoor, IAS, Additional Secretary of the Government of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Sridharan, MD, Sriram Transport Finance Corporation, captains of the trade, industry, commerce, my esteemed professional friends, friends from media, visual as well as the publicity, and delegates. At the outset, it gives me immense pleasure in welcoming all of you to this program of 31st World Congress on Leadership for Business Excellence and Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, about 3 years back, we never knew that a virus is going to confine us inside and the business is going to come to a standstill and the economy is also going to reach the lowest ebb, not only in India, throughout the globe. At a time when we conquered this virus, started in massive scale injecting and getting the people out of the fatalities, again, the variant scale. As we conquered it, unfortunately, Russia's invasion of Ukraine came. All this created a setback, especially for the industry and the business, due to blockades, increased costs, inflation showing the ugly face, etc. The industry is suffering. Though globally that's the situation, thanks to the proactive policies of the union and state governments in India, we are in a much comparatively advantageous position. And how is it possible? It is no exaggeration if I say business excellence through innovation and best practices are the main agenda for today for all companies, especially when the economy is facing a slowdown, trying to pick up. Bank credit is also picking up and moving to the double-digit growth. Inflation is also coming down. Compared to globally, India's inflation is nothing. Compared to fall in the various currencies vis-a-vis dollar, Indian rupee fall is nothing. You see, all this is because of the business excellence and innovation practiced by the public sector as well as the private sector. And one reason that innovation has become a way to differentiate and complete for a scarce demand, particularly during the recent slowdown, is one has to capture the market. Industries, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree, are today being commoditized at a faster rate. And you have to look for the ways and means to create more value and set yourself apart. Innovation is one of the best way to do, because people use the same best practices for operational excellence. The way they do and the culture they build are the way in which they can differentiate. You will agree that the research has indicated that the organization with the business excellence approach obtains significant benefits, enhance innovation and idea generation, increase customer satisfaction, organization growth, increase employee satisfaction, informed efficiency and effectiveness. I would like to compliment the IOD for organizing this World Congress on the leadership for business excellence and innovation. It is a need of the hour. During the course of the entire day, stretching up to 6:15 p.m., the leaders, the practitioners, the academicians are going to share the wealth of the information. And if we are going to intellectually weigh ourselves, we are sure to gain something from today's deliberation. I am thankful to all of you. I have great pleasure on behalf of IOD, Chennai and Puducherry chapter to welcome you all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the pleasure to share a few words about our chief guest of today. Her Excellency on 8 September 2019 happens to be our first woman to hold this office. She has a remarkable public and social service background spanning over 20 years. She also has an illustrious political career in the last 2 decades, where she has successfully led the state unit of political party and steered it with exemplary management skills and pro-people service. She nurtures great devotion towards public service and enhancement of living standards of common people with a focus of health and education as a prime agenda. She is known for her strong advocacy towards uplifting living standards of people through her better health and preventive care. She is a great admirer of social and cultural strength of our country and very considerate towards inclusion of values and humility right at basic education system and upwards. She is very focused towards the development of society and the well-being of citizens, even at the last mile. Today, indeed, it's our privilege and honor to have her among us. Can we all put our hands together to welcome our chief guest of the day, today to present her keynote address, Dr. Pamalisai Soundarajan, once again here for us. Can we hear it loud from ma'am, please?
A special good morning to each and everyone here. Lieutenant General Shri J.S. Aluwalayaji, President, Institute of Directors, India. Shri Vikram Kapoor, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Development Department of Government of Tamil Nadu. Shri P. Sridharan, Joint Managing Director, Sri Ram Transport Finance Corporation. Shri M.S. Sundararajan, Chairman, Institute of Directors, Tamil Nadu region, and all the office bearers of IOD and the business experts and all the dignitaries of the dais, my press friends, security personnel, a special good morning to each and everyone. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here. This is a very vibrant morning to meet you all, particularly when I met the 86-year-old Mr. Aluwalia, is a very youngest person among you. And when I interacted with him, the energy multiplied. Morning, the energy, already I had some good energy, and that energy multiplied. And I'm really very happy to attend this program. And as it is said, because of my busy schedule, first I was unable to accept this invitation. And because I learned that a galaxy of businessmen and galaxy of Star Wars and galaxy of directors, and it is the direction of directors, director of directors, that's the program, directing the directors. So I thought that I should spare some time. And when I was interacting with Mr. Sundarajan and Mr. Alwaliaji and other office bearers, really I could find out how they are sharpening the skills, getting best out of everyone. That is the aim of this organization. I always say, because when we sharpen ourselves, as our Honorable Prime Minister always says, improve your skills, sharpen yourself, so that your productivity is more and the organization may be benefited by that. I want to tell a small story how the sharpening of the skills can benefit the person as well as the organization. There were two woodcutters. They joined the job on the same day. Most of you would have read this story. joined on the same day, and one got promotion and one got more income, and his salary was hiked. Within a short period, he reached the height. Other person was static. So when the other person one day met the person who got the promotion and asked, we both joined the job same day. We were cutting trees and we both are woodcutters. But within short time, you got elevated and now your income is double the income of mine and your salary has been hiked. What is the secret? Please tell me the secret. The other person who got the promotion asked one simple question. When did you sharpen your axe? I sharpen my axe every day. So because I sharpen my axe every day I could cut more trees, I could cut more wood. So my productivity was more. So the simple secret is sharpen yourself every day, sharpen your instruments every day. So that is the success. So that is the basic aim of this organization. And I feel because this is the not-profit organization, but making the other organizations to get more profits. That is the secret of this organization. So I'm really very happy that such innovation and such training is needed. Whatever be the amount of expectancy and the talent you have, but improve it every day, every second. I always say, even our nail grows 0.5 millimeter a day. So a nail which doesn't have a blood supply or nerve supply, even it grows 0.5 millimeter. Then how we should grow? So everyday growth is mandatory in this world because it's a competitive world, as it is very well said by Mr. Sundararajan. We face the challenge of Corona, and I should cite the example how in the initial days we suffered and how India conquered the virus and helped the rest of the world to conquer the virus by vaccination. I'm very happy and I'm very proud. I have taken the indigenous vaccination, and 200 crores of indigenous vaccination has been administered to Indians as well as exported to 150 countries. That is the example of innovation in a crisis. When we were medical students, we didn't think about this type of improvement. We were all pleading the rest of the countries for vaccination. For example, the rubella vaccine to come for India, it took 40 years. Polio vaccine, when the rest of the world used it and when India got it, lapsed 24 years. But this time, we got the vaccine as early as possible because of the concerted efforts of the government, the businessmen, the scientists, the medical fraternity, and the goodwill of the Bharatians, the Indians. So why I am telling, whatever may be, for example, the PP kits. Initially, when January 30th, when the COVID was diagnosed and when it was announced as pandemic, we didn't have PP kits. We were dependent on the PP kits. The estimation was India need more than 40 million masks. We were importing it. N95 masks, we didn't produce it. We didn't manufacture it. PP kits, we didn't manufacture it. But within a short period of time, I should say within 60 days, we could manufacture PP kits of the ISO manufacturing validity, and we could export the PP kits. That is the pride of Indians, and that is the innovation which you are all teaching to the other directors and other business. And this type of meetings and symposiums and continued education, because I'm a doctor, it comes as medical education. A continued education definitely will make us to perform much better way so that we could help our organization. And as it is said, it is innovation. Innovation. Nowadays, we cannot sail in the same boat. Everything should be innovated. there will be a new idea which could help the organization in much better way, and the productivity could be more, and the productivity could be in large quantities, so that it can be not only used by us, it could be exported. So I feel the directors, the board of the Institute of Directors is doing an excellent job. And when I was talking with Mr. Aluwalia, he was telling continuously we train our youngsters so that they are very confident. I can again tell a small story. Actually, the peacock, two cocks were there. The cockfighting was very popular in that village. One person sent the cock to a saint saying that I want to train this cock for cockfighting. So after a month, he came and asked the saint that whether my cock has got the training. The cock, then he saw the cock. A cock was shrilling from distance. Hearing the distant shrill, this cock started fighting. He spread its wings and he was running to fight with it. Then this person got very happy. Oh, hearing the shrill of a distant cock itself, my cock is now very vibrant and it is just rushing ahead to fight with that cock. So my cock got trained. Then this saint told, no, cock has not trained fully, so you can go away and come next month. The next month he came. Then at the vicinity of the cock, another cock was fighting and shouting. So this cock again spread its wings and then was about to fight with that. Then this fellow got very happy. So seeing a fighting cock, my cock is ready. Immediately it is going to fight. So please get back my cock. I will take it. Then again the saint told, no, your cock is not ready. The training is not over. Then this man was little confused. So when the sound was in the different place, hearing itself, my cock was ready. This saint is telling the training is not over. Then in front of the cock is in right in the front. Another cock is fighting, and this cock is now spreading its wings and going to fight. Now also he is not telling it's not ready. Then after third month he came. And 2 or 3 cocks were shouting, spreading its wings, coming for fighting. This cock was very patient, going here and there, not responding anything. So this fellow got very worried. Then he told, my cock was ready. At that time you told the training is not over. But now every cock is ready for fighting. They are running there, spreading their wings and shouting. But my cock, no, very patiently moving here and there. What is this? So it's not, the training is not over. Then the saint told, now the training is over, you can take the cock. This person got confused. Then only the saint told, the training is to change, to face the challenging situation very calmly and patiently. So when it comes, you can fight, but in that situation, you should be calm. So now only the cock had full confidence of fighting, so it can face any facing challenges, but now it is very calm. That is the completion of the training. So now, whatever, because in the initial days, we also want to know, if we have some a story about some success, immediately want to do, whether we don't mind about the results, whether it be profitable or non-profitable, immediately we run. But after good training, and after hearing the success stories, even defeat stories, because when our Aluwalia ji told, this is the competition which sharpens them. I always tell, it is not the friends which makes us more successful. It is only our enemies who makes us more successful. Oh, he is doing that, so I have to be more. So he is tricking me, so I have to be more successful. Even my story, whatever may be, my successful is because of some of the people who are critics who made me successful. So that is the more important. So, so be confident, be courageous, and I'm really very happy because such trainings sharpen yourself. And you, when you come across each other, when you talk with each other, so that I also saw some of the IIT professors here, some of the stalwarts, experts. Then I asked them to come to Puducherry so that we can innovate this. So innovation is very more important nowadays. The routine things, It's not for the successful story. This is innovation. Or small incidents I saw when the Ford produced the car, there were accidents. And because of the accidents, the fracture of the chest bones were more. So they wanted the person, innovative, the managers and the scientists who worked on that car structure. Then they were all making some cushion covers for the steering so that if they hit, then only one person came and told it is not the cushion or it is not the touch of the chest bone it is the touch of the chest bone with the steering. So it is not the cushion is needed. The problem should be solved how we should even when there is a dash, when there is an accident, the chest should not touch the steering. So instead of making the steering cushion with cushion, making the steering very soft with cushion, even after that the breakage of bones were found, he found a seat belt. His name is John, and he made a seat belt. So a innovative thought made him that now even now today after centuries that seat belt is only saving us from accidents. So a small innovative thinking can save money, save lives, and even save our pride. So let us all be courageous. Let us all grow. As I said, even 0.5 millimeter in the Nile grows. We have to grow. We have to innovate. We have to be enthusiastic. And I'm very happy this IOD is training the directors in such a way. Thank you very much for inviting me. So let us all be successful with our innovative ideas and continuous efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful information, and it was absolutely inspiring. Now, I would like to call upon our IOD President, General Ahluwalia, to say a few words of our Excellency for her contribution towards the nation building and also express the sincere gratitude for inaugurating and addressing the occasion today as a chief guest. I request General Ahluwalia to join us further, please.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all on behalf of the Institute of Directors for this function. We are extremely grateful to Her Excellency for sparing her valuable time to be with us this morning and with her excellent words, which we shall really remember and are thankful to her. I will just say she has broadly been introduced to you, but a few things which I felt strongly about her, I would like to just repeat them, that Her Excellency, who is the Honorable Governor of Telangana since of 8th of September 2019. And this is what, and she's also taken the additional charge of Lieutenant Governor of Pondicherry for the present. She started her born on 22nd June 1961 at Nagarcoil, Kanyakumari. She started her career in medical, mainly after doing her MBBS and postgraduate in gynecology with specialization in Toronto, Canada. She has been assistant professor at Sri Ram Chandra Medical College for 7 years at Chennai before she resigned in 2003 for full-time political engagement work, which she felt she can do more service, and we are grateful for her decision which she took for this. She has a remarkable social public service career background spanning over 20 years, which led the statement of political party. She led the unit of the political party here with noteworthy and extremely good accomplishments. A strong advocate for uplifting of living of standards of the people below the pyramid in both health and preventive medicine and education. These are the areas which she especially has been holding. An admirer of India's social and cultural strategies, she is the recipient of a multiple national and international awards for service to the society in politics, public, and medical service. In fact, in 2020, during the 8th Congressional International Women's Day, she was invited and presented as the extraordinary achiever of the world. It is a great honor for us as an Indian to have her being congratulated by the US Congress as such. So really, it's a pleasure for Institute of Directors to welcome Her Excellency today for speaking and for her valuable time to be with us this morning. I will just request her to release the 3 books that we have produced for this Congress. I will one by one that can be.
Thank you so much. That was our general Ahluwalia for us. So now I take the pleasure to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Her Excellency, to please release the convention souvenir, along with our distinguished speakers on the dais. Can you all have a huge round of applause as we have the convention souvenir being released? Thank you, ma'am. And now we will have the release of the Winners Digest. I once again request our Excellency to now release the Winners Digest on business excellence and quality and innovative product or service and training for the year 2022. Now I request, for a picture. And now I request General J.S. Ahluwalia, the President of Institute of Directors, to now kindly present the IOD memento to our Honorable Chief Guest as a small gesture of sincere gratitude. We are highly grateful to our Excellency, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan, for sparing her valuable time from her busy schedule and marking her presence here today in the midst of us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I kindly request everyone to rise up once again for the national anthem.
Jana Mana Adinayak Jaya Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Uttara Banga Vindhya Himachal Ramuna Ganga Uchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे Jaya 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 He.
Thank you so much once again to our Excellency for joining us and gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, we'd like to thank Her Excellency for joining us here over here to grace the occasion and all the dignitaries and the dais. So I kindly request everyone to pave way as the time is very valuable for her. I kindly request everyone not to overcrowd for pictures. Please kindly request everyone to pave way. I kindly request everyone to please kindly give way for ma'am. Let's give her a good experience of being here with us. Thank you so much once again for marking your presence here and marking your precious time with us in gracing this occasion as our chief guest, ma'am. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. I kindly request the other members to kindly make yourself comfortable. Kindly request the other members to kindly make yourself comfortable on your seats. I kindly request our speakers to kindly join us on stage. I request the speakers and others kindly make yourself comfortable. So now we'd like to begin with our opening address for the day. May I now please request Mr. Ashok Kapoor, the IAS retired Director General of Institute of Directors, to deliver the opening address. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman forward, please? Mr. Kapoor is on stage.
Friends, as advised before we came to Chennai, to wear a mask. So I asked the doctor, but what happens when I am speaking? He says, then you can take it off. I said, otherwise nobody will be able to hear. Friends, on behalf of the Institute of Directors India, good morning to all of you, our India members, company directors and IOD associates. And good afternoon or good evening to all our IOD overseas members, directors and associates who are present in person today, and others who will be present tomorrow. Also, I especially welcome our eminent foreign experts, delegates and associates who have logged in today from across the globe in large numbers in various time zones. The theme of this conference, first ever in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, is Boards to Lead Business Excellence, Staying Ahead of the Curve. And as Her Excellency rightly mentioned, the IOD Not-for-Profit Society has really profited by coming to Chennai. So she anticipated our thoughts, and I request the other members to please come in, because we are embarrassed at our success today in Chennai, first ever, because we are almost running out of seats. Thank you very much for this. We especially welcome Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai Sundarajan, Honorable Governor of Telangana and Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, and Shri S. Raghupati, Honorable Minister for Law, Courts and Anti-Corruption, Tamil Nadu, who has kindly consented to be present and confer the famed Golden Peacock Awards today. I have pleasure in especially welcoming some of the world's leading authorities on the subject who are joining us virtually today and tomorrow. We feel greatly encouraged by their participation. There's Professor Sumitru Datta. He's the Dean, Syed Business School, Oxford. Dr. Ido de Wet, Lecturer, Winsheim and Governance Universities, Netherlands. Miss Eliza Knox, she's the best-selling author speaker and director, senior advisor, Boston Consulting Group, Singapore, will all be joining us today and tomorrow. We are fortunate in that Mr. Sanjay Jaju, IS, Additional Secretary, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, will be addressing us today. Many of the additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries of Tamil Nadu, and CMDs, MDs, COs of the state PSUs and public and private companies will be joining us today and tomorrow so that we can benefit from their vast experience and learning. I extend thanks to Mr. Vikram Kapoor, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Development. He is a very dynamic Tamil Nadu cadre officer, but let me assure you, he is no relation of mine. Otherwise, you will say one Kapoor praising another. We just share the same name. I also welcome Mr. Praveen Kumar, IS, DG and CO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Mr. V. Arun Roy, Secretary, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Mr. Kumar Jayant, IS, Principal Secretary, Revenue and Information Technology. They'll all be here these 2 days. Dr. M. Sai Kumar, IS, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited. Ms. Jayashri Muralidharan, IS, Managing Director, TIDCO, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation. Mr. M.A. Siddiqui, Managing Director, Chennai Metro Rail. Ms. Innocent Divya, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. Mr. Arun Raj, Executive Director, Electronics Corporation of Tamil Nadu and others. We are also thankful to some of the leading educationists and Indian experts who will be with us. Dr. V. Velraj, Vice Chancellor, Anna University. Dr. Anita Manohar, Director, National Institute of Fashion Technology. Mr. P. Sridharan, Joint Managing Director, Sriram Transport Company. Finance, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director, Chennai Petroleum Corporation. Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Trichy. Mr. G. Mahalingam, Independent Director, LIC of India. Former whole-time member, SEBI. Dr. S. Rangarajan, CMD, Data Patterns India. The country is proud of him for his contributing to the development of BrahMos missile. That deserves a special applause. Yes. Dr. Swaminathan Manikanandan, CEO, Pentagon Rugged Systems of India. Mr. Shaji John, Director, Power National NCL, Nyaveli Lignite Corporation. Mr. N. V. Balachanda, President and Chief Sustainability Officer, Ashok Leyland. Mr. M. P. Vijay Kumar, Chief Financial Officer, SIFI Technologies. Dr. D. K. Sunil. He's flown all the way from Bangalore. He's the Director Designate, Hindustan Aeronautics Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Dr. Sunil Kumar, and a host of others whom we will individually welcome as a conference proceedings roll on. Friends, as you've been told, IOD India is a not-for-profit professional body. It is promoting business excellence and innovation, awareness about innovation. IOD has been assessing business excellence and innovation performance of some of the leading companies in India that have been declared winners of the famed Golden Peacock Awards from time to time. Our studies and research have been encapsulated in the noted publications of IOD on innovation management, especially the handbook. Friends, IOD have been inspired by the famous statement of Einstein. And I quote, "You can't solve a problem on the same level that it was created. You have to rise above it to the next level." This is our endeavor. For this reason, IOD has taken the initiative in organizing the World Congress to make aware the boards and the management to make them future ready. I'm reminded what Bill Gates has famously said And I quote, "The future is not what it used to be." It can be said that, in a manner of speaking, innovate or perish. Innovation has three basic components: strategy, culture, and process. Further, the first is invention, getting ideas. The second is development, turning ideas into reality. The third is getting the products on the market and making it a huge success. This requires continuous learning, growth, and development. Creativity and innovation are interrelated, which is dependent on aspirational leadership. The board of directors has to ensure that the organization is future ready and sustainable innovation. Innovation for sustainability is a continuous learning process. Sustainability, and I quote now one of the world's top management gurus, that is C.K. Prahlad. Sustainability will be the main source of competitive advantage and key to achieving it, unquote. The key to failure of innovation is the boards that fail to master new ways of leading and directing, and will undoubtedly perish in an increasingly competitive and unpredictable global economy. A recent survey of over 200 companies conducted by IOD identified inspiration as the single most important attribute of a leader. But only 11% of those surveyed by IOD felt their organization's leaders had the ability to inspire. That is, 90% did not respond about their leaders' inspiration. The basic philosophy of IOD is that innovation is top management led and needs continuous nurture. As Robert Cantor, a guru of business management, has said that, and I quote, "Mindless habitual behavior is the enemy of innovation." In IOD's view, business excellence is about developing and strengthening the management systems and processes of an organization to improve performance and create value for stakeholders. Business excellence is much more than having a quality system in place. It is for this reason that IOD has taken the initiative India-wide and now increasingly abroad to inspire boards and their leaders towards inspiration. We have been fortunate that the IOD physical conferences and brainstorming meets have gained acceptance in London, Singapore, Dubai, and earlier in Portugal. Before I close, I would like to share the good news to all of you that the famed Golden Peacock Awards has earned genuine fame internationally. NASDAQ has acknowledged that it bagged the award through its announcement at the Times Square, New York. We particularly express our gratitude to a large number of very generous sponsors and partners who have encouraged us today so lavishly by being with us. Our thanks are also due to the media, which has shown interest in the event. Once again, I welcome you all to the two-day deliberations of arguably one of the prime issues of the day before the corporate boards, not only in India, but all over the globe. It is vital, if not critical, for even well-performing corporations and boards. According to the Forbes annual list of 100 most successful companies worldwide, between 2008 to 2020, almost 40% of yesterday's leaders, I repeat, 40% of yesterday's leaders are today's laggards. It is truly an innovation and board excellence, an existential issue. Before I close, I'd like to share with you one of India's leading spiritual gurus, that is Sadguru Jaggi Vasudev has said. People often ask us, why IOD India is organizing all these frequently? What is the issue. And we quote Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev. He says the hallmark of Indian civilizations is from time immemorial that we are not believers, we are seekers, unquote. Friends, I thank you all.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Kapoor, with the learned address. Well, I'm sure you all know Mr. Kapoor was an officer of Indian Administrative Service, 1967 batch, and he served the government in various capacities. And later, he was also appointed as a leader of Indian delegation to the UN Conference on Biological Warfare. Can we have once again a round of applause for the gentleman? Thank you so much, sir. Now, I take the pleasure in welcoming our Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, the President of Institute of Directors, to deliver the presidential address, who is spearheading the vision and mission of IOD. General Ahluwalia is a supernative Indian Army as the head of Engineering Division, as Director General of EME Corps. He is guided missile specialist and now mentoring many boards on governance. He has been the chairman of Institution of Engineers India, president of Delhi Management Association. He is a true mentor to many. Indeed, it's our pleasure to welcome him. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the General J.S. Ahluwalia to present the President Address?
Thank you for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to come and really now speak to you professionally about the Congress as such. When we've talked about the governor and honorable governor and her presence today, which has been a very thankful, we're really thankful to her for having done so. Now, just say a few things. IOD with the regional office, we have a regional office in Chennai. They have been conducting number of conferences, etc., locally here for over the last 7-8 years gradually. But it is the first time that the headquarter IOD from Delhi came down here to run our international conference on corporate governance, in which we have number of events, and presentation of Golden Peacock Awards is one of such activity that we have. You know, I mean, just a very few words. Institute of Directors is a not-for-profit. There is no ownership. It's only a voting membership-based organization, which is not-for-profit. And it is the only institute of or association of corporate directors in India. Whether it is the boss of Reliance or Adani Group or anyone, this is the only institute, just like Institute of Chartered Accountant or Institute of doctors or company secretaries, or so many. I mean, all of such professionals have this. There was no organization like Institute of Directors, which of course London had from 1903 onwards. So this was set up in 1990, but it did not take on the role which in UK, for example, the Institute of Director has, where it deals with all the activities of CII, FICCI, SHM, and various other organizations. So it is not dealing with that, only dealing with corporate boards, their functioning, directors, their trading, their keeping updated, and they're moving up, and corporate governance, which is to govern how the board is going to control the organizations as such. So we have to keep abreast of what is happening in the world to see that all our members are really kept updated as such. And that is why, apart from training, the second thing is networking. And networking is through this manner, by which we all meet internally, make friends, look into or hear each other's success stories, and learn from all this and keep moving forward. Just to make it a globally, internationally, since 2003, we are conducting annually a conference in London, in Dubai, and in Singapore. This is so that our directors or our members can really meet the directors from across the world, at least the English-speaking world, and be able to keep moving forward. And so this is how the Institute of Directors really has been functioning, whether it started in 1990, when from MBO we were moving on to TQM, when ISO 9000 had just come in, and it is the business excellence which was the word of the day. Of course, it has been moving on. Today also, we are looking at business process management, a new thing in which artificial intelligence and analytics have really taken place. So this is how all this has been moving over the years, and the job of IOD has been to keep the membership updated on how such things are moving across the world. So just a few words on this. Formally, I will like to say that the Chennai regional office, we have an office, regional office in Hyderabad, where the Honorable Governor had come from, and her ADC is from EME, my own service, electronic and mechanical engineers as such. And we have an office in Bangalore, where we have the next conference on environment management and climate change, which is a very, very important subject itself, which is in the next month, just a month away from now. And as such, we're going to have a number of people from abroad also for the conference, and that has been an older unit of ours as such, our regional office of ours. Our regional office in Bombay is, of course, the most active office with so much of industry there, and in Gujarat, around that area, Pune, etc. So these are the various activities in which IOD really, apart from, as I mentioned, awards, which we are going to have a presentation in the evening of the award presentation on these subjects of business excellence, and followed by our dinner. So this is how, I mean, these activities go on. But a few words about leadership on business excellence, what is board is really required to do, just a few words to you. While the whole day we are going to just talk about this only from the top experts, and I really should not be taking too much of your time on that. So, of course, we are very happy for doing it first time in Tamil Nadu. That means, very frankly, the Tamil Nadu economy, I mean, they're planning for it to grow from 300 billion to 1 trillion by 2030. Which is a great thing. And in the last year, I was just studying that 21-22 balance sheet of the state government, how 130 MOUs with cumulative investment of 68,375 crore rupees, which will give job employment for over 2 lakh people. And in many of the new areas, like furniture manufacturing, I mean, few additional areas of textiles. As it is, it was doing a lot in textiles, but many new areas of that. So this is a very good sign, the how state is moving up and with these ambitions, and we really look forward to more such activities, and we would be happy to be here with a greater lot of membership from the industry to be able to really move forward as such. Now, corporate leadership, of course, has changed vastly over the last, I would say, 2 decades. We have an economy that is non-linear, volatile, and turbulent. On the top 100 global economic entities. When you say the top 100 economic entities in the world, it's only 30 are countries, rest 70 are corporates, multinational corporations. This is when you talk of economic entities, top 100, this is the place. So do we know where corporates are? Of the top 100 economic entities in the world, 70 are corporates. This is where we stand. So we must know where we are and where we need to go. If the world is to move up, we have to be taking them along. Now, business excellence is about embarking on a journey. You see, because there is no end point. It is to attain world-class performance, basically. A journey without a finishing line. And business excellence framework is a very effective method for achieving transformation and success. Environment and social concerns also cannot, of course, be viewed in isolation. Today, the business is under unprecedented pressure to perform. Organizations need a culture of openness, high degree of candor, and boundarylessness. Innovation has moved seamlessly as such to become a boardroom priority, which it never was a boardroom priority. Business has to be built upon a strong foundation of sustainable thinking and ethical values, and change is the price for survival. Success and brand values basically are based on diversity and inclusiveness, innovation, not optimization. Public perception of the difference they make to the society, not just to the company's profits. The board involvement and leadership is to ensure that creativity, innovation, and business excellence are relevant, affordable, sustainable, and consistent with the board's strategic directions as such. The Peter Drucker defined innovation as a change which creates a new dimension of performance. Innovative ideas need to possess resolve, imagination, and groundbreaking new thoughts. Where risk tolerance is low, of course, often ideas get crushed for fear of failure. The strategic direction is becoming more complex. New ESG considerations, interests of a wider range of stakeholders, changing objectives and priorities need to be addressed today. The social innovation and social media, they have also become a strong transformational force, a channel for an instant dialogue with large audiences. Technology or machines, of course, cannot innovate. Only people can. Majority of people in an organization, that is my personal experience, possess more creativity, they possess more talent, resourcefulness, and ingenuity than their present jobs require or even allow them to use. We need to close the gap between what people actually do and what they could do if they did their best. This is where the innovation really will come from. People are really our greatest asset, and this is on what we need to work. Transition and transformation, like innovation, involve change, critical thinking, and reskilling of these people. There is, the boards need diversity. The boards themselves, they need diversity, and they need really excellence and relevance to meet the new perspectives as such. The business process management, which I've just mentioned, a new area today, focuses on artificial intelligence and analytics. And COVID, of course, uncertainly made data analytics services and solutions critical. The service delivery models provide predictable outcomes. Indian BPM companies last year crossed 1 billion revenue, growing at 17%. 1/3 of India's BPM revenue today comes from artificial intelligence operations, analytics, advanced intelligence systems, and the companies basically are Genpact, TCS, Infosys, Wipro, and Cognizant. The basic role of directors is to lead the change. Ethical leadership requires business excellence and creativity for inclusiveness and holistic transformation. This convention is to devise a blueprint for boards, leadership to create a mass movement for change, to shake organizations of the present ideal. These conventions are really, which IOD holds about 8 to 10 a year, are premier knowledge exchange platforms to bring CEOs, directors, senior executives together to share ideas, information, and innovative market solutions as such. The dignitaries on one platform, they really critically to discuss various themes of achieving business excellence and exploring the giant business collaboration between them. That is our of the conference meetings during this. The convention represents an opportunity to explore boardroom relevance to business excellence, governance, sustainability, innovation, and other corporate concerns. I've mentioned already that IOD has championed quality business excellence and innovation since the inception, and the Golden Awards were established by IOD over 31 years back because of the strong belief that it is only competition which brings in the best in you and best of any organization or an individual or a country, whether it is Olympics or any other way that we move. And that is why these awards have been started to bring a competition, and we keep celebrating the best of the people, best of the organizations here moved up in these directions. And these awards will be presented in the evening along with the dinner. With these few words, I wish you an excellent conference, a very useful conference of how business excellence can be moved up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was General Ahluwalia for us with the words of wisdom. Now for the special address, we are pleased to welcome Mr. P. Sridharan, the Joint Managing Director of Shriram Transport Finance Co. Limited. Shriram Transport Finance Co. Limited is a flagship company of Shriram Group, has assets under management exceeding rupees 1,27,000 crores as on March 2022. I think we should give a round of applause for this number. Mr. Sridharan joined the Shriram Group as an executive trainee in the year 1996. He has grown with the organization and at present lends a special focus to the firm's strategic initiatives and digitization. He has also been the chairman of the South India Hire Purchase Association for the year 2010-11. We are very delighted to have Mr. Sridharan part of us today. A very warm welcome, sir. Over to you for the special address.
Thank you, ma'am. Morning, friends. It's truly a honor, a privilege to be amongst very, very, very distinguished guests here. Friends, I'm from the financial services industry. There's been a lot going on in this industry. Thanks to the constant efforts of the government, the regulators, we've been seeing massive transformation in the financial services sector. UPI gives us testimony to this transformation that is clear and present. I still remember sometime in 2016, in a month, we had 38 lakh or so transactions in UPI. This year, I did understand that in February, we had 8.26 crore transactions in a month. This is testimony to the government's efforts in bringing out innovation in this sector and taking things to the masses. Friends, but there is an underside. We are 90 crore plus adult population country. The number of people who have done at least one digital transaction so far would be a very small percentage. Now that means there are large financially excluded groups very much in this country. Now to address that, it takes a lot. The sheer size of our economy is a major challenge. Reaching out to the masses is a major challenge. And if at all innovation is required, it is very much in this specific area. The government has been focusing on building the digital infrastructure. Thanks to the government, we have made progress in leaps and bounds. But now it is the industry's responsibility to take things further. We need customized, customer-centric digital solutions, because that's the gateway to bring about financial inclusion, which is the ultimate goal that we're all looking forward, which the government also is taking us forward to. The role of the industry is key here. Digital inclusion is a must to bring about financial inclusion. We need to break the digital divide. The digital services are available for a selected few or certain percentages of this population. Government has done its part. Now it's the role of the industry to take things further. I understand that the Institute of Directors, its alumni, its network has always been in the forefront, providing thought leadership wherever, in whichever sectors that this industry required, in whichever sector that the country required its services. We have deliberations today, we have deliberations tomorrow. I am personally looking forward for the institute and its leaders and the alumni and its network to help further this cause, the larger cause of financial inclusion, but then by addressing the gateway to financial inclusion, which is in bringing about innovation in digital inclusion, in the digital services. Together, we need to bring about customized digital services. We need to ensure data is democratized. We need to bring about digital democratized marketplaces. The ONDC, the Open Network for Digital Commerce, is yet another initiative by the government to bring about interoperable digital platforms, to bring about open, transparent marketplaces digitally. The industry now needs to tighten its belts and keep pace with the government in realizing this dream of financial inclusion through digital inclusion. My best wishes for this conference, and I'm really looking forward to a lot of thought leadership ideas in this area, sir. My best wishes, and thank you once again for this very lovely opportunity in getting to meet all of you and speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar, for your well-versed address. Now, for the guest of honor, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Vikram Kapoor, the IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Development Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have Mr. Kapoor among us, who has been nominated by our Honorable Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu to represent the government. A very warm welcome once again, sir. Mr. Kapoor is an officer of the Indian Administrative Service of 1988 batch from Tamil Nadu. During his service, he has worked in various capacities, including as a Principal Secretary of Industries, Energy, Tourism, and Culture Departments, Commissioner Corporation of Chennai, Chairman, Tanjadco, Tantransco, Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board, Managing Director, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewage Board, and CEO of Tamil Nadu Urban Development Fund and District Collector, Dindigul. We are indeed delighted to have Mr. Kapoor among us today. Can we have a round of applause to welcome him to present the guest of honor address today? It's over to you, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you. President, Institute of Directors, Lieutenant General Ahluwalia, Director General, Mr. Ashok Kapoor, Chairman of the Chennai region of the IOD, Mr. Sundarajan, Joint Managing Director, Shriram Transport Finance, Mr. Sridharan, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Institute of Directors for inviting me to this 31st World Congress on Leadership for Business Excellence and Innovation. I had the pleasure of addressing the Chennai chapter of the IOD a few weeks ago, and I can recognize a few familiar faces from that meeting, and it was a wonderful opportunity. But today, it's on a broader platform, and I cannot resist but to share with you some of my thoughts on the Indian economy, what our roadmap needs to be for the next 25 years, and how we need a framework for sustainable and equitable development as we go along this road. I have a presentation. I will request that if that may be put up. So as I mentioned, I would be today talking about not just about growth, but about how the sustainable development goals can actually help us reach those goals in a sustainable and an equitable manner. But just as a preface, I would like to kind of highlight certain things. We've been talking about, we are of course very fortunate that we are very shortly going to celebrate the 75 years of our country's independence, and the country has been in a way celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in our own ways, in government, in the corporate world. And I think one big challenge before the country is that where do we want our country to be 100 years after independence? That is in the next 25 years. So the year 2047 is what we need to prepare a roadmap for. Friends, if you just go to the history of the development of various countries, especially in Asia, it's very interesting. Several of these countries took nearly one generation to reach a level where they could be called as developed countries or countries, with middle income. And I'll just take the example of our neighbor China and South Korea. In fact, both these countries, along with India, if you look at our economy in the 1950s, we were at the same level as far as the per capita income was concerned. But after about 25 years, these two countries have actually grown at a faster pace. And today, as far as Korea is concerned, its per capita income is 5 times that of India, and that of China is about 2 times. In fact, if you look at the trajectory of growth of several economies, these countries which have broken away from underdevelopment actually grew at a very, very fast pace, typically about 10% of GDP growth year on year. And that's what we will need to achieve as a nation. And just to put it in perspective, in real terms, our economy over the past decade or so has been growing about 6% in real terms. Now to step it up to a 10% year on year consistently for 25 years is a huge challenge. And if we can do that, our GDP can grow from the present level of about $2.5 trillion to as much as $30 trillion, and our per capita income can become 10 times of what we are today. And it can propel India to be among the middle income nations in the world. But if you look at the breakup of our economy, about 18% of our GDP comes from agriculture, and which is disproportionately high if you were to compare the sectoral growth or the sectoral allocation of the GDP for the rest of the world, where just about 4% of the world's GDP comes from agriculture, whereas in India, we're about 18%. Likewise, if you look at the labor force, historically, India has been, most of its labor force has been engaged in agriculture. And although the share of agriculture in the labor force has come down to about 43%, but compared to the rest of the world, where about 27% of the labor force is in agriculture, we are still high, which indicates that there are inefficiencies, because disproportionately large amount of people engage in agriculture, which does not contribute so much to the GDP as does the other sectors, the secondary and the tertiary sectors. If you look at historically across economies, a higher share of labor in agriculture is typically correlated to lower per capita incomes, and likewise a higher share of industry in the GDP of a nation correlates to higher per capita income. So therefore, the prognosis is clear. If we want to grow, we need to focus on manufacturing, the secondary sector, and particularly manufacturing, in addition to services. Okay. I also need to talk about, it's not just about India's growth imperative in terms of manufacturing alone. Of course, in order to reach that middle income goal by 2047, we need to grow at a higher pace. There is an imperative because we need jobs, especially as everybody knows that we are a young economy in terms of the profile of our workforce. People talk about the demographic dividend. We need to create jobs for our youth. We also need growth for macroeconomic stability and for reduction of fiscal deficits of governments. So these are the imperatives why India needs growth. Most of you know, normally the GDP of any country is measured in expenditure terms from 4 parameters, basically. One is private consumption. The other is private investment, like corporates, investing in business. The third pillar is government spending. And fourth is exports minus imports, which is net exports. So these are the 4 main attributes of GDP. Today, post-corona, we all know that private consumption, which is C, is not going to, in the near future, be very high. There are limitations to what people can spend. At the same time, as far as the corporate world is concerned, private investment will not pick up because already there is surplus capacity in the economy. And until private consumption goes up, consumer spending goes up, private investment will not follow. So what we need to depend on is government boosting its expenditure and also to focus on exports. So these are the two main strategies that the country has to follow in the next few years, which is higher government spending and particularly higher capital expenditure, because higher the capex, higher is the consumer spend. And if consumer spend goes up, then automatically higher private investment, which means industry will start investing in capacity and so on. Also, it's well known that if there is a higher spend on infrastructure, there will be a beneficial impact on growth of exports. So therefore, there is a very, very strong imperative for governments, both center and at the states, to go for higher capacity, capital expenditure. And as government keeps spending more and as the economy, the consumer spending goes up, industry needs to follow suit by increasing its spend, that is I. There is also historically a very strong correlation between growth of exports and GDP. Across countries, you can see even the rate of growth of an economy is dependent on exports. There is a very, very strong correlation. So therefore, apart from government spending, the other area that needs focus is exports. And that's where the industry has a very, very key role to play. We have traditionally been focusing on services to propel our exports. Goods, yes, we are in certain sectors very strong. But I think the writing on the wall is clear that as countries like China are, for their own reasons, vacating certain sectors, particularly low skill in labor intensive sectors, and I've mentioned a few like footwear, ceramics, apparel, leather, iron and steel, gems, furniture, etc. Now, these are the sectors where there is an opportunity, where traditional players are vacating the space, and this is where India has an opportunity. These are typically those manufacturing sectors where there are low skill requirements. And this, if we can focus on, there is an opportunity for India to build up its exports. We've spoken about growth of an economy. Yes, strong economic growth is an imperative today for us, but it also needs to be equitable and sustainable. So my second part of my talk will be on this aspect. Friends, as you know, the Sustainable Development Goals were introduced by the United Nations. We had initially the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, which lasted from 2000 to 2015. So on the eve of the closure of that era, there was discussion as to what would be our next goal. And therefore, the objective was to produce a set of universal goals that all nations would aim for. And the 70th session of the UN Assembly in 2015 adopted this document called Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And the SDG goals came out of this document. It basically focused on 5 Ps: people, basically to ending poverty and hunger in all forms and ensuring dignity and equality; prosperity, and prosperity which would not just fulfill lives, but to be in harmony with nature; peace, which is for just and inclusive societies; and to have partnerships, through a solid global partnership agenda; and finally, protecting our planet, the last P, our resources and climate for future generations. So this was the 5 Ps based on which the SDG agenda was worked out. Friends, there are about 17 SDG goals which we are supposed to achieve in the next 15 years, from 2015 up to 2030. So that's the target here. These goals have been further segregated into targets. There are 169 targets. And then these targets, which are basically milestones to reach, these need to be measured. The achievement needs to be measured. So we break down these targets into indicators. So there are 234 global indicators, 232 indicators. The overarching theme is no one is to be left behind. So 15 years, 17 goals, 169 targets, 232 indicators. So this is what the whole SDG agenda is about. These are the goals. I won't go through each one of them, but this is just a snapshot. It covers the entire gamut of various goals and targets that we are supposed to achieve. Now, what is supposed to be the role of corporates? The SDG agenda cannot be achieved by governments alone. It's very important that we have a partnership between government and the corporate world, the civil society, to achieve these sustainable development goals. We recognize that corporates play a critical role in at least 3 areas. One, the corporate world is the primary source of employment. It's the engine of employment that drives jobs. Governments cannot provide jobs. It's the corporate world that provides maximum jobs. Second, as was mentioned by the speakers before me, business is the cradle of innovation. It's where technology is actually used to drive the economy, and therefore corporates are in a way the source of technology and innovation. And third, the source of finance. Of course, I mentioned that governments need to spend, but then once government spending kicks the economy, it is the private investment by corporates that will meet the demand that is generated, and therefore it's a very crucial source of financing. So these are the 3 important roles that are played by corporates, especially in the context of SDGs. I went through the SDGs, and there are, out of 17, at least 4 of them which are very, very strategic, and they can actually amplify the corporate influence and deliver greatest value. The first one is on hunger, SDG goal number 2. SDG 3, which is about good health and well-being. SDG 9 is about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And SDG 11 is about sustainable cities and communities. These are the 4 ones which can actually have interventions that are human-centric, which maximize social value and address global issues. Of course, there are several other SDGs which are impacted by corporate activities. When you as corporates produce goods and services, you indirectly are actually addressing several of these SDGs, which are shown on this slide. I'll just give a few illustrative examples of how corporates can play a very meaningful role in achieving some of these targets and the indicators. Just take the first one. Let's say target under the SDG goal of 5, that is gender equality. Target 5.5 is specific, which is to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision making in political, economic, and public life. And within this target, you have an indicator 5.5.2, which talks about women in managerial positions. What is the proportion? Including women in the board of directors in listed companies. So the metric is per 1,000 persons, how many women hold positions in boards, people like you, directors, or in managerial positions. I think it was mentioned right at the beginning of this conference, or maybe I think someone mentioned, but the number is abysmally low. Any guesses? Out of 1,000, just about 170, which is about 17% of managerial and board level positions in India are held by women. So there's still a very long way to go. Let's take another target, which is on energy efficiency. By 2030, we need to double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency. We measure energy efficiency in terms of how much of primary energy we use per unit of GDP. So it's basically in megajoules per rupee. So the energy intensity in indicator 7.3.1 is to be measured. How much primary energy do we use to produce a unit of GDP? Another target, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and by 2030, significantly raise industry's share of employment and gross domestic product. Now, this is a target within which there are a couple of indicators I want to share. One is percentage share of GVA, that is gross value addition, in manufacturing to total GVA. Another indicator is manufacturing employment as a proportion of total employment. Now, these are metrics which we can measure. We have figures, we have numbers. And unless we actively look at these indicators, it will only be talk. about how to focus on manufacturing, how to create jobs. We need to focus on these and it's not just the job of the government to focus. It is for the industries individually and collectively to focus on these numbers. Target 12.6, encourage companies, especially large and transnational companies, to adopt sustainable practices and to integrate sustainability information in their reporting cycle. Now, US corporates have several reporting requirements under the Companies Act and other legislation. The indicator for this is what is the proportion of companies that publish sustainability reports. So my request to all of you through this organization is to impress upon your members that I know it's another kind of looks like a compliance, but then it's our responsibility to adopt sustainable practices, and not just that, but to publish reports about it. Why SDGs, you may ask? It's very well known, and this is based on studies, that companies that align their priorities with the SDGs can actually strengthen their engagement with their various stakeholders, including customers, employees, vendors, etc. There was a survey done by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development in 2018 among 150 odd members, and nearly half of the member companies of that council actually perceived reputational gains as well as an enhanced license to operate as an important benefit. What it says is that the market, the stakeholders recognize you for having adopted SDGs in your policies, in your strategies, and only a very small percentage did not consider it important at all. This report is available. In fact, I encourage companies to actually go to the website of this WBCSD and even take membership if you like, because there is a lot of information. So actually, the SDGs can provide a wonderful roadmap to identify future business opportunities. So it's not just about compliances for the sake of compliance. This actually makes good business sense to adopt SDGs in your strategies. It can actually unlock new market opportunities. There's also another regulatory issue. Increasingly, in order to comply with certain SDGs targets, governments keep on introducing and are likely to introduce more regulatory measures. But if your business models are already aligned to those SDGs, you will be staying ahead of the curve and could avoid penalties in the future, such as higher taxation. Also, those companies that invest in the achievement or adoption of SDGs view support an enabling environment for business success. In fact, SDGs is a clear blueprint to ensure the success of societies. But if societies fail, businesses cannot succeed. And that's what the MD of this council famously mentioned: businesses cannot succeed in societies that fail. So what do? You invest in three major areas. One, you invest in people, you invest in inclusive growth, and you invest in resilience. Now, this I know cannot be done alone by business, by corporates. Government has to partner with you. So like if you invest in people, we are talking of children, of women, ensuring skills, equal opportunities. When we talk of inclusive growth, we talk of infrastructure, sustainable growth, and creation of jobs. And then resilience against conflict, against climate change, against pandemics that we all see. And that's a classic example of how the government and the corporate world got together to fight this corona pandemic. And therefore, my sincere request to you is to look at SDGs as a wonderful business opportunity to create a positive influence on society. Because if societies don't work, we cannot succeed as business. Corporates are an engine of economic growth and employment, as well as a source of technology and innovation, as I mentioned a moment ago. But at the same time, business has a very, very critical role to play, maybe their own self-interest, but in the interest of society to deliver on the SDGs. I'll close with one example, what I call the nutrition conundrum. Why I call it a conundrum, I'll just explain in a second. Very often when I talk to business leaders, they talk about this myth of a demographic dividend. We all talk about, the youth, the profile of our workforce. But at the same time, business leaders talk about, the unemployability of several of our graduates, our youth who are not skilled enough, and how they have to invest in reskilling them or upskilling them once they, enter the job market. But have you ever wondered why? Why is it that despite having, so many institutes of higher education, why do our graduates don't find jobs, or they are found to be unemployable? Maybe the problem starts much earlier in schools. We have heard of the National Assessment Survey and the various other reports that show poor learning outcomes at school levels, where children in class 5 are not even able to read a textbook of a class 2 or do elementary arithmetic operations, which they're expected to do. Why is it that these learning outcomes are so poor despite so much of investment in school education? Large budgets are there. Why is it that our learning outcomes are poor? Scientists who have studied this problem say that one possible reason could be that we are not paying attention to the development of the child during her first 1,000 years, or first 1,000 days. When I say first 1,000 days, it starts with conception. So the time that the fetus spends in her mother's womb and leading up to the first 2 years of her growth, those crucial 1,000 days is when the 90% of the brain development and cognitive functions take place. That's perhaps an area of concern, because I think these poor learning outcomes are because we are not paying attention to this crucial aspect of the first 1,000 days of development. And there is enough evidence now to show that a lot of this can be traced to absence or lack of adequate nutrition that goes into not just the child, but the mother herself, particularly during the pregnancy phase. And why pregnancy alone? Go back, our future mothers, when they are adolescent girls, a lot of them are malnourished. So you have a problem starting right from the adolescence, going into motherhood, and then early infant development. We spend a lot of money, budgets and all, in women and child welfare programs on nutrition, noon meal, midday noon meal programs, ICDS programs. Huge amount of money spent across the country on these welfare programs. We have wonderful, especially examples from southern states. There's so much of path-breaking schemes are there for maternal and child welfare. But you look at the latest survey from the National Family Health Survey, round 5. 52% of our pregnant women across the country are anemic. Their hemoglobin levels are below 11. And this has deteriorated from the previous round of survey about 5 years ago. Look at our children, their anemia. 67%, 2/3 of our children up to the age of 5 years are anemic. And if you look at the NFHS 4 data, which was about 2015-16, and now the latest data, it's severely deteriorated. The number has really deteriorated. Rather than improve, 67% are anemic across the country. Look at the level of malnutrition among our children up to age 5. 35% of our children are stunted, 32% underweight, 19% wasted. Wasted is like weight per unit of height. So malnutrition is a serious problem, whether it's anemia or in terms of height and weight. Now, when you have such a big thing, I think this is the conundrum. Where is it that we are getting it wrong? Is there some way by which the state sponsored, when I talk about state, means governments both at the union and the state levels across the country, can these programs be delivered better? What role can corporates play in achieving better outcomes? I mean, you may say that, I have no role, it's the government's responsibility. But then innovation is your forte. I'll give an example. Yesterday, somebody shared with me a wonderful example of Manipur, where the government has strengthened the secondary medical care So you have the primary health centers, and then you have the secondary centers, say at the taluk level or block level, and then you have the tertiary care at the district or the state headquarters. So at the second tier, which is the 10-bedded, typically, the secondary care, where they have set up beds and all, slightly above the PHCs, maybe at the block level. They have introduced a wonderful telemedicine facility. And there was this case of a woman who came with severe, pulmonary obstruction kind of a case, which had to be attended by a specialist. But since there is no specialist at that level, they used telemedicine, and the nurses at that center, through the video conference and the telemedicine facility, were able to not just save the woman, but actually intubate her and actually ensure that she got ventilator support and take her out. And now she's well on her way to survival. Wonderful, heartwarming story. And the doctor was not physically present, it was all through telemedicine alone. Now, these are real stories happening in a state like Manipur. And if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere in the country. Now, government didn't produce the telemedicine facility. It's corporates like you who did that. It's doctors, private doctors, government doctors who did this. So there is a possibility of addressing this problem through technology, through innovation, which can be the role of corporates to achieve these kind of outcomes. After all, it's only if we have healthy and capable youth that we can really reap the benefit of this demographic dividend. There's no point in having skill development programs or other subsidy schemes and so on and so forth, unless we address this problem of early childhood development, nutrition and all. And there is a role for both the corporate and the government to work together on this conundrum. Finally, way forward, my request to all your companies, to the directors in this wonderful organization is, you need to integrate SDGs into your corporate plans, into your strategies, in your business plans. Second, not just that, measure and monitor the impact of these SDGs, through the development of certain key performance indicators. So you need measurable indicators for your corporate this intervention. And finally, report that. Reporting is important. So all three, integrate into your planning, measure it, and report it. Friends, I'll close at this by saying that, as I mentioned in the beginning, one of the important goals of SDGs is partnerships. And this is a wonderful platform, an opportunity for us to partner from government and the business world, the civil society. And if we all work together, there is no reason why India cannot have its 25 years of growth the way other countries have had, Asian countries and other countries have had. And there is a possibility we may grow at a faster pace in a sustainable, equitable manner and reach the levels that we aspire for and make India great again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Mr. Kapoor for us. The well-read address. Thank you so much, sir. So now I request our General J.S. Aluwalia, the President, Institute of Directors, to kindly present the IOD memento to all our distinguished speakers. I request everyone to stand together. We'll have a group picture. A big thank you to all the distinguished speakers for the inaugural session. So we'd like to welcome you back after a tea break. I kindly request the members right outside to kindly join us inside as we like to resume the event. The members right outside, I kindly request you all to kindly join us inside as we like to begin the event. May I request everyone outside to kindly join us inside, please. I'd like to have your presence to resume the event. My last call forward for the members right outside. I request you all to kindly join us in as we like to resume the event. Thank you. I kindly request the members inside the hall to kindly make yourself comfortable. Kindly be seated as we like to start the session. Kindly request the members inside the hall to be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving on to the plenary session 2. So the business excellence, building a world-class organization. So that's the session that we're going to head on to. So our first speaker or the guest of honor and also the chair of the session is going to be Mr. Sanjay Jaju, IAS, Additional Secretary, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. Unfortunately, he's unable to join us right now, but he will surely join us around 1 p.m. and he will be addressing the gathering. So moving on, our first speaker for today is going to be Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan, who is the CMD Data Pattern Private Limited. Mr. Rangarajan has been associated with Data Patterns since its incorporation. He has over 3 decades of experience in business development, corporate affairs, finance, and marketing. He has been the recipient of many awards, including the Project Leader Award by Project Management Association in 2018 and a Silver Stiricon 2019 by Raja Muttaya Mandran, Madurai, as well as a Professional Excellence Award at the Corporate Governance Summit conducted by the Institute of Directors, Tamil Nadu region in the year 2019. Now it's time to welcome Mr. Rangarajan onto the dais. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman onto the dais?
Thank you for, for having me here. It's an honor and a privilege. I was expecting more people to talk on the topic ahead of me. Can I have the presentation, please? As part of this session, I've been asked to speak on business excellence with indigenous systems in defense area, innovation and competitive advantage. I have a very short presentation, but before I start the presentation, we need to get an understanding of the business in defense and aerospace. Data Patterns is a 30-plus-year-old company. It started small with 2 people with 11,000 rupees in our pocket. And that is how it started in Chennai. But one thing we said, we decided that we will build equipment in India, designed in India solutions. All of 30 years, we've been designing products in India, looking at some multinational products already being imported in India, and we've been doing that ever since. Matter of fact, about 30 years back, we designed our own software language called Data Patterns Multitasking Basic Interpreter Language, very similar to Hewlett-Packard's product at that time in automatic testing. So our journey has been long, and we've been building products ever since from inception. What's really happening today, in the last 20 odd years, we've been focused on electronic systems for defense and aerospace. This is the core area of business we are in today. And we got into this area when hardly anything was really being done in India. We were actually importing everything. But what we decided was build the parts, build the subsystems in India. Maybe one day we'll be a global organization. This is the thought with which we've been working for the last 20 odd years. Can I have the where is this? No, nothing is here. So one thing that's happened is today a substantial difference is there between how the industry is operating in defense and aerospace. The remote button is there? Okay. Okay. Yeah, give it to me. It's okay. Yeah. I'll do it. Yeah. So there's a sea change in the way we do things in India today. There's been enormous government motivation and leadership today and vision in changing the way we do things in India. Over the last 70 years, we've been only importing systems in India. Everything is imported, either directly from foreign countries, multinationals, defense equipment, or we had a number of public sector undertakings who are actually building products and transfer of technology. And then we had the defense research labs, again, Government of India owned, trying to develop products in India. But there hardly any private sector, hardly any industry. Industry actually supporting government initiatives in these areas. And I just heard, read in newsprint about 3-4 days back that our Prime Minister was making an address, and he was saying that, India in defense is become like drug addicts, got used to importing everything. I think we need to stop this culture, and we're going to make sure that we make systems in India and we can support the systems. With this energy, with this vision and the policy structure, substantive changes has happened now in the last few years. One is we can't directly buy from foreign multinationals. Industry only tender, quotes to tenders in India. That's a major change. And 8 years back, I could have never accessed a tender in India. We can't even, it's not accessible to us. Today, only we can access it, along with the post-public sector, all the defense industries in India, but Indian industries can access tenders. Then they brought in a whole lot of other rules like Make One and Make Two. This is to ensure that Indian industry designs and develops products on its own. And they brought in a sea change by saying a mandatory 50% Indian value add has to be there. These kind of changes or policy directives suddenly has opened up the Indian industry. The Indian industry capital equipment is more than 1 lakh crore of procurement every year. And it just opened a huge business model, an opportunity for Indian vendors and Indian organizations to build and innovate and scale. It is possible now. This has been our dream all along for the last 20 odd years. And what we've been doing is spending time developing parts and subsystems and designing component and equivalent parts to see that we can address this opportunity as when it happens. but we are ahead of the curve, building products on our own. Today, the need has come to build global Indian businesses for defense and aerospace. That is the theme of today's topic, build business excellence in global. And our topic today is in defense and aerospace, where we've been working for the last 30 years. So how do we do this? How do we build global defense organizations? We do it by building our IP, designed in India IP. It doesn't happen by importing subsystems, getting transfer of technology, make that system available here, and then try to build it. That is going to be a model which is not sustainable. Again, the whole morning we've been listening to the IS officer and others talking about growth, but sustainable growth, scale with sustainability. You want to do that, you can't do this where IP doesn't belong to you. You need to have the IP. The innovation here comes from having an IP. Innovation is having processes. So first we need to start our own product. Second, you need to build full systems here. You can't be only part of a system, be a subcontractor or a part manufacturer, especially in an environment when Army, Navy and Air Force buys aircraft, buys guns, buys radars. They don't buy part of a radar or part of an aircraft. They buy the entire equipment for use, and that is the major portion what we import. So we need to build complete equipment, buy the missile. So we can't be do part of a missile. Yes, it is needed to do part to do an overall system, but this is where the main aim is going to be, build the complete system. You can't build the complete system yourself. You collaborate and create an Indian ecosystem, a defense ecosystem. This is the path. You have to Europe, they have an ecosystem. You have US, you have an ecosystem. There's a defense ecosystem. We need to emulate and build our own ecosystem. You cannot expect to be world leaders by having parts and imported and assembled systems here. That's not a sustainable growth pattern. We need to build a defense ecosystem. Once the system is done, tested, field validated, the same can be exported. You can only export your IP. You can't export somebody else's IP. These are realities which everybody is aware of, but the realities were not with us for the last 70 years. Today, the process has been enabled that you can address the realities and see what is it, then where is it you want to go. What do we do in data patterns? Since I don't want to take a long lecture, 30-year history, so I can keep on talking about data patterns. This is not the intent. So I wanted to be clips with only 3-4 examples of what we've done. And I think this is a show opener to say what others should do in trying to build a sustainable, innovative defense organization. Today, we have about 900 people working with us. We're based in Siriseri in Chennai, IT Park. We have a facility here. We are building a second infrastructure now. We went public last December. So because all the motivation is there, the opportunities are very high. So we're going to build an organization now. We have about 450, 480 engineers working with us. We design everything. We design the hardware, we design the software, we design the mechanical enclosures, we design the IP, we design the algorithms, we design end systems. So we integrate it, and these are all on electronic systems. We build complete systems. So this is what we do, and we've been doing this in parts and pieces because India did not, at 20 years back, did not have the opportunity for us to build the system ourselves. So we had to work with the government agency to build parts of a system. We use the subcontractors, custom development. But what we did is went around looking at the full system equipment, what all we can do so that tomorrow we can build the full equipment. Towards this, we do an extensive amount of products. We have more than 2,000 different kinds of products designed and made in India. So this is what we do. This not happening. Yeah, okay. It's come up differently. Okay, so how do you build a system level products? Initially you start with subsystems, and when defense, there was no opportunity for us to build systems because we are importing all the systems. So what we decided with the goal that we need to build end systems, we went around non-defense equipment. Let's say, take a example is radars. We upgraded all the radars of ISRO, Department of Space. After launch, 2,000 kilometers, you need to track the missile, track the launch vehicle, which is rocket which is flying. So they had imported all the radars earlier, and they're old. So we said we'll compete with them and then build all of those systems. Every radar now is tracking radars done in ISRO is all upgraded by us, our systems. Make full radars. We then built surveillance radars for ISRO, non-defense. weather radars for X and C band, big radars for weather. This one is put in NIOT in Pallikarnai here. Our system designed for ISRO is put in IMD. So we said, first get a competency to build complete systems. They did not give us a lot of money, but we built a competency model that we can build end systems. That is what we started doing. And once we did this, an MOD opened up and said, now Indians can code. 2014 December, we had an inquiry. This inquiry is published, open tender, to try to deliver precision approach radars for Army, Air Force, and Navy. This is for their assisted landing of fighter aircrafts in all weather situations, where your normal typical aircrafts cannot handle it. You need radars to handle this kind of emergency situation you have to land. This is a defense requirement. We didn't have the radar, so the normal option is try to import, get technology, manufacture it here. This is the typical way we do this, because otherwise you need to build a radar and demonstrate. This is the only option we have. Is this opportunity is opened up. The only thing we've been working for 20 years is to design systems. So we took that risk. We said we'll design the radar ourselves. So we designed the radar in 18 months. And as per MOD tender, what we need to do is you have to demonstrate the radar before technically you are evaluated. The full parameters of the system has to be demonstrated. So we have to install it in Vizag, the Naval Air Base. Went through full flight trials with the advanced jet trainer, and thank God we cleared the trials. 4 days of trials, of course, nerve-wracking ending for us, but real. And then we won a contract for 380 crores. So what really happened is this has been an Indian IP, developed in India, designed in India for Indian requirements. We did this. Now we had an inquiry from a NASA country to make a smaller radar like that. We partnered with the NASA company, make a smaller radar. We just been declared 2 weeks back as the lowest code for a NASA requirement, NATO country, a NATO country where we should be exporting the radar to us. So this is a cycle, one example. I have a couple of more examples of what we can do. You need to, commit yourself to your ideas and thoughts, build programs and products. In the defense market is huge now, but then we can start making a dent, and a sizable dent is possible with what we're doing here. So this is example number one. This is the radar which is there. This is about 10 tons of metal, again designed in-house, and we did this. The second example is that we work with DRDO. Electronic warfare is a very closely held topic. They import the full systems. Design is not very easily available. DRDO is working on some programs. We work very closely with them for us 14 years. Designed each part of it, designed each IP in it. Now we build the full system, and we developed the radar warning receiver, the electronic intelligence, which is all airborne and ground-based systems, where we can listen in to find out where the enemy aircrafts are, or enemy target radars are. So this is done fully with DRDO. 100% development is done, and by chance it also flew during the Balakot strike, when it is installed in the early warning radar, which is the Netra, the aircraft which you see at the right side. We do all of those systems of ground and air. From any communication we can entrap, acquire, find direction, where it's coming from, and later probably jam it. So that is a requirement of electronic warfare. So we built the systems, we built the electronic intelligence systems. Now that system is now flying in LCA, light combat aircraft hours. It flew, electronic intelligence unit flew in a Dornier aircraft, which is going to get upgraded for Navy. Hopefully we should get some additional orders for all the naval upgrades. So we're trying to put a system in Sukhoi 30, which is going to be large numbers. All this flight testing has happened. Now again, the products has been designed in India, built in India. And how do we now scale it to a sustainable business? Here is where I was hoping our Director Ops is going to be here with me, and our Secretary Defense Production is going to be right in the dais. Unfortunately, is delayed, and maybe I'll take the lecture again back to him. Together the leadership is here. In this dais is supposed to be here. Take the leadership. Excellent. So I will anyway try. I understand. No problem. I'll go and personally meet him. See, what we are supposed to do is, the first thing is build the equipment here, see that it is validated, Second thing is to build the entire equipment and form an ecosystem. This is where we need leadership. We have competencies, but we need leadership. If that is possible, and we can collaborate, let's say, and other platform manufacturers, we have enormous number of old aircrafts in the country, enormous number. And we have also a number of aircraft, different types and different kinds. And electronics is a commodity which is prone to obsolescence. So you need to upgrade. The airframe always flies, the electronics don't fly. So there's enormous opportunity, enormous potential of business to try to upgrade these systems jointly with the platform manufacturer. If we can collaborate, we can give indigenous systems. What's really today happening is they try to import it as a technology transfer, build the systems here. This is not a sustainable growth model. We need to build systems here, validate it, once validated, integrate it, get an ecosystem done in India. I think that is a sustainable model. And once that is done, this can get exported. Because like India, we have a number of countries who got Russian aircrafts. All of them require upgrades. There are a lot of business requirement, not just in India, but outside India. And morning session, we are saying we need to be export friendly. We need to export more. It will take care of GDP growth. All this has to be done. It can be done with Indian competencies here, and there is a market outside. As long as India embraces it, the potential is so huge in India, market is so huge, we automatically became a big player in the country. You can be a big player outside India. So this is the second portion. I'm not talking about to be done. Already we have started doing it. Not doing it with the government agency, but with the private platform manufacturer. They're developing a surveillance UAV for exports. So initially they went around looking at European equipment to fit into a surveillance UAV. UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. It's a fixed wing aircraft which will fly long endurance to say that you can pick up enemy signals and see what is really happening around on the border areas. Now they got a relay radio which you can communicate. They had a problem with the European system. Specs were not getting. So when they talked to us, we said, yes, we'll design it for you. We already have designed the software-defined radio fighter aircrafts. It's going to be flight tested in LCA coming weeks. It will probably go into other aircrafts as going along, including the Ornia fixed wing and fighter and rotary wing aircrafts. This has been done with DRDO. Full design done by whatever is import cable, same specifications are done with Indian encryption possible in this. So this has been delivered and it's been flight tested. So we said we'll modify it, put the algorithms, put all the communication protocols and give it to them. So this will be ready in the next 3 to 4 months of the delivery. Identify friend of foe. This is an equipment which is already done by us. That is also getting fitted. We're delivering next week to them. Then they wanted the electronic intelligence, supposed to be coming from the US, the pod-mounted electronic intelligence systems and the communication intelligence for surveillance requirement. That is why the aircraft is flying, to gather the intelligence, and they want the equipment to actually fit the aircraft. Now they are here and talk to them. We should be finalizing the equipment requirements and give the system, because all the systems are available here with us. Now we fit it together. Then the data link. How do I communicate with high bandwidth data link for the aircraft? All of them are being designed in India. And this can be integrated into the aircraft. You do that, then we have this entire system. And where is it going? This is actually designed for export, not necessarily for India. So these are the kind of models I'm saying. If we can build, you want to build a sustainable business in defense and aerospace, it's possible. We have an enormous potential today in India because our government today has opened up the opportunity to Indian industry, which was hitherto not available. This opportunity is big. But what we need to do is build Indian IT, build Indian systems, and build an ecosystem to see that we address the opportunity and then make it scalable, make it exportable. Everybody talks about our demographic dividend. This morning also we talked about it. We have abundance of competent people here. What we lack is leadership. Sustain them, train them. We are recruiting more than 150 engineers every year. Of course, we lose engineers because they become trained manpower to multinationals and other companies. However, we continue to take people and then recruit people and then train them. We do this as a process. We build IP, and what we need to do Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do, once you have an IP and a product, we need to scale. To do this, we need world-class processes, build capacity. This is what we're doing. Out of 900 people, more than 80 people in our office is in QA and QC. Business processes are being revamped. We have got a new board of directors who have come with phenomenal experience. Again, this is one of the points which has been brought up to this, build a board and board-driven organization. Since we've gone public, we have excellent board who gives us, regularly, discuss on processes, sustainability, necessary infrastructure. We're scaling the production. We're doubling our capacity. We're creating a lot of capability in Chennai to scale good book systems. So we're doing that. So this is the second part. Build your IP, build your product, and then this is all we're happening. We're ahead of the curve. We started building early, but today the market is large. Huge market is accessible to us. There's an enormous vision in India to make these possible. So this is what we do. I think we're going to address the market. It is not us. There are a number of other companies like us. We're going to embrace these opportunities India has just thrown upon to us, and then build a sustainable defense industry, which is export. Not only take care of our armed services, but also export, because the size is large. Okay, this is what we do. And thank you for the opportunity. And always we go with this tagline for the last 25 years, made in India with pride. We continue to say that, because that is what is keeping us going. Thanks a lot. Thank you for listening to us. Okay. Right.
Check, sound check. Yes, so now we're going to open the session for any 2 questions from the audience. Yes, you can raise your hand and we'll have the mic next to you. Yes, sir.
Number one. And number two is, they speak of robo soldiers in inhospitable terrains like Ladakh and say Siachen or whatever. How effective are they? Why I'm asking you is there is a report that you and L&T are the bidders and have won the bid for some unmanned tank. So that's why I'm asking you this.
Okay, first part of the question. We have traditionally been importing products, defense systems in India, and these are coming from essentially Western countries, Russia, and recently from Israel. We've been importing a lot. So on competencies and capabilities, Western countries, Russia and Israel are very much ahead of us. Obviously China, but we don't buy from China. There is a gap, but this gap can be quickly closed with today's technology available and accessible to all of us, and market opportunity opening up. I think in the next 10 to 15 years, 20 years, we'll see substantive changes. What's going to happen in the Indian defense industry? So we will catch up and we will scale. And there are a number of other countries who need products from us. We can export those products. Enormous opportunities. We have enough competencies here to address that. Second part is we've not announced this, but some news leak has happened yesterday that we were L1 in a auto loader for an autonomous tank, which is being designed in India, CVRD here. We were L1, about 36 crores we have quoted, and I'm not supposed to actually say it because city guidelines are very clear. So unless the contract comes, we're not supposed to say, but now it has become public news. So we are building a autonomous loader. This is one of the contracts. But more importantly, we're expecting several hundred crore contracts from radars, from BrahMos, the Philippines order, which is exported. We do the fire control system in BrahMos. So we're going to sign a number of contracts going along. Because we can't give details now. It will get listed, given to SEBI as and when. But yes, we are working on a number of programs like that.
How effective is the robo soldier?
This is, see, we do part of it. Some control systems we will do, but I don't build the soldier robot myself. So
China has, they say China has got it in LAC and
we
that's
can build it. See, it is not a lack of competence. We can do this. See, defense systems have been difficult to address because today, you know, these things are going to happen. You will see this happen in the next 10 years in India quite a lot. Earlier, when you go for defense equipment, you need to have a product go through the very trying field evaluation trials and validation process of build standard. All this were necessary. And you're not sure at the end of the day you're going to get an order. Because then it goes to tender process. Tender process takes 5 to 7 years. So a whole lot of stuff happens in the 5 to 7 years. Now the process have changed. They have IDEX contests, which and then Startup India contests in defense. These are all unheard of 1 year back. So now they're giving up these kind of solutions, these kind of problems which you are raising. These are all come up now. Any one small organization, startup organization can then say, yes, I'm willing to do this, and it's funded. Take one programs get funded. There's a development funding available with DRDO. Up to 50 crores of funding is possible for any program. 10 crores it was last year. Now it's 50 crores. You can apply, get a fund. You have so much of proposals of what you want. This can be considered by the Indian government, and then funding can happen for you to build it. So when opportunities like this is possible and available for investment, risk money is available for investment, I think innovation will happen. Business will happen because need is being created and needs is being created for you to build the need. Competency has always been with us. India has enormous competency. Trust me.
Thank you. Mr. Rangarajan, I compliment you for an excellent presentation and I congratulate you for saving a lot of foreign exchange for the country, which is a very valuable resource. My point is, whether do you get adequate support from the government and the government incentives in terms of monetary and non-monetary support, whether you are able to mobilize one. And do you have plans to do it for foreign countries, export your technology, export your products and services? And you said about identifying a friend or foe. How is it possible? In 2-3 lines, if you can say, we are very curious to know that. And this defense corridor, which is coming up in Chennai, which is a very great boon for us. Are you able to see a big future for Chennai in that context? And could you highlight about your competitors if possible? And highlight the virgin areas of defense production. Thank you.
Okay, let's take question 1. Monetary and non-monetary support from government. For smaller schemes, monetary support is available. There is also a technology development fund, which can go up to 10, like I said, 10 to 50 crores is possible. There is sponsored programs by government. You can apply for them. They have a list in which they need development design, and you can offer it and then get selected a development partner. You can do it. You can give so much a proposal which can get confirmed or accepted by the government, DRDO, and then you can have this available to you and develop the products as you go along. So some form of funding is available. And regarding non-monetary support, see, it's always been very difficult. See, government, defense is shrouded by secrecy. All of us know this. Under official secret acts, it's very difficult to do this. So getting into an army base or an air force base and get access to the equipment was always very troublesome. And if I build, let's say, a radar warning receiver which has to go in fighter aircraft, unless I prove in the fighter aircraft, Air Force will not buy the equipment for me. Now, how do I prove in the fighter aircraft? More than the equipment cost, the fighter aircraft trial costs far more. And yes, we sustain trial because unless you try it out, you don't know the problems in software. The hardware will work, software will have issues and small bugs will be there. This has been corrected over 10 or 15 shortkeys. It takes a lot of money and government support. Earlier days, it was all very tough. Only 2 days back, I had a long chat in Delhi with defense, with the Deputy Chief of Air Staff, who is responsible, he's number 3, responsible for all procurement. And I was telling him these are the kind of issues. He said, no, come here, give me a proposal, either with HL, without HL, you come, we'll give you aircraft. We will support you in this because we are also tired of importing. We will support you. So there is a totally different approach towards Indian systems and a support mechanism which is now happening in the last 2-3 years and seeing. There's a sea change happening in the government circles and support is happening, both monetary in some level, non-monetary. They are talking, we need to exercise that, go through the process, write to them, see how far it goes. But I think they are serious. As long as you have serious products, they are not wasting their time. It costs enormous money and time to go through all these trials. I'm sure there is an opening today, and we will access the opening. Second, do you export also? We do export in a small way. We export about 10 to 15% of what we do, but we don't export what is called as build to print. That is their design manufacturing. That's a low cost, a low value addition product. We don't do that. We build our own IP and product. We sell it abroad. We have one successful model which we've done with a company called Leonardo, which is in UK. We have developed the signal processor for airborne radar, all the airborne radars. That radar also goes into Predator, which India wants to buy. So it's going to happen probably. India is going to plan to buy 10 Predators, in which case our signal processor will come back to India. But now it's going along with the radar, it's going worldwide, not come to India as yet. We delivered the 100th signal processor last month. So there's a small export you're doing. We did some exports to South Korea on a radar simulator. We now quoted an L1 in a precision approach radar for an Hungarian requirement. So which is be designed in India product. So we're looking at some options like that and how to export systems. Yes, we're starting, but it's starting small. Moment we build full systems, this will take on a larger landscape is what we think. You had 5 questions and I don't remember all of them. That is the last question, which I keep for last. Friend of O. See, Friend of O is a product. Basically, you need to know when you're flying, let's say, on an aircraft, your radar picks up a whole lot of signals. Missiles are picked up, other ground-based radars are picked up. Then the other fighter aircrafts, their nose cone, the radars are picked up. So many come as dots on your screen. If you want to go in a dog war, you want to, let's say, fire. And today, you look at your missiles, these are all what is called beyond visual range missiles. That you can go 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers. You can't see 50 kilometers in the sky with your naked eye. So you don't see it, you only see the spots. But you want to fire at them, you lock it and then fire. When you fire a missile, you don't know whether you're hitting your own aircraft or enemy aircraft. So post World War II, they have been having what is called an IFF, friend of identifier. There have been protocols on Mark 10, Mark 11, Mark 12, Mark 12A, etc. Which there are encrypted signals which is fitted into every aircraft, every radar. So you interrogate the enemy aircrafts on a common signal, and if you do not have the encrypted code to respond to you, then you know he's not your friend, he's a foe. Friends respond, so you can knock off. So then the radar automatically knocks off those signals, saying that these are not the enemies, and it illuminates the enemies, so you can then target them and fire. So this is a hardware and a software piece which sits in every aircraft, every ship, every mobile equipment which you want, and on the aircrafts also. So all this is all fitted, and there is a NATO code which will say the NATO countries will co-recognize there as friends and they will not fire. Non-NATO countries, they have their own protocols on which they define who is an enemy, who is a foe. So this is how it works. A fourth question, you had something. Competition. Pardon? Virgin areas. Virgin areas. We work. We want, like we said, this particular seminars on innovation. So we've always been fond. We worked with ISRO for 30 years. The launch countdown facility in Sriharikota is designed by us. This is like 20 years back. It's operational now. All launch countdown happens to that with no annual maintenance contract. We do almost all the test systems for ISRO for the launch vehicle operation. More than 95% is supplied by us, designed by us, and without tendering. It's a rate contract with the Department of Space. So our association with space is very long and very cherished. So we've always wanted to build our own satellite. So 7 years back, we started our own building satellite competency. We built our own nano satellite. We launched it. We're doing a couple of satellites for other colleges and government agencies. Small little nano satellite. But the only thing is we designed the satellite as a defense satellite to scale as a technology demonstrator. It's a fully redundant satellite. Everything is redundant. The ground station designed by us. Now our idea is to build India's defense satellites. We want to export these competencies and products as a full system, including ground station. The nano satellite launched by ISRO is fully ours. We know almost everything in the hardware is ours. Ground station is ours as a single vendor. So it is proven space performance is there. We try to do something in those areas. We want to build full equipment, our own competencies. So we want to, these are all areas which people talk about, but nobody has delivered a product we have. So these are unique capabilities which we want to exploit and build, because these are all space assets are going to be very, very important as we go along. Defense is not only for communication, but also defense. So we want to make a mark in this from India. So that is one area. I have a number of ideas like this, but that is one of them we're working on where a lot of investments are made. The fourth is in competition. India is a large country. Everybody is a competitor. It's a very tough business. And it is tougher because we've been importing for 70 years. There's enormous presence of imported systems in India, and we are starting late. So obviously, what you're doing here is not done first time in the world. It's already been done and already, proven. So the multinationals you can collaborate with or treat them as competitors. So you can start from there. Then the PSUs who are here, all my friends must be here from HIL. So we are, they build these systems. Sometimes we collaborate, sometimes we compete. Similarly, then in private sector, a number of companies, L&T, Tata, all the big corporates on big systems. Again, they also collaborate, and the smaller company. This is a large landscape.
Congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a
Thank
very
you so
small
much.
question.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir. We have our secretary joining us. So give us a few minutes, we'll take your question.
Thank
Just
you.
give us a
Thank
few
you.
minutes. So I request you to make yourself comfortable here on the chair, on the dais, sir, please. So we're going to have our additional secretary who will be joining us virtually in another few seconds. But meanwhile, I would like to welcome our other two speakers onto the dais. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Dr. Manikandan Swaminathan, the CEO of Pentagon Rugged Systems India Private Limited. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the gentleman on stage, who has over 2 decades of experience with dedicated R&D, delivered various rugged MIL grade systems, simulators, executed turnkey projects, and total solution for various military applications. He designed and developed indigenously products to defense, not only build the system, but also the confidence in the minds of the users and customers that indigenous system development is the best and only solution forever in the interest of nation. A very warm welcome and thanks for being here, sir. Our next speaker for the day is going to be Dr. D.K. Sunil, who's the General Manager of SLRDC and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Can we all have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman on stage? He is the General Manager of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, a Navaratna PSU under the Ministry of Defense Goal, the one of the oldest and the largest aerospace and defense manufacturers in the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, he is set to be our next director of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and will be a member of the board of directors and will report to the chairman and the managing director. Please join me in congratulating him in taking over as the director of one of the India's leading Maharatna company, and we wish him all success. Dr. Sunil is an engineering graduate, Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Osmania University and a postgraduate in engineering, MTech, from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He has also done PhD in electronics from the University of Hyderabad. Indeed, it's our pleasure to have them on stage with us. And now we take the pleasure to welcome our Mr. Sanjay Jaju, the IAS Additional Secretary, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, who's going to be joining us virtually. Well, he doesn't need an introduction, but nevertheless, Mr. Jaju is a senior officer of Indian Administrative Service and is responsible for the policies that bring in investments and growth in defense and aerospace sector to advance the Make in India resolve. He has also been instrumental in setting up the Defense Innovation Organization for creating collaborative platforms for startup to meet defense requirements. He successfully led the Corporation of Ordnance Factory Board for a long pending reform and has been the founding director of the National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. He has a diverse experience in urban infrastructure, civil supplies, education, and tribal welfare domains. He has been an ardent advocate of IT for development and governance, successfully leading various projects including Me Seva, Inam Pro, Efroncon, and Defixin, the year 2021, many of which have been awarded the National E-Governance Award by the Government of India. So here we have the gentleman virtually joined us. It's over to Mr. Sanjay Jaju. Can we have one round of applause for the gentleman who has taken time and joined us virtually? Here? A very
Good
warm
morning.
welcome.
I hope I am audible, and you might have some disturbances because I'm actually also moving in the car. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. So thanks a lot to Mr. Kapoor and the Institute of Directors. I had plans to come to Chennai and attend the program today, but unfortunately, because of the commitments in the Parliament at work, I was not able to make it. But I'm very happy to share with you the transformational stories that are going on in India, especially in the defense design and manufacturing segments. Friends, all of you are aware that we have a huge military, and we also have huge requirements for our military, for their augmentation and for their modernization. For decades, we had made ourselves completely dependent on foreign technologies and equipment. And I think all of you would agree that a truly self-reliant and a powerful military or a powerful nation cannot sustain itself on the basis of what it procures from outside and keeps it in the inventory. The strength of a military or a strength of a nation actually comes on the basis of the strength of the industrial production ecosystem that's behind them and backing them. It's with this particular objective that this entire plan to have Atmanirbharta in defense started. And when we say Atmanirbharta does not just mean making in India, but Atmanirbharta also extends to the realm of technologies. So it's actually designing, developing, and manufacturing in India. Manufacturing in India, for India, and manufacturing in India for meeting the requirements of our friendly foreign nation. The most dynamic phases of transformation going on in the country's defense production ecosystem. I can cite an example. About 5 years back, procurement used to be 30% domestic and 70% foreign. And now this entire coin has been flipped. You might have seen in the budget announcement, 68% of our domestic requirement for defense would now be met from the domestic sources. And where does this confidence come to us from? If I had to use a phrase, I would say this confidence actually comes in from self-belief. All of you would agree that, when the country was suffering with COVID, and the entire world was actually afflicted with COVID. To start with, we didn't even have the PPE kits, testing kits, and least of all, even the vaccines. And now you are where you have been able to design, develop, and manufacture and provide vaccines of different types and generations to your citizens, and not just to your citizens, to meet the requirements of the world as well. How has it come about? This has come about because of self-belief. Belief that we are next to none. We can develop, design, and manufacture systems and platforms to meet the requirements of our country. And it is in this regard that, there are parallels which one can draw between the defense ecosystem and the ecosystem that got created for COVID. So now what has happened is over a period of time, the self-belief has led us to various programs. And I'll talk about a very important program, fondly call it IDEX, that is Innovations for Defense Excellence. And as part of Innovations for Defense Excellence, when the program was launched 4 years back by the Honorable Prime Minister, he understood that the growing startup ecosystem in our country does not have any access to the defense establishment. And we wanted to create a bridge between the startups and the military requirements. And friends, it's 4 years now. In fact, IDEX has become one of our flagship initiatives in not just bringing startups close to the defense establishment, but at the same time, it has actually been instrumental in instilling self-belief that the startups in our country, the MSMEs in our country, and obviously the larger companies in our country can design and develop and manufacture military systems and futuristic hardware required for our services. Today, if we look at IDEX, there are various kinds of systems like drones, counter-drone systems, artificial intelligence products that can match the world's best. In fact, some of these items have also started to get exported now from our country. And in these 4 years, many of these systems have also now become part of our procurement cycle. And because of this transformation that IDEX brought in, you might have seen that during the budget announcements this year, the Honorable Finance Minister announced that we are now going to open defense design to the industry. That means now the private sector can also design and develop systems to meet the requirement of our services. And friends, in this regard, I'd like to tell you that now we have multiple models in which the private industry is able to design and develop systems. And there is a separate chapter called as Make Chapter, which has been introduced in our defense procurement procedure. And it's bringing in great improvements in the way we used to look at the industry. In fact, when I was saying that 68% of our total procurement is now reserved for the domestic industry, within that also a specific portion, that is 25% of it, has now actually been set apart for the private sector. And the objective is to bring in private sector into defense design and manufacturing so that the efficiencies and the gains that the private sector could give could be dovetailed to meet the requirement of our military. In this regard, we have the Ordnance Factory Board, which used to run 41 factories. And as was indicated in the beginning, last year a decision was taken to convert them into companies. So now we have these 41 factories, and they have been brought together into 7 new companies that have been created. And the idea is to provide them autonomy, corporate governance, and with this also bring accountability and improvement in the performance. With this, the entire spectrum of our defense manufacturing is now undergoing a huge change. Some more numbers, if I had to give it out to you. In 2014, the number of companies that had taken license for defense manufacturing used to be 200. And today, we have 600 companies that have taken license for defense manufacturing. At the same time, our defense exports, which used to be a paltry 1,500 crores 4 years back, today have touched 13,000 crores. It's almost a 9-fold increase. All this has become possible because of the strength of our industry, the efforts being made in by the industry. And when I say industry, which has a very robust mix of public and private sector, small and big. And I'm sure this decade is going to be a hugely important decade for furthering the goals of self-reliance that we have in defense. Besides this, we are also looking at various other segments. We know that we have many years to catch up when it comes to the kinetic part of the military segments. So our focus now is on the non-kinetic and the non-contact segments. And it's here that our prowess in software and coupled with the efforts being made to further electronics manufacturing in our country can provide us that competitive edge, which is required for us to become the global market leaders. So all this, friends, is the kind of story that I wanted to tell to all of you. And it's important that the confidence that the government has on the Indian industry is, and the opportunities being given out by the system now to the Indian industry are made use of. And I'm sure with these opportunities coming in and with the efforts being made in by the Indian industry, our defense and our country's defense and our country's military upgradation and its requirements would not just be dependent on foreign technologies, and it would really be a huge paradigm change in the way we used to look at our Indian industry. So once again, my apologies for not making it there, and I wish all of you success during the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanju, sir. We have a question for you.
Yeah.
What strategies should the industry players keep in mind to align with the PM's vision of shifting India's move from being the biggest defense importer to become one of the top exporters?
So it's a good question. Defense, I also would like to, bring in a bit of a caution. Defense, unlike any other sector, is a monopsony. You have a single buyer. That's the military here and maybe military outside our country. So, of course, there are certain products which are not available off the shelf. So when you develop a domestic industry, you have to design the systems, develop the systems, get them tested, get them certified. So it's a gestation period. There is some process which is involved. So it's always important when you get into the segment like defense to have some patience. At the same time, it's important that we don't lose track of the technologies which are evolving at a much faster pace. So I think it's in this context when I mentioned the non-kinetic segments. I think it's in these non-kinetic segments that we can look at staying ahead of the curve. I mean, this is where that the latest technologies in artificial intelligence. Recently, 75 products which are artificial intelligence-driven products for defense were launched by the Raksha Mantri 10 days back, and there are many more in the offing now. You have drones and the counter drones being produced within the country. You have a lot of communication systems now being designed and developed by the industry in the country. So I think these are the domains which are possibly still raw, and where possibly we can make use of the inherent advantages that we have, and we can try and aspire to become the market leaders. I think it's the right selection of the area and the requirements of the military, and having faith in your abilities, creating proper teams, and make use of the available programs that you have, programs like IDEX, programs like MAKE, where we actually provide even funding for research and development. I think some of these programs could be dovetailed for meeting the requirements of the industry, and I think this possibly is the way forward.
Thank you so much for answering it, sir. We'll take one question from the audience, if you permit. Can we, sir? Can we take one question from the audience? Am I audible, sir?
I'm okay. All
right, great. So we'll have one question from the audience. Anyone who'd like to ask a question, you can put your hands up and we'll have the mic next to you. Anyone? Okay, we'll just stick to one question per person. Let's not have multiple questions. So please, yeah.
Good day to you, sir. This is Neelakantan of Doordarshan. I just have a small question to you. Of course, if I'm going to think about it deeply, it's really intimidating. In terms of intellectual property and in terms of cyber security, how are you going to defend ourselves in terms of our product innovation and getting into the subject?
So when I said non-kinetic and non-contact, I really wanted to talk about segments like cyber. That's what I'm saying. The nature of warfare is changing. Future wars are not going to be fought on conventional lines. Asymmetry is has now become the real king when it comes to fighting modern wars. And you would realize that domains like cyber security, etc., cyber invasions, even putting in malwares into our system would be good enough in comparison to launching missiles, etc. So when you say non-kinetic, non-contact, you're talking about such domains. And I think it is in this that you will have to bring in investments, and that's where I think our industry has, because of the progress in the softwares, we are one of the global powerhouses when it comes to software, and the advances that are coming in our electronics will come in very handy. And even artificial intelligence also is one of the important segments which can also help us in our cyber security. In fact, there are companies now which have also started to work on quantum encryption, and there is a startup which is doing a great work in IDEX on quantum encryption. I think some of these technologies would have to be brought into play if we have to prepare our country for the next decades.
Thank you so much, sir. We have one more question from the member. So under your aegis, a new concept of IDEX has been introduced. Would you like to share some key features of this program?
So IDEX, as I was mentioning during the course of my conversation, is called as Innovations for Defense Excellence. It was launched in 2018, and now it has grown into a huge organization and a framework which is allowing our startups to partner with the defense establishment. As part of IDEX, you might have all seen that we launched something called as Defense India Startup Challenge. We have so far run 7 rounds of Defense India Startup Challenge, in which more than 2,000 startups from all over the country have participated. After they participate, we look at their proof of concept, and then if the proof of concept is acceptable, then we enter into a contract with them. And this contract entitles them to a complete incubation support in terms of some grant money, plus at the same time support in terms of getting them connected to the defense establishment, giving them access to the testing infrastructure, and finally, if their product is successfully completed, providing them entry into the procurement framework of the defense. So very happy to tell you that as I speak today we have signed the 100th contract for a technology and a product in IDEX. And this is only a beginning. We intend to scale up IDEX to 2,000 contracts by 2024. We also have started to procure from the IDEX startups. And when I say startups, I'm not limiting myself to startups. The startups, MSMEs, innovators, academic institutions, all such candidates apply when it comes to IDEX. And now we already have a huge IDEX pipeline available. DIS 6 was recently completed. DIS 7, something called as Sprint, IDEX Sprint, which has been launched recently by Honorable Prime Minister. 75 new challenges for Indian Navy have been launched. So there are multiple opportunities being opened up, and there's plenty for everybody, as I can say that. And I'd like to implore the startups and the industry to make use of all these opportunities and try and get connected to the defense establishment. And when I say defense, you should know the kind of numbers which are around. Our total annual capital procurement is in the excess of 1 lakh crores. So if 1 lakh crore of the amount is available for the domestic industry, you can understand the kind of ecosystem that we can build around it. So it's a huge money available. Of course, you have the bigger players, the public sector companies, which are right now taking away a huge chunk. But I think in future, as non-kinetic segments prosper and progress, you would realize that startups and the other players will also start taking a major share out of it. And I think it's important that we start making use of these opportunities and not just further our own business development goals. At the same time, all this is in the in our march towards national security, and nothing can be beyond this particular call of duty.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for answering the questions.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Dr. Kapoor and the Institute of Director for providing me this opportunity. Hope to see all of you again, and hope to get many of you join the defense bandwagon. And we're at your beck and call to support you in your endeavors, to further your business interests. And with that, we will be able to also serve our national interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaju, once again for joining us by taking off your precious time for us. So now I take the pleasure to welcome Dr. Manikandan Swaminathan, the CEO of Pentagon Rugged Systems India Private Limited, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Vanakkam. It's not working. It's working. Good afternoon. I know it's very difficult, for all of you to take out your eyes after the wonderful product presentation and, introduction about the defense. And of course, our additional director, defense production, Sanjay Jajuji. It's always, the moral of the story is to begin with, if you want to do business with the defense, you need to have two things. One is patience. The second one is more patience. I think, and the beauty is also, I should have sincerely appreciate the organizers. They have put me in between DPSU and the blossoming corporate. I only represent the SME, which is very difficult segment. Sir, you have achieved your target. IOD, I'm telling you, sir, because you are the one who brought me to this stage. Whether you like it or not, the evolution of weapons and the systems, before that, let me tell you a lot of similarities that Data Pattern and Pentagon carries together. I just don't want to represent my company, but let me represent the whole MSME as a whole. That gives me more pleasure to represent the MSMEs so that, we can get to know more about what are the difficulties that they face. More or less, you are, I think, 30 plus years, sir, actually. Yeah, 60 plus, sir. We are only 20. And I think we have to, organizers, they have filtered very nicely. To say so, whether you like it or not, the evolution of weapons systems over the year, it has forced a lot of changes upon us. I think you must have seen a lot of the kind of the war that it is you see over a period of time. It is the data, it is the information, and of course the system that we all support. Earlier it used to be, as rightly pointed out, it used to be an imported. Now it's Indian, which can understand our language also. The most of the time, general viewpoint is between the DPSUs and corporates. If you take, these two are very extreme end actually, and in defense I'm talking about. In between is what the MSME plays a role. The topic over today is leadership for business excellence and innovation. How many of you are MSMEs over here? I don't see a single hand rising. Please don't worry. I know I'm between the lunch and you, but still I try to complete as soon as possible. Only one? Sir. I am more worried about the participant than the government selection. Yeah. Wonderful. I think correct. Yes, sir. Yeah.
The participants from the MSc sector to hear them. So that is
Wonderful, sir. There are a lot of noticeable shift in the manufacturing in general and electronics per se, particularly not only because of the compulsion of Atmanirbhar or Make in India, but also with the current international situations that we are going through. We need to repeatedly seek from ourselves, are we indeed moving in the right directions and with the required momentum? If you ask me, my personal answer, yes. Basically, the defense sector is very tough. When we see from outside, but I think everybody should experience it. Only thing it calls for more quality standards and the kind of testing, validation, QC. You need to have a lot of things. It's not something like an FMCG where you buy and it's something like, life critical and time critical are the two things that I'm sure next speaker will take it up. Actually, he understands better. The most of the time it is MSME, defense MSME. Let me correct myself. That is the case. Then the defense manufacturing industries in general MSME. They are the one who are propelling the businesses and innovation per se. If you ask me, the innovation is out of passion that we need to understand. It doesn't come out of compulsion. It should be something like, one should feel for it. And you need a deep pocket also. Most of the time, government provides a lot of funding to the DPSUs and of course DRDOs. When it comes to the small segments like the defense MSMEs like us, where we feel the hope is little less and the trust is also little less. That needs to be the one that needs to be addressed. To say one thing is like, when we import a material, it used to be COC. Agreed, sir? But if we design and do, we'll have to follow the JSS Penta 5, the complete testing. And we'll have to face the dance and tune of DGQS. I'm sorry. And you will also come. I mean, US is different actually, because you are flying mechanism. The idea is to highlight what is that we can do and how we can improve the MSMEs in this particular sector. Like I always keep telling, business is not that makes more money. The one which makes more money is really a poor business. The one which makes more social cause and more innovation and more support to the society, when you give it back, probably I think now it's the buzzword is going is the ESG, like we say environment, social governance, which is going to be the order of the day, they say. If that is addressed and practice is something, I mean, the discipline and what you say, the quality is something which should be practiced on a daily basis to be part of the defense industry. If you miss even once, please understand we are playing with the life critical soldier who is at the, somewhere who is going to receive. The very thin layer of difference. It's not that they don't want to live, those who are in the border. It's not, they know that they can die, but the difference is they are willing to die for the nation. That's the only difference. They are willing to die for the nations. The systems and the procedures what we develop here is something that should support them, where they are putting their life in the front and all the machines are on the back end only, whether you like it or not. That's how the system works. I'll not take much time because, we have great other speakers. I just wanted to emphasize on 7 points where the success is a result of small and smart choices, which is completed consistently over a period of time. The 7 points that I wanted to make it before the panel and the government, I think the government is not there now. I thought I'll present it before, but in any case, the voice will reach if we can deliberate on the subject and if we can take it to the regulatory authorities. A, we need to build every sector with a dedicated action plan. B, bring in technologies and technical competence into the MSME. It's very typical. The way when SSI was much better than MSME. When moment you added MSME, it has become enterprise, but SSI we had industry. We will deliberate on that in the next session, sir. I have a lot of questions for you. Bring in technologies and technical competence into the SME such that they can, without faulting, participate in programs being run by the PSUs and the corporates. Point C, adopt and incorporate in our process and production methods and mechanism considered to be sole preserve of foreign companies and enterprises. Point D, bring in competence into our workforce by exposure to better work ethics and workplace attitudes in addition to higher technical knowledge. Point number E, we need to provide financial and infrastructural backup for MSMEs. That's one area. Again, I'm not sure if we have somebody we can discuss on that. Point F, it's time that we need to expand the CSR obligation of corporates and PSUs to MSME also. Please note, the corporate social responsibility of a corporate does not end with only the social. If you support one MSME, imagine the number of family that you are going to support in turn. Well, that's a very subjective and very policy decision also. Well, anyhow, the director-elect can also think about it. And definitely they can guide them and achieve the sustainable technology and standards meeting national and international expectations. 7th point, that is G point, we need to introduce environment, social governance, which is already a well-known concept in all the segments of the industry, tailored to suit the appetite and the aptitude of the concerned industry, which is more important. We cannot have a general, policy. Let me not take much time. I think I'm sure let me end this with a small Tirukural where I see, I find from Tirukural there is about the governance. வினைத்திட்பம் என்பது ஒருவன் மனத்திட்பம் மற்றைய எல்லாம் பிற. I think it's a very interesting the meaning of that Tirukural is only 2 lines. It's a wonderful. Let me Tamil, I think most of you must be knowing in Tamil, but let me translate in English. The meaning is firmness in action is one's firmness of mind. All other abilities are not of that nature. Friends, let's open up our arms to change without letting go our values, which is more important. We cannot miss the value at the same time. We can achieve the excellence in business and also create a world-class organization, what we are thinking and deliberating today. Thank you once again for a wonderful Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for a Thank you, sir, for a very valid observation. For the benefit of the audience, we have from the state government of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Siva Raja Amanathan, Mission Director and CEO, Startup TN from the state government. We'll be glad to know for the audience and quite relevant point made by you, sir, that he'll be here post lunch for the benefit of the audience. And the anticipated good question by the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take the seat? I have to stay here. If you have any questions.
Sure. Yes, so now we will have the Q&A open from the audience. So anyone who has a question for Mr. Manigandan can put your hands up and we will have the mic passed to you. All right, we have the gentleman there. Can you just pass the mic? One question, sir, not 5 questions. Only one per person, please.
Yeah. Okay, you have put what you call number of demands A to G. Most of them ought to be. You have put a number of demands or your anxieties A to G, but most of them seem to be on your part. That has to emanate on your part rather than getting support or facilitation from outside. So what is that you have done on all these A to G, which could have been easily done on your part rather than soliciting support from outside? Thank you.
Wonderful. I couldn't get your name, sorry.
I am Professor Venkateshwaran.
You are representing, sir?
I represent academia.
That's why the question is very tough. Academia, no, I mean, probably if you nurture an MSME, probably we will meet again after 6 months, sir. If you nurture an MSME, you will also realize whatever the 7 points that I have put. It is, I told you very clearly, I'm here to share my experience, not my product catalog. It's very simple. And also I'm representing an MSME, if you ask me. MSME per se, I mean, you want me to go detail into the 7, that will take a lot of time. We can. You ask me what is it I have done. Most of the time we will tell what we could not do and what we want to achieve. Right? In a public forum, we don't tell about ourselves what that we have done. Most of the time. Exceptions, we will leave it. Here in this case, to achieve the organizers' today's theme, you get my point. Today's theme, if in case we can give more importance towards those points, I'm sure down the line, MSME is actually contributing close to 45% to the GDP. You're right, you agree with me, but you will be more with the statistics. We will be more with the practical experience. That's the only difference. We'll have to bridge, we have no option. So, most of the time, if you ask me, we have certain, what you call, difficulties. Let's not go deep into it. Every state government comes with a single window system, but with multiple doors. Agreed? Now, if you agree, you have to give me a big round of applause. Otherwise, I will not get inspiration. Right, sir? So, I think I would rather love to interact with you personally rather than going deep into that 7 what you call, it's an expectation which we need to deliberate and ensure that we make. So I told you about an important point that, what you call PSUs and larger corporates should also look into CSR. CSR, what we do most of the time, we look at the nearest village or where we adopt and we do a lot of social activities. Agreed, sir? Why not we take up one MSME who is really in trouble and who is having excellent skill? Why do we look at him for dying? That is also, but now the question comes, if I moment say, I'm sure finance minister is not here. What happens then? It is a policy subject. It's a policy matter. How do you address that actually? Then that becomes a big issue. Democratic country, sir, one thing, sir, we wanted five-year plan to plan the 5-year plan. Agreed? You say agreed. Thank you. I think you're not read completely, right? So the idea is very simple, sir. MSME, I take a lighter side. CSR, they are not beyond the society. MSME, whether you like it or not, they repay the loan. In 3 months, you become NPA if you don't serve the interest. Agreed? Slightly go a little above and see. I'm not questioning both the sides. I'm just throwing the question to you only. What happens? What is the turnaround time for any order that we take, sir? 6 months? You said 5 years. I have an experience of 7 years. That's what I said at the opening remark. I said, you need to have 2 things, patience and more patience. Sorry, sir. Most of the MSMEs they become. That is where I request, let's have the CSR also. CSR came with a lot of ventilators, oxygen concentrators, yes or no? What happened that 2 years? What happened to the MSMEs? Did we go back and retrospected our thought? You just go down and see, sir, what happened to the MSME who was running a small lathe machine shop and doing a small, item to public sectors. Can be IOD or HAL, whoever it is. Did you? No. And I have done is past tense. I'm telling you. Okay.
Just to add to his issues, all of us have gone through MSMEs. Like I started with 11,000 bucks in the pocket and went through development. So we all have problems. See what happens in defense, unlike other industries, that against a contract you start development. In approval, what happened takes 6 months, 9 months. You don't get paid at all. And today, what happens because of financial prudence, the government says, I will not today open tender, no advance will be paid. So you put it, and then the process is when you start development, there's a lot of design changes that goes through, but you're taking a contract to deliver. And it's a government system we're working. It's not easy. It's a tough system. We've gone through it, and I appreciate what is, he's laughingly say it. I know what he goes through when he says it. I've also gone through it. So see, simple things to be, advance can be paid. The bank guarantees, etc. It is very difficult to get it's a fund or a non-fund. Banks remain the same. It's collateral driven. We have a problem, and you cannot access funds as a small company. Only people with money can access money. This is a fact of life. We all understand it. And so we have to go and probably borrow at 45%, 60% open market interest. I've done that. I've gone through to pay interest and salaries. So all of us are going through the same problem, but we have to sustain. Like he says, passion, sustenance happens. But there can be easier processes to see that when work gets done, money gets paid at least proportionally. But it's not there. It doesn't happen. Performance bank guarantee, all of them. And testing takes enormous, qualification testing for an aircraft system, which our director will talk about, is, it takes 1 year. Lightning test, it takes enormous time. So all the time you do not get money. And second, so it is you need to have, like you said, deep pockets, or you have to find a method to survive. So what he says is government can be a little more, innovative, or at least financial prudence be set aside. We need to do, because there's one more factor which he didn't bring. We want indigenization in defense sector. So if you say there's a priority, then you need to bring in some other measures to support the industry. That is what he's saying. MSME needs support. It is not that we don't do it, but they require support. to bring them up, initially incubate them. There you need financial support from, various ways which you are dealt with as a MSME or an SME. See, today MSME is bad, SME is better because it is reserved. MSME reservation also gone. So he is in the middle of both. And I was there 30 odd years, so I know the problem. So today we are corporate, as he's saying, because we just crossed MSME and came to corporate world. But I appreciate what he's saying. I'm sure if help is available, it will be always welcome.
It's a similar, like, corporate takes our time also.
Just a brief clarification. The points raised by Mr. Rangarajan and Dr. Manikanandan are very valid. I would request them to, these are the kind of questions which would be of great interest and relevance to Mr. Jaju. So what the IOD offers is, that is why we arrange all these brainstorming sessions, so to say, is to put these questions in writing. And we are working in close cooperation with the Ministry of Defense Production, and we'll forward them to Mr. Jaju. These are the practical difficulties, and patience is running out. So we'll do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So now we'd like to welcome our next speaker of the day, Dr. D.K. Sunil, who is a General Manager of SLRDC and Hindustan Aeronautic Limited. Can we have a round of applause to welcome him to address the gathering?
Good afternoon, distinguished audience. I thank IOD for giving me this opportunity to present to such a distinguished audience. I think we are short of time, so I will quickly go through my presentation. A disclaimer at the outset. I have not yet entered the board of HAL, so perhaps I will not be able to give any gyan from the board point of view, but I would just like to present HAL's R&D, which, as he was saying, HAL is upwards of 70, not 60. It's much older than 70, and we have been doing R&D for the last 50, 60 years. We have HAL has made the Krishak way back in the 50s, small biplanes, right down to the latest helicopters and aircraft. I think the journey of HAL, I will focus myself the R&D. We have been producing aircraft under license, the Jaguars, the MiGs, the Sukhois. But there has been a sea change since the 80s, where we decided to start producing, designing our own aircraft. And I will show you a sample of what we have done in those years. And HAL is a vertically integrated company. That was the requirement of the previous years, where we would make everything from nut and bolt to the aircraft. So we have a very wide range of R&D, where we design, produce avionics, we do hydraulics, we design and produce electrical systems, we design aircraft, we design helicopters, we design landing gears. I mean, we do the whole thing. As Mr. Rangarajan has pointed out, and there is a change. Now the government wants us, Atmanirbhar Bharta is the dominant theme, and they would like to promote more and more indigenous R&D and MSMEs to come into this. So that is a very welcome move. And HAL also is taking on this role of working with corporates, with R&D centers, DRDO, and the MSMEs in achieving this goal. As Mr. Rangarajan was saying, some places we compete, some places we work together, but I think the ultimate aim is to deliver the customer's requirement to make it in India and support it in India. So, can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, HAL has 10 R&D centers spread all over the country. As you can see, we do everything from aircraft, helicopter, avionics systems. We have a very strong R&D manpower. I think Mr. Manikandan's point that patience is required in R&D, I think that's true. And you also need very capable people, which you have to hold over a long period of time, because these products take a long time to develop. So I think we have a very good number of R&D engineers. As you can see, we have roughly 63% are engineering graduates. HAL also has recently filed more than 2,000 patents and other IPRs, and we have received 66 patents. So this is also a recent trend. Earlier we used to do it, but now we are also getting the IPRs. We also work with the IITs. IIT Madras, we have 10 projects. I see Bangalore, Kanpur, Kharagpur, all the academy, we have projects running. And if you look at the range of projects, they're quite indicative of the kind of technology that we work with. You would have air cooling, antenna placement, lighting effects of helicopters, prognostic tools for maintenance of helicopter gears, health monitoring of gearbox. We have a HAL OS developed operating system for flight critical systems, cryptography for IFF, algorithm for 3D warning system, corrosion, and helicopter composites. So you can see the range of technologies that we are working with academia. Mr. Jaju was talking about IDEX. This Defense Innovation Organization is jointly set up by HAL and Bharat Electronics Limited, and we are the founding members. And the Secretary Defense is the chairman of this. And as he was telling, these challenges are thrown up, technology challenges are thrown up, and startups are selected. So we have quite a few projects running with multiple startups. You can see miniaturization of electronics, image recognition, which is a Bangalore MSME, adaptive rate modem, radar tester, artificial intelligence-based training modules. We have a bore sighting alignment system with a startup called Swirinder, and AI-based intelligent targets for virtual training. So HAL has spread out now. We are also interested in working with the industry as well as the startups, as well as DRDO and NAL. HAL roughly spends about 2,000 crores on R&D a year. So as I can understand what Mr. Manikandan was saying, R&D in defense needs a lot of money, and a lot of money over a lot of period. So I think this, our board has taken this conscious decision over a period of time of investing more and more in R&D. And in the last 5 years or so, we have internally started funding our projects. Earlier, they were mostly funded by the government because these are huge projects which run into tens of thousands of crores when you make a platform like a helicopter. But as the number of aircraft for TOT are reducing, HAL also has decided to put its own funds. And today, we have almost 5,000 crores of HAL's money invested in developing products. So today, we also have changed our model where we put money and develop the product and then go to the customer and say that this is brought to this stage, bring him on board, and then we take it to the next stage where further additions could be done. So the emphasis from the board also has been different, that we develop our own IPR, our own design, and secondly, we'll also have to compete globally. Definitely, we need to fund our own projects, and also another diversification is in the civil sector. This is a very good example of HAL walking the talk. This was a project where we put out 700 crores of HAL money has been invested. We have developed this product and certified it. This is the replacement for the Pilatus. 75 of them were bought from Pilatus when there was an emergent need, and the trainer aircraft was not available. And HAL has developed this, and recently we have got airworthiness from Similac, and this will go into production shortly once the orders are received from the government. So this is a classic example of how HAL's own thinking about R&D has changed over a period of time. Just to maybe lighten the atmosphere, can we play the video, please? To just give you a flavor of how complicated the certification is. This is a 6-turn that the aircraft has to go. It has to go into a stall, and it will go down. You look at the springers, those wire, those threads are all straight. Now it is level, and then he will go into a stall. He has to go down, and now he's in a spin. He has to do 6 spins vertically downwards, and after that he has to recover. This is the most difficult test for an aircraft platform. You can see. Second turn, he is falling vertically.
Offload. Offload. Offload.
Or left slightly. 5, 6, recover.
Offload. Offload.
Forward. Now you can see he has recovered, and the threads are all flat, so it's come back. So you can imagine this is the kind of technology which goes into the safety criticality of the system. Yeah, video off this. Can you go back? Yeah, that's over.
Offload. Offload. Offload.
Okay, the other platform is LCA Mark I, where similarly we have started the development with our own funding. We are adding ISA radar, beyond visual range missiles, electronic warfare suit, and we have received this big order. And today the model of HAL, of an ecosystem developer, also is being demonstrated here. Today, the fuselage, part of the fuselage is made by a company called WEM in Hyderabad. Dynamatics is making part of the fuselage, and L&T is making the wings. So we are also moving to an integrator kind of model where we can build this aircraft faster as required by the customer. LCA, I think this is the LCA Mark II, which is still under development. We are co-developing with ADA. Another interesting thing I'd like to show you, just can we play the video, please? This is the naval version of the LCA. And just one second. The critical part is when you do a landing on an aircraft carrier, it's actually a controlled crash. It's a controlled crash, and the load is totally on the landing gear. This landing gear has been designed by HAL, and you can see the kind of technology that we need to build to make it so reliable. Can we have the video, please? This is landing on the Vikramaditya. The aircraft has to land in about 100 feet. And this is called, it's a control crash. Yeah. So Yeah. Right. So you can, yeah, go back. That's it. So you can see that the arrestor hook, the Levcon for the landing, and it's a very high technology item. This has been developed. So these require time because these are safety critical. I can understand many people have expressed, but since the business itself is a safety critical business, you need to put in a lot of effort, a lot of time, and unless the certifying agents are confident, certification is not possible. So I think we have recently started our journey for the civil aircraft, and we see that the civil market is worse than this. We are now making some of the radios and avionic equipment for DGCA. We feel the military market is much better. In the civil, obviously, because you and I every day fly on civil aircraft, even if it's 1 in a million, there are millions of flights happening. You'll probably have a few hundred crashes a day. So you must have a failure rate of maybe 10⁻⁻⁸. Only then you and I can fly peacefully with no worry about that. So I think the certification issues are going to be there. Perhaps we need to work on them and see what is the, maybe improve the systems or make it more automated. But I think that's part of the business. So I'll just quickly touch upon another interesting project which HAL has taken up. This is called a combat air teaming system. Essentially, today you're talking about manned-unmanned teaming, where you will have a pilot sitting in the cockpit and controlling some UAVs and UCAVs. So idea is he's got a range of assets under him. For example, it could be a UAV, it could be a swarm, it could be a reconnaissance aircraft. So the idea is manned-unmanned teaming. This concept we have taken up, and this is now under execution. And this would be the kind of futuristic cockpit. These are the swarm which would be launched from this missile. And this swarm, we are working with a startup company. The swarm aircraft are being developed by a startup company, and HAL is doing the integrator role in that. And this is another, it's called a high altitude pseudo satellite, which is called HAPS. And it's more like a reconnaissance aircraft, and it would be up for 3 months, flying at altitudes, very high altitudes. This also we are working with a startup for doing this. So I think we are now open to the idea that there are areas where we don't know, and we will collaborate with and startups and MSMEs for that. So I think this is another interesting concept which we have started, that is converting the Dornier into for takeoff from sea, which will be very useful in the coastal areas. And of course, these aircraft are well known. These are ALH, which is the mainstay of all the armed forces today, the group. We have the weaponized version called Rudra, where we have helmet pointing system, air-to-air missile, and EW suit. The upgraded through civil, which we are now, it is under certification by DGCA. The light combat helicopter, which has been successfully demonstrated, and today we have delivered these helicopters to the Indian Army. And this is the only helicopter in the world which can fly at this kind of altitude, 6 kilometers, and very much required in the kind of extended attrition that we are facing on the northern borders. The light utility helicopter will be flown from our new Tumkuru plant, and as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the first helicopter will be delivered by Independence Day this year. We are also going to have the civil variant of the LUH. Okay, close it. Yeah, oh, sorry. Sorry. Civil variant of the LUH. The IMRH is a huge project that we've taken up, and HAL has funded the initial stage, and then we will be going into the detailed design of this. We're working on a RUAV for reconnaissance purposes for the Navy. We also have a turbofan engine, 25 kilonewton for medium class of trainers. This is under, now we have finished the hot and cold weather trials, and the full engine build-up is under progress. We also have a turboshaft engine for the ALH class of aircraft. These are also high-end altitude and hot weather trials have been completed. We can do avionic upgrade. We make our own mission computers, and we also upgrade. We have upgraded the Jaguar, Hawkeye. These all have been done. Some of the funded, and this has been funded by HAL, and we have upgraded the Hawk, where we also have a SDR. We have embedded virtual training. We have developed our own AFCS for the first time in the country. We have successfully demonstrated the automatic flight control system for the LCH, where the hardware, software, everything has been done indigenously. So the LCH that has been delivered to the Army will have our indigenous AFCS in the future. So this is a very big achievement for helicopter platforms in the country. We are into simulators, avionics, navigation, utility. These are all developed over a period of 40, 50 years. They are on practically every platform of the armed forces. Software defined radio. Some, as I was saying, this is some area where Mr. Rangarajan is working. We also have done this. And IFF Mark 12. And this is an Alexa for the airborne platform. We have made a voice recognition system which the command the pilot can give out to do the routine tasks. Like he wants fuel, he can say fuel and it'll read back to him. The only problem is Alexa works in a quiet environment like this. This works in an environment which has got 150 dB of noise. So it's very difficult. This is an AI-based project, and this has been successfully tested on the Hawkeye and will be going into the future platforms. We are now going into civil platforms. We also, as I said, make design and develop and make our own mechanical systems, hydraulic systems, wheels and brakes, electrical and fuel systems, avionics, crash protected recorders, upgrades. So what I would like to conclude is that HAL has historically been the mainstay of the Indian Armed Forces, and it was vertically integrated because of the call of the times. As times have changed, HAL also has changed, and today we are moving in different directions. We are willing to fund projects. We are willing to collaborate with academia, with startups, with MSMEs, and the aim, as Mr. Jaju said, is that Atmanirbharta, and we are working towards that to see that we put more indigenous content into our aircraft so that the maintenance and repair can be assured over 3 to 4 decades. Many of you may not know that some of these aircraft are flying even though they're 40 years old.
you need to maintain them for 40 years. That's the challenge in this business, where you have to do probably a obsolescence management of over 3 to 4 decades. So I thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. As we are running short of time, we'd like to avoid the questions for the series. We will have yeah, we'll have during the lunch. I kindly request the members to kindly interact with sir. So now taking it forward, we'd like to request Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi, the Vice President of Institute of Directors, to kindly join us onto the dais. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the gentleman? To honor our speakers of the day. We have Mr. Sunil here with us. Dr. Sunil, can we have a round of applause? We have Dr. Manigandan Swaminathan. And now we request you to honor Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan. Thank you so much to the speakers, and let's have one group picture with all the speakers. Thank you so much to all the honored speakers for a very informative session. And we'd like to thank Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi for doing the honors. With this note, we'd like to take a break for lunch. I kindly request everyone to join us back into the hall by 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
So very good afternoon. Welcome back post a delicious lunch. I kindly request the members outside to kindly join us. And really like to appreciate the members inside the hall on time, or rather before time. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your valuable support. I request the members right outside to kindly join us. We really don't want you to miss on our next segment of the day. So request all the members outside to kindly join us inside at the earliest. So we guys are going to move on to our session 4 for the day. It's going to be the corporate board challenges for leadership in VUCA world. So please join me in inviting our distinguished speakers for this segment of session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all introduce our distinguished speakers. I'm sorry. Yeah, we'd like to welcome our distinguished speakers and also the chair of the session today. First and foremost, Mr. Arvind Kumar, the Managing Director of Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman onto the dais? Mr. Kumar is a well-recognized professional in petroleum sector. He has held various senior leadership positions in Indian Oil Corporation Limited, the India's largest refining and marketing conglomerate, before assuming charge of CPCL in August 2021. He is also the non-executive chairman of Indian Additives Limited, a JV company with MS Chevron USA. It's a pleasure to have you here today, sir. A very warm welcome. Followed by, we'd like to welcome Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh, the Director of Indian Institute of Management, Trichy, to kindly join us onto the dais. Can we have a round of applause to welcome you? Dr. Singh has served as Director of Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, and Director in charge of Indian Institute of Management, Endeavour. An academian, he has been a professor of organizational behavior and human resource management at Indian Institute of Management, Indore, for about 15 years. It's indeed our pleasure to have you here today, sir. A very warm welcome. Followed by, I'd like to take the pleasure in welcoming our next distinguished speaker, Dr. IOD Wits, the lecturer of Wageningen University of Governance, Netherlands. He is a professional speaker, consultant, and entirely devoted to corporate governance, and especially with the new role of corporate secretary. His mission is to increase the impact and visibility of governance professionals worldwide. He is the founder of New Public Support and the platform 24 Governance. He is also a lecturer at the Governance University in Durham, the Windshield University in Zwolle. And now I'd like to welcome our last but not the least distinguished speaker onto the stage, and it is going to be Mr. Shivraj Ramanathan, the CEO of Tamil Nadu Startup Innovation Mission. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the gentleman? So he is the Mission Director, Chief Executive Officer of Tamil Nadu Startup Innovation Mission, which aims to make Tamil Nadu an innovation-driven economy. TANSIM, under the guidance of Mr. Shivraj, will work towards becoming the driving force for startups in state to build a strong, viable, and a vibrant startup ecosystem that can put Tamil Nadu on the global startup destination map. And now, I hand over the floor to the session chair, Mr. Arvind Kumar, to join us on stage along with our distinguished speakers. It's over to you, sir. Do we have mics on? Couple of mics. So we'll take the questions at the end of the complete session, and we'll look at having this session for the next 1 hour, about 3:45.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all the fellow speakers on the dais. As I have been told, around 10 minutes will be allotted on the topic for each of us. I take the opportunity to be first person to speak, and after that I will be inviting one by one. Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all. Greetings to my fellow speakers, Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh, Director IIM Trichy, Dr. IOD Wits, Windshield University and Governance University, Netherlands, Mr. Shivaraja, Startup Mission, Tamil Nadu. Today's topic is effective governance of stakeholder engagement, issues and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel proud and happy to be part of this 31st World Congress on Leadership for Business Excellence and Innovation, and to address here on effective governance of stakeholder engagement, issues and opportunities. Strategic alignment of business with an effective stakeholder engagement is a symphony of 3 Ps, I will say, that is people, processes and performance. These are business excellence enablers which form the basis for our governance to achieve inclusive growth of the company. As pointed out by Walter Vermeulen of Coca-Cola, stakeholder engagement is a never-ending process. We have to continually earn stakeholders' confidence. It is a relationship. We at CPCL, that is Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, consider stakeholders as partners in our success and remain committed to maximizing stakeholders' wealth. The term stakeholders expands from internal stakeholders like shareholders and employees to external stakeholders like customers, suppliers, creditors, government agencies, and the community at large, who are actually involved in the governance process and are interdependent with the corporation. We also understand the importance of focusing on stakeholder groups, especially our employees. In the words of Sir Richard Branson, the famous business magnate, no matter your industry, your employees are your company's real competitive advantage. They are the ones making the magic happen. I strongly believe that our employees are crucial to our business success. By treating them as stakeholders, we strive to improve their morale by conducting employees engagement surveys and strategy meets regularly. This way, we have touched every employee and drawn actionable plans to reach our company's goals. Our employees' ownership and satisfactions are reflected in low attrition across various levels and substantial higher productivity. The development of technology has immensely helped in fulfilling the need for energy in a commercial, viable, and environmentally friendly manner. Today, in our industry, health and safety are of paramount importance, and I proudly proclaim that we have made ourselves very proactive towards our safety culture rather than being reactive. CPCL has an exemplary track record in safety, which we consider to be 4 most important aspects in successful operation of refineries. For your information, CPCL has one Manali refinery in Chennai, which is of around 10.5 MMTA capacity, and another refinery at Nagapattinam of 1 million ton capacity, which is being dismantled for a new project of 9 million ton refinery and petrochemical complex, which is coming in JV mode along with our group company IOCL and other strategic partners. Today in our industry, the health and safety are of paramount importance, and the safety ethics inculcated in a way that we have to ever vigilant and to have a zero tolerance for safety incidents at our refineries. The scale and complexity of our operations have increased, and so has to be our safety preparedness. A small example in this direction is the concept of near-miss incidents reporting, which is generated every week, and employees and contract workmen are deemed to be stakeholders in this process, and critical and important observations are suitably rewarded. We strive to create an intrinsically safe ecosystem by adopting the best practices in the industry, like behavior-based safety and usage of latest protective gadgets like IFR suits. Also, to mitigate some of the challenges and make our processes and systems more efficient and proactive, we are working towards adopting more and more digital solutions and IoT real-time based decision making. For reliable operations, recently, we have started remote monitoring of our 5 GTs, gas turbines, with the BHEL GE-based gas turbine systems through BGGTS Control Center at Hyderabad. We constantly strive to adopt emerging international
best practices. It is our endeavor to achieve higher standards and provide guidance in strategy implementation and fulfillment of stated goals. At CPCL, majority of the crude processes are on the term basis. Remaining indigenous and imported crudes are procured on spot basis. New crudes are being evaluated and added to the basket continuously based on the availability and economics to optimize between a short-term crude availability and the opportunity to source cheaper crudes. We market our POL products through our IOCL, our group company, and few specialized products are directly marketed by CPCL to various stakeholders of Manali Industry Association, which operates around 20 different high-end manufacturing entities. For these stakeholders, CPCL plays a vital role as mother industry and stands as an anchor by supplying feedstock, that is basically petrochemical feedstock, thereby providing impetus for economic development and growth for the region. CPCL can proudly proclaim to have produced NATO-grade high-flash diesel, being the first to develop fuels for hypersonic long-range missiles and propellant fuel for rockets. Also, the contribution made by CPCL by supplying its value-added products like wax, food-grade hexane to the cottage industries, which has touched and enhanced the livelihood of around 30,000 beneficiaries. CPCL has already commenced the export of diesel and naphtha to international market in line with the Government of India directives. And recently, in the May month, we have sent around 40 TMT diesel to Sri Lanka in the hour of need. We are living in the times of increasing public expectation of good governance. As our Honorable Prime Minister once quoted, mere good governance is not enough. It has to be pro-people and proactive. Good governance is putting people at the center of the development process by being transparent in all the business practices. CPCL leaves no stone unturned in ensuring integrity and transparency in governance. We have strengthened MSME ecosystem, which is known to be the engine of growth for its immense contribution towards the entrepreneurship development. To upkeep the triple objective formulated by Government of India under the procurement schemes for MSMEs, CPCL has consistently exceeded 25% year after year for the last 3 years, which is the minimum percentage required by CPSEs for procurement, including the MSME vendors, contractors, SC, ST, and women MSMEs. We realize that the impact we create goes beyond the boundaries of our company. CPCL has to take up and has taken up the integrated sustainability initiatives as part of our business strategy. Multitudes of projects speak for commitment towards sustainable expansion in the atmosphere of the effective corporate governance. We have Asia's first and world's second city sewage reclamation plant with a capacity of around 5 MGD and first ever seawater desalination plant among all oil PSUs with a capacity of 5.8 MGD to reduce dependence on fresh water. Forerunner to set up the windmill farm among all oil PSUs in Dindigul district of Tamil Nadu well ahead in 2007 with a capacity of 17.6 megawatt. Presently in Manali refinery, we have 330 kilowatt solar power plant, which is likely to be around 1.5 megawatt by this year end. And we want to achieve this capacity to go up to around 5 megawatt in a year or two. We also use RLNG as furnace fuels in all our heaters and furnaces instead of naphtha and fuel oil to reduce the carbon emission. With our vision going towards showing a green future, we are already working on various process interventions that can be done to reduce the carbon footprint with a path forward towards net zero. While the traditional ways like tree plantation drive are in place, we are exploring innovative green hydrogen pathways, maximize uses of biofuels, biogas, and to develop various sustainable alternatives towards affordable transportation of future energy security, including the EBMS or ethanol blended MS or petrol. We always insist synergy and team effort while handling projects and work with the 3C concept, that is the client, consultant, and contractor, which is the integrated force towards the project implementation. With this task force, we have timely delivered all our BS6 projects and made CPCL as one of the first refinery in India to supply BS6 compliant fuel in the market. CPCL has a well-defined and harmonious compliance-driven governance practices for effective stakeholder engagement, which are reflected in the following policies, namely the Code of Conduct for board members and senior management personnel, Inside Trading Code, Whistleblowing Policy, Risk Management Policy, Integrity Pact, CSR, Conduct Discipline and Appeal Rules for employees, so on and so forth. CPCL's CSR vision focuses on education, skill development, healthcare, and social infrastructure development as 4 arms. CPCL runs a polytechnic college also, which is around having 200 students which pass out every year. At our refinery engineering school of training that is called Resort, we deliver best-in-class training programs as part of the continuous learning to our own employees, as the employees are one of the important stakeholders, and it is also extended to various other stakeholders like vendors, service providers, Manali Industries people, and so on and so forth. We follow a purpose of stakeholder engagement with clear objective, outreaching and responsiveness with participation from a diverse group leading to meaningful and sustained outcomes. Good governance necessitates varied strategies to meet the need of each stakeholder rather than one-size-fits-all approach, as the challenges faced can differ for each stakeholder. At CPCL, we follow the best corporate governance practices as per the listing regulations and also committed to sound corporate governance principles and practices. With this, I would like to conclude that it is very vital to make stakeholders feel that their insights are most valued and at the same time being mindful to their ideas for business excellence. We believe corporate governance is not just a destination to be reached, but a purposeful journey to be performed for sustainable value creation on an ever-improving scale as demanded by the community and the country at large. Thank you. Jai Hind.
First of all, my hearty thanks to Institute of Directors to give me opportunity to have some moments of sharing experience and learning together. My dear, very respected fellow speakers on the dais and of the dais experts, and all ladies and gentlemen. Since time is very limited, within 9 minutes or so, I'm expected to complete to manage time. You see, the topic of this entire congregation is leadership for business excellence and innovation. Under the theme Board to Lead Business Excellence, staying ahead of the curve. And the session theme is on basically focusing on the stakeholders, saying that effective governance of the stakeholders engagement. I would like to do justice to this all 3 dimensions which I just proposed. First of all, let us take a word here, business excellence, which is written in a very big font, and that is the central theme of this congregation. Business excellence. What is that business excellence? First of all, business is not like 100-meter race. It is like marathon race. What is the difference? In 100-meter race, the performer, right from the beginning, puts his or her best effort. Whether I get exhausted in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th second, I do not mind, but I must chase the ribbon as quickly as possible. That is the strategy of 100-meter sprint racer. But in case of marathon race, which is long race, I think 26 point something mile race, the competitor has to know when to put the best effort to run faster and when not to run faster, when to regain energy, when to be slow, and when to be fast. Actually, business or human life, many times I find we start living like 100-meter race, sprint racer. It is actually a marathon race. And here I would like to translate in English what Rig Ved wants to say about business excellence. Rig Ved has said about business excellence, and it has said that an enterprise, allow me to be liberal in translating the words of Richa of Rig Veda. English translation would be, an enterprise should draw profit from its endeavor in the same way as a butterfly sucks honey from a flower without disturbing the beauty of the flower. This is more important, without disturbing the beauty of the flower. Why we had actually dire need in last 2 decades to emphasize on triple bottom line. Why we are saying only 1 P, that is profit, should not be the lighthouse, but 3 P's should be lighthouse, that is profit, people, and planet. Why we are saying so? Because I may be irresponsible to anyone, I think so. If basically by nature I am an irresponsible person, then I can afford to be irresponsible to anyone, but perhaps I cannot be irresponsible to my grandchildren. If only this one sentence any human being remembers, I think he would or she would become responsible for profit, people, and planet. Because when you become responsible for 2 generations ahead, you become responsible for this present moment also. So that is the meaning of business excellence. Just recently, I think 6 or 7 weeks back, my one article got published. That is how to make aesthetic organization. Means how to make a beautiful organization. I think everyone here, we have heard about Maslow. And you ask any MBA student, do you know about motivation theorist? Sir, I know about Maslow. So easy to remember. It is on tip of tongue of everybody. Maslow theory of need. But one thing either practitioners or students do not remember. Professors also forget. The one point of Maslow, because you have to read the original writings of Maslow, not from the textbook. Maslow had said every organization has the responsibility to allow its gentlemen to flourish like complete man, and to allow its ladies to flourish like complete woman. A child, a baby child, a girl child is born like a girl child, but she has to acquire capabilities to become woman. I was born like a male child, but to get converted or translated from male child to, let us say, a man, one has to put endeavor. And that's why let us follow Maslow. Maslow says that organization has to allow to flourish individuals to its maximum extent possible. What Swami Vivekananda also had said, that purpose of education is to allow to flourish every human being in his or her full potential. So these are business excellences that we have not to end up with only quantitative indicators, but also towards certain qualitative indicators. That is what I'm trying to hint. Because in these 10 minutes, I cannot give any answer. I can only raise some appetite, or let us say tendency to raise some questions. Next, when we say staying ahead of curve, what does it mean? Is staying ahead of curve. Now for that, we have got, let us say, many techniques, methodology, operations research, statistics, projection, projectile in physics also we studied, that how to be able to see beyond the foggy area, and who is actually a manager or a leader with insightfulness, one who can see beyond the foggy area. An ordinary person like me may not see, but extraordinary eyes. That's why I sometimes love to say ordinary persons have camera eyes, leaders have X-ray eyes. He or she is able to see your bony structure. And please understand, I also apply in my, let us say, discussion on listener's behavior, every listener has X-ray eyes. For example, when you are listening to me, you don't have camera eyes. You can see through my bones. You don't say to me something because of civilization. Otherwise, you know who is doing what. So leaders have X-ray eyes, and that's why insightfulness, I'm just quoting you some research findings. In Indian context and in world context also, these both corroborated that insightfulness is one of the necessary ingredient of middle level managers, and intuition to be effective at the top business leadership. Intuition has been found to be one of the 8 critical factors which make you effective top level leaders in business context. So insight or intuition, I call it X-ray eyes, so that you are able to see it. Now, when we are able to see it, it cannot be a kind of, let us say, gambler's risk which we are taking. It has to be based on sound foundation of data-based research. But some leaders, they only become victim or captive of data. Some leaders, they dislike data. Both extremes are bad. Actually, some proverbs, they are golden sutra, can never be nullified in any context. And that is, one is, excess of everything is bad. Some leaders are so much in love with details that they become red color leader. Actually, leaders at top, because we are not here to discuss about leadership at management trainee level or joining level or even middle management level or even senior management level. We are only, I think, now committed to talk only about top leaders, top level leaders. And leaders are of 3 colors: red color leaders at top level, yellow colors, and green colors. Red color leaders at junior level are maybe asset, but not at top level, because at top level, every time you say, okay, bring me this and that, take out file, for 2 months you are not taking decision, not correct. And that's why I'll give you an example. In 2008, when Adidas chief was asked, you are going to China with your product and China will not give you response, you will lose market. He said, he had done certain and critical analysis. That's why I would like to say those top leaders or director level persons who need to actually be a little comfortable in the field of financial decision should be able to know at least 20 financial ratios and at which time, which ratio is more critical. For example, when we want to talk about, let us say, positive economics, then maximization model can be a better kind of indicator. But when we talk about distributive economics and justice into society towards equity and justifiable distribution of wealth, then we should not apply per capita income. Then we should apply certain kind of eigenvalue. So a good statistician is not that who knows which tool to be used when. A good statistician is also that person who knows which tool not to be used in which context. And that's why I say in 20s or 30s, you were wise, I was wise. But in 50s, still I'm wise, I think. But in 20s or 30s, wisdom means I should know what I should do. But at the level of 50s and 60s, at higher level of wisdom, I should know both the things. I should know what I should do, and more important, what I should not do. If every individual knows what I should not do, if every corporate knows what I should not do, if every top leader knows what I should not do, it will actually add much value to the decision making. So, board level leadership pattern, when I say, it actually has to be full of intuition, humility, energy, innovation, perspective, and strategy. Now, these are very, very important variables. And at least 2/3 of them, I have taken exactly the words which are prevalent into world level researches in the field of top level leaders. And that's why I think one of the best sentences about effective leadership was spoken before Christ was born. And he was Lao Tzu, and he had said, the best leader is one who is not visible. The second best leader is one who does such work that people talk good about him. And of course, the third level is one who is actually a prophet of doom. But why he says first level leader is one who is not visible? It does not mean he or she does not come to office, absconder, French leave. No, not visible means the leader is present everywhere. Like air is not visible, but without air we cannot live. So leader is actually his or her impact present everywhere. But leader is so busy creating a structure, system, technology, process, and leader is so busy in doing all these things that leader is not available for, let us say, micro level, tiny management. And that's why Lao Tzu said the best leader is one who is not visible. And that's why, if let us say, I'm talking about independent directors now, independent directors basically in any company, they will be the best, it is my own language, who behave like earth. Earth. Now, earth is third in distance from sun. If earth takes the position of Saturn, life will not be possible on the earth. But if earth also, why Saturn? Because Saturn is much farther from, thank you, much farther from sun compared to earth. So life is not possible if earth takes the position of Saturn. But life will also not be possible if earth takes the position of Venus, which is much closer to sun. And that's why if I am independent director, I must have a detached involvement in the whole affair of the organization. Means I should give space, but also I should keep an eye what is happening. Not that always I should be able to, I should be going for, let us say, going for all kinds of micro detailing. Because one wonderful sentence which I liked about 2 decades back I studied, but it is based on very heavy statistical calculations, but can be very easily placed. Wonderful statement by top leaders, that a top leader is one who does only 2 things. Number 1, ensures that right person is at right place. And number 2, allows them to work. That's all. Do only 2 things. Have right person at right place and allow them to work. So in the case of board also, board chairman, board members, board dynamics, board should invest a lot of time in finding right person at right place. But once they are there, allow them to work. Because time is limited, I will end my discussion just by saying that leadership, just one or 2 minutes on leadership. Leadership is about equity, equanimity. Of course, you will be surprised that myself and my father combinedly translated poetic Hindi translation we did of Tirukkural. That time I had no plan to come to Tamil Nadu, but anyway, God's grace, we got mesmerized by the 133 feet tall statue of Tiruvalluvar in Kanyakumari. We saw that, got mesmerized, and took 7 or 8 years to translate. Anyway, 12th chapter you should read of Tirukkural. It talks about leadership quality, especially in terms of equanimity and, let us say, sense of transparency, which is badly needed for managing board level affairs well. And I have to say in my own language that Patanjali Yoga Sutra says, Patanjali Yoga Sutra only should talk about samadhi, but no, it also talks about how to deal with people at top level. It says, Maitri Karuna Mudit Upekshanam, Sukha Dukha Punya Apunya Vishyanam, Bhavanatah Chitta Prasadanam. It means, indication for leaders is that equanimity or equal behavior does not mean absolute equal behavior. Equanimity means proportional equal behavior. I cannot have equal behavior with excellent employee and a rogue employee. Somebody asked me, whom you feel that managing is difficult, a disciplined employee or a rogue employee? I said, for a person like me, it is always difficult for me in comparison to deal with disciplined employee. Because managing disciplined employee means actually helping him to excel in the organization from many angles. I have to have process at place, system at place, rules, regulations, ordinances at place. Managing a disciplined employee is difficult because then you have to give all the resources properly. Managing a rogue employee is easier because I have to only take disciplinary actions against him or her. That's all. Finish. So Patanjali says, Maitri Karuna Mudit Upekshana. You should have different treatment for different people, friendliness towards those who are actually resourceful, or delightfulness towards those who are intelligent, and indifference towards those who are rogue. So actually, when you have two children and one is by chance, just for example, don't mind for it, one is self-disciplined, one is ill-disciplined, you treat them a bit differently. And by treating them differently, you are practicing equanimity. And last point I would like to say that leader basically, I am also realizing for last 5-6 years, I am getting some leadership position in academic institution. I'm realizing what is meaning of personal sacrifice. Earlier, I was just teaching that these are the charismatic leaders, 4 points. One is personal sacrifice. And I used to say in my classroom, you must be able to sacrifice your own cause for the larger cause of society, because Chanakya said it. But once for last 5-6 years, I'm into this position. And when I do a little personal sacrifice, and then I see certain prosperity in corner of organization, I feel very good about myself, because at top, we must know how to give, because leaders must be giver. Thank you very much.
Dr. Edode Veti, please.
Working? Yes? This is also working? No? Okay, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm walking a bit around the space. That's what I like. And thank you, IOD, and all the other presentations. I was here a bit late because I flew out of Delhi. I'm just arrived last day in India for the 10th time. I'm an India lover, and I'm on a journey, a cycling journey. I started Dehradun, cycling Rishikesh, Ludhiana, Amritsar, Shimla, up to Leh, cycling, bicycle. It's a cycling tour. Thank you. But the funniest thing is, I decided after COVID to do this tour again, and I'm also a practitioner of governance. I'm a corporate secretary over 15 years, and I decided in combination with IOD, what if I can combine those two things, lecturing what I think will be the next role in governance for the governance professional during my trip in India. So I'm cycling morning time, and in the evening time, 3 universities, IOD, and 3 times for ICSI. Hey, how about that? And you're the first one. This is my story. Is it working? What I'm doing wrong? I don't know. Is it working? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not working. Ah, the magic button. No. Yes. Here you can see me cycling. For the one who don't know who I am, my name is Edo de Vette. I'm from Holland, this little country between Germany, France, famous for cheese, wooden shoes, you know, Amsterdam. That's where I'm from. Here you can see me as a corporate secretary. It was the last day that I was a corporate secretary at a big real estate company in Holland. I was a corporate secretary or a company secretary over 15 years. I decided to shift my job somewhere around the year 2018. After I left my job, I had questions in my head. what happened over those 15 years? Magical moments, but also terrible moments. Almost fraud on the board, bankruptcy, difficult time for the board members and the directors to make all the decisions. So after I left, I had still this question in my mind, and I went back to all the directors I work with and decided to write a management book. The management book you can see here, De Steen der Wijzen, that's Dutch. The Philosopher's Stone is not translated in English yet. Maybe there's some audience. Please contact me afterwards and help me by translating it in English. It's the search for the ingredients of good governance. Because these were the personal questions I had in my head after 15 years of being a corporate secretary. What is actually good governance? What is it? Please tell me. And what is my role as a corporate secretary? So I wrote a book. This is the framework I developed after I had all these interviews with these board members or directors, non-executive and executive board members. It's a bit small, but I can help you. The first role I examined in the European context, it's good to know, is the corporate secretary or the governance professional is the board assistant. He or she is the one who has to serve the board in preparing during and after the boardroom meetings. The agenda, all the board information has to be put right in time on the boardroom table so the directors can make the decisions. Actually, I always say it's the pizza bottom. If this is no good, stop. The pizza bottom has to be good. Otherwise, you don't add value to your board. So that's the first role. In general, I think also in India or in Europe or in Holland, well-known role of a governance professional or as a corporate secretary. After the year, I think the financial crisis, 2013-14, my directors were asking me different questions. Ido, please give us different information, sustainability, stakeholder information. I didn't have the answer. How? What? What should I do? So actually, I found out in the year 2014 that I had to reinvent my role as a classical board assistant. And I became more and more what is called in my terms a board innovator. I had to search for new solutions to old-fashioned problems. I had to be open-minded, creative, more visible. But that's not a traditional role that I had to play. So that was my personal journey. I want to tell you a little thing about board innovation. The next step being a board producer or being the showrunner of the board. We don't have the time. So afterwards, if you like it, please share it to IOD and we can see if we do online, we can do another one. Yeah, I don't have the time. This first, the board innovator. So what's a board innovator? Well, actually, when you ask yourself the question, what is good governance? And I ask this question to all the directors, I get two types of answers from my directors. One is from the remembering selves. They were telling me, this is our headquarters in Baden. Well, Ido, when we had to take the decisions, it was always about the information. It was good or no good, and it was too late or it was on time. So it was about having an experience of good governance. So they had to take the right and good decisions. But that's the role of the directors. You're all directors here. On the other hand, this is the experiencing self. So did they have the right information on time? And here you can see most of the time my directors were complaining, well, there's too much written content. Whoa, too much. I can't handle it. Please summarize it. Or too many boring meetings. They lasted too long. Huh? But you have a difficult job to do. Yeah, that's of course. So there's always an experience of good governance and there's always a remembering of good governance. So when I told one of the directors, please tell me what is good governance, he was telling me not about the information he receives. He was telling me one story, half a minute. This is the headquarters. He was the Ido. When I had the board meeting, I had to go to the headquarters. I parked my car near the headquarters. I walked into this headquarters and then I worked to the basement. So, and in the basement, we made, before there was a board meeting, always a good lunch, same as you had. And he said, and I had the lunch and I had to wait in a queue, took my lunch, had dinner, a chat with you. And it was fun. It received so much information from me for the boardroom meeting. And afterwards, the CEO said, okay, let's go on. Please put it aside. We have to go to the boardroom meeting. We entered a big chair, a big room. This is the big boardroom meeting. And he said, when I entered the room, everything was prepared well, the same as here. Everything was prepared well. But I entered, the magic was gone. That was the answer he was giving me to the question, what is good governance? So there were two types of answers I got received. One is the experience of good governance, and the other one is the remembering to the experience. And that's completely different. Because when it's here too hot, then you have a bad remembrance after 2 weeks. Oh, it was good, but the temperature, bad. So in the end, it was a bad conference. So always remember, also in governance, it can be about the experience of good governance, what to do, but also you can create positive memories. And that's what I did. It's called, it's not from me, Daniel Kahneman searched it out for me, the peak and theory. It's about, the marketeers here in the room know it already. You have to find out where are the touch points, where I can make a difference, where can I make impact for my boardroom members. I adapted this theory, it became great in marketing. The peak and theory, always at the end, there has to be a positive peak end because that gives you the best remembrance, which lasts longest. Now, here you can see it. I know IKEA is also in India, I think. The marketeers mapped it out. They call it a customer journey. You know it already. For example, a customer journey in Holland, when you go to IKEA, you park your car. Now, and then you have the positive experiences and the negative ones. The queue in the line is a negative one. And then you can see you buy your bench. And in the end, you see a positive one. Here, for example. Does anybody knows what a positive memory is for the IKEA in Holland? And it has nothing to do about the stuff you are buying. It's the ice cream. After the ice cream is the sausage you can buy. And the positive remembering is not about what you are doing, it's something else. When I searched it, I said, then my role as a corporate secretary, I can transform it. Because what I am doing for the board members actually is just preparing boardroom meetings, during and after boardroom meetings. I can search for the peak ends, for the board innovations. So I mapped out all these governance rules I had to do, all these activities for my board members, and I was searching for the positive and the negative ones, and I wanted to transfer the negative one and positive ones. And that's called board innovations. Try to see if you can get solution to everyday problems you face in your company. I can leave this behind because I want to show you something I did in practice. In practice, I did this. Oh, sorry. Sorry, excuse me. To go backwards once again. This one. And here you can see what I did. So when there was a board meeting up front, the agenda has to be made. But I sat back with two people and we were saying, well, where are the negative touch points, we think, or the positive one? And the negative one, for example, was our board meetings. The duration was much too long, 2, 3, 4 hours. It was a negative one. And we were thinking, well, how can we turn this negative one into a positive one? And we were thinking, well, what about, there was a big successful television program at the time in Holland. And we were thinking, we wanted to make a kind of a television program, the same concept, but adjust it into a boardroom meeting. This is what we did. Here you see a negative touch point. Here you can see the television program, a famous Dutch talk show. And when you think as a corporate secretary, you don't only have to think about the boardroom information. No, you have to think about other things. What's the decor? Hey, the same as here. But all boardroom meetings were always in the same room. No, think about the decor. Think about the lights. Actually, the same as you were seeing here. I did it in my role as corporate secretary by producing boardroom meetings and added value for my board. I had to think about the audience in the room or outside the room. Stakeholders into the boardroom or outside the boardroom. I had to think about always place an empty chair on the boardroom table. And why an empty chair? Because our core value of my company was, if you have to say something, regardless your role, regardless of who you are, but you can add value, take the chair. There was always an empty chair. So somebody can take the empty chair and then otherwise go back. And then the board would take a decision. Here you can see it in practice, what we did. The CEO is sitting there, an independent chair, and you can see there are managers around the table who can listen to the boardroom meetings. It was scripted well. A peek end at the end, after every boardroom meeting, we had a fade out. Please have a slight conversation. We experimented with music in boardroom meetings, with lights, with senses, with smell. You can use everything to produce boardroom meetings for good, proper decision making, of course, but also to create magical moments, positive memories, because, as Daniel Kahneman said, they last longest and they are the best predictor of future decision for your board. So that's what I'm doing. The results that last to more effective and efficient decision making, a lot of impact and also a bit of fun in the boardroom, serious stuff, but you can laugh sometimes. And I had to learn as a corporate secretary new skills. And that's what I want to address to you as directors or board members. This is a story about governance professionals, the assistant or the corporate secretary. But boards lead to excellence, staying ahead of the curve. You also need governance professionals to stay ahead of the curve for corporate secretaries. So they have to learn new skills. I think, and that's the end of my presentation, these are the 4 most critical ones. It's more and more about communication skills, not only communication in written content, but think about video. You can use video in your boardroom meetings in a strategic way. You can add senses. Collaboration, critical thinking, always be sure that the right piece of information is on the boardroom table on time for the directors. And last but not least, it will take a bit more of creativity for the governance professional. This is my story in a European context, and hopefully I'm going to try to see for corporate secretaries along my road, along my journey, if I can make them a bit more creative in serving you as directors and board members to do your role. Thank you very much.
Now I request the last speaker, Mr. Shivaraja, to take up the chess.
So, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good evening. So, thanks, Professor, for reminding about the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So, let me start with a 20-second yoga here. Okay, right? So, can you follow me? Just follow everyone, whatever I do. Just raise your hands like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fast. Yeah. Come on. Right. Okay. So see somebody sleeping near you. Okay. So this is called Klapasana. Okay. Okay. So I just take a few minutes. I mean, after lunch, it's very difficult to listen to very in-depth speeches from great speakers. So I represent an organization under the state government called Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission. For that matter, I'm not a bureaucrat. I'm from the industry. I run my own software company and an investment agency. So I was given this opportunity for 3 years to establish an ecosystem for startup companies to emerge and make Tamil Nadu as one of the best destinations in the world for startup companies or entrepreneurship to, grow and, flourish. So this is my objective. So I feel the governance, I just, try to share the concept of governance in a slightly different perspective, that in terms of creating an ecosystem, how governance makes, personally, I understand as a person who is running my own companies, as well as now taken up a 3-year term with the government as an external person in the capacity of otherwise an IAS officer through a special government order, like, some of the other state governments also doing, especially in the department of startups, because it's something new. So they want somebody to head this initiative by a person with experience in the domain. So I feel that, it is an effective and efficient governance is to achieve our objectives, the way we want, or the way the board or the organization or the stakeholders or the shareholders, the way they want, the efficient way of, achieving objectives. So here, my role is to establish an ecosystem, the best ecosystem for startup companies and innovation, the culture of innovation to grow in the state, and position the state as one of the top destination for companies in the world or in the nation. So now the government of India is doing a ranking system. So we have every state is getting a rank on different industries. You know that, we are topping the GDP. We are number 2 after Maharashtra, and we are top in the healthcare, and recently the NIRF ranking came, and we are very, very far ahead as a state. We are far ahead in the ranking. Almost 30% of the top 100 institutions are from Tamil Nadu. So these are some parameters like that. In the startup ecosystem is also ranked, also like ranked nationally and globally. So we stand 102 in the global ranking. Number 1 is San Francisco or California, right? So our objective is to make Tamil Nadu one of the top, say, 25 in the world in the coming days, as our Honorable Chief Minister has a dream of making 1 trillion economy in 2030. We do have, an aligned dream of, making Tamil Nadu as one of the best, not in numbers. When you talk about numbers, again, I'll try to connect very shortly, about this governance, because I believe that governance is all about, achieving your objectives and the way you follow to achieve this objective. So people are talking about unicorns. Creating unicorns is the success, indicator of startups. So we don't believe in that, because unicorns are, valuation created in the air. Anytime it can, the bubble can, the bubble can burst, right? So we wanted to create a kind of a qualitative ecosystem where our government is strongly believes on, equality and distributed wealth sharing and distributed growth across class, caste, and geographical regions. So we want, if you look at the, now states are ranked, as a person representing a particular agency, I have to, look other states, my sister states as competitors. So when you look at the, x-axis, y-axis on, on economic index and the social index, Tamil Nadu has a unique opportunity or unique positioning that we are excelling in both economic index growth as well as social index growth. States like Kerala, they are good at social index growth, but in terms of industrialization and economic, they are little, low. States like Gujarat, economically they are high, but I'm not just, comparing against any state. But, why I'm telling this point, so far we have maintained kind of a balanced growth. So when it comes to new age entrepreneurship, this is startup ecosystem, we have to adopt a governance system to manage this growth in the same distributed manner in order to align with our common economic principles. So that, we have, initially the day I started my office 6 months ago, I presented couple of, suggestions and my plans and policies. Some of the suggestions were, accepted and even announced in the budget also. So one such thing is, establish our office system in all small towns. Now, we are August 2nd, Honorable Chief Minister launching our hubs in Madurai, Tirunelveli, and a place like Erode. And we have established the first fund for founders of startups from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities. And also, like we are coming out with so many such schemes, mainly not to, like discriminate in terms of, classes, but to give the equal opportunity to different geographies and people and the underprivileged, sector of people. This is one sector. On the other side, like people have a question or have a criticism that we are not concentrating on the high tech or deep tech and unicorn kind of thing. It is not so. We are just trying to balance. And we also need those kind of companies, because startups the professor was talking about 100-meter race and the marathon. In most of the cases, the startup is 100-meter from the day when we have to run. This is scalability is the matter of that importance for a startup company. So with that also we have to balance. So like that, like see, if you take the what do you call the Tamil Nadu stands #1 in the SaaS ecosystem, that the software as a service. But if you look at the fund raised by these companies, including the Zohos and Freshworks and Kissflows, these kind of companies, so they are customer funded. That means they are bootstrapped. They are getting their funding from their customers rather than from the investors. So this is a unique phenomena here. So as an ecosystem player, we wanted to give a governance system so to manage these kind of different parameters in a what do you call, in a balanced way. It's very difficult, otherwise so copying another ecosystem, another city, another country, another well developed model is very easy. But we want to develop our own model where there is equal growth, where there is people, planet, and profit also considered, and the SDG goals are followed to the maximum possible level. So we have quickly developed a small framework of creating an investor ecosystem. This investor ecosystem will be divided into several divisions, where we'll have investor interested in investing in these unicorn kind of companies, as well as in social impact companies, as well as in green companies, where the carbon credit is matters, right? So that we are focus with a focused approach. We are segregating the investors, and that we are creating a different investor ecosystem. Like that, we are creating incubation ecosystem to inculcate the culture of different aspects. Every entrepreneur may have a different aspiration. One may want to create wealth, one may want to create a deep tech research. We have a couple of friends from the IIT also. So that we have to give opportunities and support system to make their dreams come true. At the same time, since I'm from a small town called Madurai, I see a lot of entrepreneurs from those regions, from the small towns. They want to do something in agriculture. Not that doesn't mean they want to do the farming like the way their fathers or grandparents did. They want to redefine the way the agriculture is being done. So we have to support them with the ideas, with innovation, with the right kind of funding support. So those things, that incubation and acceleration model, not necessarily to be that of an IIT or an IIM kind of thing, but how these agriculture universities or agriculture institutions can be redefined and the models can be redefined. These models is something very, very important. So this investment ecosystem and this incubation and acceleration ecosystem, then the market connect ecosystem. We have to connect the right people to the right marketplaces. Otherwise, it's very easy for a company located in Chennai or even Coimbatore or in Mumbai or Bangalore to sell their product because of the exposure. So how a person from Tirunelveli or Kanyakumari or Sivakasi can sell his products to the global market. So this area has to be concentrated. So like that, multiple things, and data should be managed to see where we stand. So this data management, this reports management, everything has to be governed in a proper way. So since the time is very, very limited, so let me conclude this way. Like from this agency, with the support of our able secretaries. In fact, I'm replacing my secretary, Mr. Arun Rai IAS today, because he couldn't come today due to some unavoidable reasons. And with the able support of my board members and some of the efficient ministers, with the present government, we are able to, like arrive at different models, different approaches from the government, and the government have a political will to have people like me to head these kind of institutions. I think this is also, something that, directors like you should look at, that governments also changing. It's not only happening in Tamil Nadu. I see in multiple governments, including the union government, that they are doing different, experiments and innovations in the governance system, the way they do. So like companies, like the corporate governance, governments also experimenting different things, governments also innovating in different things. I've just gave you a glimpse of what we are trying to do. So I think, this is just, a small sharing that, to give you a idea of how a government company is also, because my startup, Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission is a Section 8 company under the Ministry of MSME Ministry. So we are also thinking in the way of the corporates think in terms of the work efficiency, but in terms of the goal, the end objective, we think in different ways to achieve inclusive mass entrepreneurship based on the policies of social justice that is the present government is following. So the governance will apply everywhere in different perspectives, in different aspects. It all depends on the person who is leading and the governing board above the person. So the times are changing. A lot of new things are happening. We are living in an exciting world. So I think, we are all here to learn more and more things. Thank you for the opportunity. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So can we have one round of applause for all the speakers on stage? And I would like to welcome Mr. M.S. Sundar Raju, the chairman of Chennai Region IOD and former CMD of Indian Bank, to kindly join us onto the dais to present the IOD memento to our honored speakers on the dais. So let's have a round of applause for Dr. Eder. A picture, sir. Mr. Arvind Kumar here for us. Mr. Shivraj. Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh. I request all the speakers to kindly join us together for a group picture, sir. Let's have a group picture. Thank you so much. I kindly request our honored speakers to kindly make yourself comfortable as we like to move to our next session. Thank you, Mr. Sundarajan, sir, for doing the honors. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our very next session. That's going to be our corporate board challenges for leadership in VUCA world. I kindly request our speakers to be seated. So for the corporate board challenges and leadership in VUCA world, our first speaker is going to be joining us virtually, and it is going to be Mr. G. Mahalingam. So Mr. G. Mahalingam is an independent director, LIC of India, and a former full-time member in SBI. Mr. Mahalingam is also at present member of Board of Governor, National Institute of Security Market. He has also been the executive director, Reserve Bank of India, looking after the market operations for both rupee liquidity and FX. In his stint of 34 years with RBI, he has taken on varied key roles, including the Chief Forex Dealer, Chief Investment Dealer for Forex Reserves Management, and the Head of Debt Management. He has also been actively involved in regulation and development of money, bond, and foreign exchange and derivatives market in India. His prior assignments with RBI include bank examiner, as also a member teaching faculty in RBI's Officer Training College. So let's welcome Mr. Mahalingam on the screen. A very warm welcome, sir. So you're on mute.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't hear you the first part actually. So how are we how are we supposed to be going ahead?
So we'll have 10 minutes for you, sir. So you can address the gathering for the next 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank the Institute of Directors for giving me this opportunity to participate in this flagship event, which is a very, very important event where actually quite a lot of subject matters concerning the governance and board effectiveness is being taken up. The topic here is VUCA world, challenges for leadership in a VUCA world. We are all living in a very dynamic world, no doubt about it. There are fast-paced changes in the technology environment. The advancements of technology are happening at a breakneck pace, rendering some of these technologies redundant even before they are come into a full utilization cycle. This has posed a huge amount of challenges for several businesses. Similarly, the economic environment has also been undergoing changes. Many of these changes are cyclical changes as far as the economic environment is concerned. But the biggest problem with this cyclical changes is one doesn't know the amplitude of the cycle. I mean, it could be a large cycle, it could be a small cycle, it could be a cycle where there is a boom and burst which is taking place. It could be a cycle where the interest rates are going up or the interest rates are fast coming down. Nevertheless, all these are very important problems that the boards will have to face, because although there are cycles, as I mentioned just a few minutes back, since we don't know the amplitude of these cycles, there is an element of huge amount of uncertainty about how the cycle is going to last. The business environment itself could pose a lot of problems. There could be a lot of changes in the business environment in terms of competitors, in terms of entry, in terms of exit, in terms of your market share. So this is something which is again going to keep every board on tenterhooks. Every board will be on its toes, coping with the business environment. Now, add to this are a few more things which are emerging in the horizon. One is a geopolitical environment. We are all witnessing it right now. The Russia-Ukraine war, nobody had ever thought of that. Although there was something brewing, but then nobody thought that a war would really break out and the war would last this long. Now, this is something which no businesses could have anticipated, and this is definitely causing a huge amount of issues as far as anticipation, as far as actually strategic movements are concerned for the board. There is another change, climatic conditions. Now, we are trying to cope with all this through the ESG mechanism, which I'm going to touch on very briefly. But then this is something which perhaps was not affecting any kind of businesses till even about 10 years back. But today, ESG has become a real buzzword, with the result that the climatic conditions have become a kind of most important ingredient in a business, and that too in an internationally competitive business. And the last thing that I would like to state is again, which perhaps none in our generation would have witnessed in the past, that is a public health environment. All of us were new to COVID. What really struck us in March 2020, nobody could predict how long something is going to last, how it is going to pan out, and we are all coming through it. And I'm just hoping that we have come out of it actually, but then nevertheless, it is something which is absolutely new in a business kind of an environment. So this is what we are broadly putting it under a VUCA word, where actually volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity are actually ruling the business world. Volatility, I would always like to associate with the financial environment or the financial markets, whereas the rest of it could really be affecting every part of the business, whatever business area you are in. The uncertainty and the complexity and the ambiguity is going to be besetting you all the time. So the question that we need to examine is how as a board, how as a management, we are going to cope with it. Clearly, in these kinds of times, can we have a long-term strategy is a question that we need to examine. Can we have a medium-term strategy? Now, I would say a pretty long-term strategy is going to be very difficult to fulfill. I'm not saying that we should not have the strategy at all. You can have a strategy, but actually stretch it on to a medium term, say about 5 to 10 years. But even in this 5 to 10 year strategy, I think you need to be very nimble-footed as to tweak the strategy as the situation evolves. You should be able to alter the strategy as the situation evolves. So it is something where actually we cannot stick on to a strategy in this kind of a VUCA world. So basically a conservative mentality of trying to have a vision, a goal, which is set for your business for the next about 25 years, 30 years, is going to be very difficult to be contemplated in times which are evolving right now. So basically, we need to really monitor the environment very carefully. We need to be nimble-footed, and we have to actually change in tune with what is happening as far as the market is concerned. Now, when we talk about being nimble-footed, we are talking about the risks which could be posed in this environment. Now, you have to assess all the risk factors which are emanating in the environment. So far, the businesses could live with tail risk. Nobody took into account the tail risk at all. What do I mean by tail risk? If you assume a normal distribution, the two tails of the normal distribution, nobody bothered about, because 95 or 96% of the population gets covered by the belly of the curve, by the hump in the curve, and what actually gets left out is a tail risk. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, we need to be bothered about this tail risk also. We cannot ignore this tail risk. Now, are we going to factor in all this tail risks? Are we going to really prepare ourselves for every one of this tail risks which is lying in the extreme end of the tail? Well, this is for the board to take a call. Now, depending upon the type of business that you are in, depending upon the changes that you are facing, you need to assess at what part of the tail you need to cut it off and up to which part of the tail you need to really anticipate and prepare for your business. But nevertheless, I think we cannot live without these tail risks at all. We need to really anticipate this tail risk and we need to plan for this tail risk. What is going to stand you in good stead in times to come is, again, as what many speakers have been telling before, is a constant research and a constant innovation, which can actually ensure that your business progresses, the business does not stagnate, and the business does not fold up in the face of advancements in technology. You should be actually one step ahead. Your research capacity, your research competence is going to be tested to the core. You should be able to come up with innovations which could be completely disruptive, where your business is able to plan for these disruptive innovations and you should be able to live through it. I was telling about ESG right at the beginning. When I talk about ESG, all of us are aware, environmental, social, as well as governance. Now, this has become a buzzword. There are many people who are asking the question, is it a mere buzzword? Is it something which needs to be practiced? Is there a cost attached to it? Why should I actually incur that cost when I have several other costs to actually bear? Should I not actually improve my competitive sharpness by trying to avoid this cost? Now, in the world that we are living in today, ESG is going to be a very, very important ingredient. If you are going to cause problems to the environment, very clearly you cannot have a sustainability as far as your business is concerned. If you are going to cause any kind of a social turbulence, you are not going to be seeing tomorrow. If you are going to be in a situation where the governance is even under a slight cloud of suspicion, again, your future is not guaranteed. While I may not take very explicit examples here, all of us in India are aware, one of the biggest stock exchanges in the country, exchange, which has almost about 96% of the business, that came under a cloud, and because of certain governance lapses. I would say for these governance lapses to be overcome, it's going to take quite some time. It's going to take a lot of efforts on the part of the management. It's going to take plenty of actually soul-searching, deliberations, coming up with new policies. Now, if this is the case for a monopolistic business, think about what if you are in a completely competitive environment and you are affected by some governance lapses, which could cost you pretty heavily. Now, these governance lapses could be very severe reputational lapses. And these reputational lapses, once it happens, you will never be able to get it back very fast. The financial world is completely unrelenting. Not many opportunities will be given back to you to get back your lost reputation. So this is where I feel that the governance aspect deserves a tremendous amount of attention than what perhaps people are thinking of right now. And the boards as well as the management will have to be quite well aware of the checks and controls, the balances that have been established overall, and how robust is the system functioning as far as the business is concerned. Securities and Exchange Board of India, which is a kind of a regulator for the listed companies, which has rolled out the LODR regulations. The entire pillar of LODR regulations stands on disclosure. You need to have clear, adequate, timely, and complete disclosures. It cannot be a half-hearted disclosure at all. It is not that the regulator is going to step into your office and try to check what is happening. The whole thing is standing on the edifice of disclosure. So today, if your business has to really survive, take on the competition, lead the competition, you have to be absolutely be running an open book. I'm not saying that the commercially sensitive information will have to be disclosed, but what needs to be disclosed has to be something which every shareholder ought to know, which every other stakeholder in the business ought to know. So I'm again stressing that it's not that the business is standing only for the shareholder. Every stakeholder connected with you, whether he is a supplier, whether he is a creditor, whether he is a debtor, whether he is any other kind of a person who is connected with your business, it is better for you to disclose. Now, disclosure has become a very important buzzword for you to really stand with your heads high as far as a business is concerned. Now, you could have a doubt as a board, as a management, whether to disclose this, whether it is necessary to disclose this. Now, I would say it is better to err on the most conservative side. It is better to disclose rather than not to disclose. The more you disclose, the more the market is going to really feel comfortable about what you're doing, and the more the market is going to give you a benefit in terms of the financial market valuation of your share. Now, there are several things that we can talk about as to what a board should do in this kind of a complex environment where volatility is a day-to-day kind of a affair, where complexity is building up every day, where technology advancements are taking place every time, where there is an ambiguity about every decision making. The board, of course, sits at a 30,000 feet height. It oversees whatever the operational people, executive people are doing. But at the same time, in this kind of a complex environment, the board has to come down occasionally and try to look at and take a better and sharper view of things, even if there is an iota of suspicion coming up in any kind of activity connected with your organization. You cannot simply say that as a board, I am going to sit at a 30,000 level and I am not going to take a deeper look at it. Well, I'm not talking about the accountability of the board as far as the operational aspects are concerned. All of us are aware that the courts have come out with a verdict very recently that the independent directors need not be made accountable for something which is an operational lapse, which is a governance lapse at the level of the operational people. But at the same time, in the interest of business continuity, in the interest of your organization developing, you cannot be sitting at the 30,000 feet level and try to view things from a distance. If there is a suspicion which has come up, I think you need to come down. You need to really look at it and uproot it and ensure that your business has got rid of something which is unethical. That's going to be very, very important. And this is where the independent directors in a business have a very, very important role to play. They cannot afford to actually be a passive independent director. They have to be active independent directors. And now that the accountability aspects of the independent directors have been clearly laid out by the board, I think the independent directors have to play a much more active role as far as the companies in this kind of a volatile environment is concerned. Thank you very much. I know that there are quite a lot of things which cannot be, which cannot be exhaustively recounted here in this brief time, but I thought that let me give you an idea of what perhaps we need to cope with. Thank you very much for a very patient listening.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Mahalingam for us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and for that erudite address. So now we take the pleasure in welcoming our next honorable speaker. We'd like to welcome Dr. R. Vail Raj, who's a Vice Chancellor of Anna University. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the gentleman onto the dais, please? A very warm welcome, sir. We kindly request you to join us on the dais. Yes, sir, on stage, yeah. Also, we'd like to welcome Dr. Anita Manohar, the Director of National Institute of Fashion Technology, NIFT, to kindly join us onto the dais. A very warm welcome, ma'am. Kindly make yourself comfortable. And we'd like to welcome Mr. S. Santanakrishnan, the Managing Partner of PKF Sridhar and Santanam LLP, an independent director on multiple boards, to join us on stage. A very warm welcome to you too, sir. So I'm going to request Dr. R. Vailraj to address the gathering, but before which I would like to share a few words about him. In his 33-year teaching career, Dr. Vailraj has served as the Director of Institute for Energy Studies, Anna University, where he specialized in thermal energy storage, solar energy, desalination, energy efficient buildings, energy auditing and management, and fundamental studies of heat transfer and computational fluid dynamics. He has also worked as a director of Anna University, FRG Institute for computer-aided design and manufacturing. So I request now Dr. Vailraj to take over. The stage is yours.
Very good afternoon. Hope most of you are from the business side. All my career in the academic side. Now in the last 1 year, I'm in the administration side. So on my thought, I would like to give some few points which may be useful for all business community. What I understood from my research, innovation, and also for a few years in the administration. Now, why we have been talking about this topic? Because there was a chaos in the last 2 years because of a big pandemic. That only created such discussion. This topic, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. Under this scenario, how to bring the business to the higher level. So few things what I understood from my research and the innovation. Innovation is the order of the day that we understood, the whole country understood. All these years in the business, in the Indian business, there was no innovation. Whatever is brought from other country, with that the business was sustaining and the sustainability was not there. But now everybody understood without innovation, taking the business to a higher level is very, very difficult. Any business should come with innovation. So before telling about what is innovation, how we bring innovation in our research, in business, that I understood from certain business, what makes the sustainability in any system, even in business, any administration, anywhere, how the sustainability is possible. In many business, sustainability is missing because of many reasons. The sustainability missing is because of large, if we make the system, one system, our focus will be on the system perfection, system growth. But law of nature is, the nature law is, if we try to make the system perfect, it is possible at the cost of making disaster to the surrounding. This is law of nature. Nothing is possible without making disaster to the surrounding. Nothing is possible. If you try to make something perfect, something growth, it is possible at the cost of making disorder to the surrounding. Anything, if you are all these years, this 200 years only, we have been contributing for the development of industrial growth. All this happened what? All because of all this, we have made lot of disaster to the surrounding, that is atmosphere. So for your information, 200 years before this industrialization started, after several millions of years, the carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere increased from 65 to 165 over millions of years. But this 165 year, this 200 years, this 165 became 365 because of large industrial action. At least all these actions were very slow and somewhat systematic. But in the last 3 decades, you can say, the large population of the world, where 40% of the world population is there in 2 countries, India and China, their growth also was very fast. All these years, the small population of the world growth happened. That also made some disaster to the surrounding. But in the last 3 decades, there was a very fast growth in the world because of large populations growth in China and India. Because of this, what happened? There is a large disorder. All this, even this pandemic is also one such effect of this fast growth. Fast growth in the world. Fast growth means any industrial growth requires energy. Because I understood this concept, because of an energy, what is happening. From this, whatever I understood, that's what I want to tell. From that concept, so this, in the last 30 years, the energy requirement for the human comfort increased exponentially. That made lot of disorder in the surrounding. Now you should know, because of this industrial growth, whatever it is, for any human comfort only, we need industrial growth. Industrial growth requires energy. But when we make some system for the comfort of the human, it is possible at the cost of making disorder to the environment. That is how we are, that is what we are doing. In the last 30 years, this 365 ppm in the atmosphere became 415. That means some 45 ppm increase took place in the last 30 years. Every year, approximately now in the recent years, 3 ppm increase. We all should know, when it touches 600 ppm, no human being can live in this planet. Okay, for which now the whole world is taking what is the sustainable measures. Now we are thinking in the different direction. This renewable, sustainable sources we need to use. The same thing in any business. I have seen many business also. There will be some very good order from MNC companies. Somebody will start doing some work. Then the more and more growth will take place very fast. Suddenly one withdrawal of one order will make them suddenly collapse. So fast action means there will be a collapse. Definitely it will be there. So sustainability should be there in any growth. Now in the last, okay, we are marching towards this industrial growth in a very fast way. So most of the people who have now this, it is knowledge economy. Those who have very good knowledge, now they can become millionaire or billionaire in a short period, because this IT field with the knowledge, olden days, to make some business, we need a lot of investment. But now in the last few years, if you see, many billionaires have come only with the knowledge. It's knowledge economy. Because of this knowledge economy, very few percentage of the people who have very good brain, who are coming from IIM and IITs, they can make changes in the world, and the disruption they can make, killing the other business, and with their innovation, something they can grow. But the other side, what is happening? There may be some few people becoming very, very rich, and at the cost of making large people without anything. So what disorder it is making? That is okay. That is different people's that they should be taken by the government. But that is how it is. World is moving in that scenario, because anything, if it is growing very fast, as per my knowledge, there will be some disorder. Definitely there will be a disorder. What kind, how it will come, we do not know, because within the system, one point, any business, anything we should understand, Anything, if you put a boundary within the system, that is the attention, our focus of attention is there, that will grow very fast. But we do not know what we forgot to put within the system. That will get a disorder first. But many times we do not know what we forgot to put within the system, any business. So, simple example, I can say, even one person is trying to get a university rank, because I am from the university rank, he has been studying in a large way, but day and night, if he is not sleeping, his health may get suffered. His health may get suffered. Point may come, he cannot write the exam. That kind of disorder. Like this, I can say several things. What we forgot to put in the system, that will get disorder first. So in any business development, whatever we need to bring, everything, any small thing also, if you forgot to bring within the system, that will make the business disorder. So nothing should be missed out. If we bring every aspect into this boundary, then the disorder level will be very, very less. Definitely there will be a growth, that will be a sustainable growth. That will be a sustainable growth. For which what all required? Now the scenario is this VUCA, VUCA, all this you understood, for which what is required, another VUCA required, vision, understanding of business market, clarity and adaptability and towards the changes. So if we have this, definitely we can overcome that. For which the leadership is the main. So most of the developed nation, even with the absentee leadership, that means because the system is perfect, the system was made over several years, over some 50 years or 100 years, then the system is made perfect. But most of the Indian scenario, the system is not yet perfect. The leader, if they are very powerful, they can create a system. Otherwise, the system will collapse very fast. So running a very already developed business, it's very easy. Any normal leader, average leader also can take it to a higher level. Not a higher level, because also already it is, a system is formed by several people. But if it's a new business, most of the business now to be emerged will be new business, because that is why we have been talking. So we need a very good leader, a visionary leader who is transformative, who can make transformation. That leadership is required. Otherwise, definitely the system will, any system, one visionary leader, but the visionary leader role is very small. That means even 5%, but without his presence, the whole system cannot grow. So visionary leader is required for any system to grow. Then we need to identify people who have very good team spirit and integrating. The leader should integrate all the people, and any development all these years, a capability in one field is sufficient to take the business. Now it is hereafter, any business will be highly multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary. Highly multidisciplinary. Any one person's talent is of no use. That's what we understood even in the research. But in the business field, it is not even multidisciplinary, it will be transdisciplinary. Several people, this hand, I can say one example, this is a very good robo. If all these fingers are of the same height, this is of no use. With a different height only, it can do a lot of work. Like that, persons with the same capability should not be there in the team. All the people should have different capability, then only some innovation will come. So innovation cannot come in this present scenario by a single person. Nobody, a person with the knowledge, very good knowledge in physics, he cannot invent anything hereafter. A person who is very strong in electronics, he alone cannot make any difference in the business scenario, or even something new he cannot invent. Only multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary skills one can make further growth or innovation. So innovation is the order of day for any business to grow. Invention is different. Small invention, people can make invention, and innovations are different. Innovation means something which can be converted into business. Innovation is nothing but which can be converted into business. I can invent something, but invention every day I can make some invention which is of no use. Some invention can be useful after some 50 years, but many invention which may become useful after 50 years because to make them into convert into business, so many other things to be invented before that. Then only this invention will become useful. Okay, so many people they invent something, but innovation means immediately there should be a scalable and it should be converted into business. So innovation definition is invention which can be scalable and also converted into business with a very good profit level. Yeah, that is what innovation. So any innovation, if you are converting into business, immediately you should convert as a system. Otherwise, very long years of business is not possible with that. So system building is very, very essential. Nobody, any average person comes also, he cannot put a hole on the system. That much system we have to make, for which what are all the parameters which may influence the system, everything we need to understand, everything should be put within this boundary and we should give importance for everything. Otherwise, one of the thing which we forgot to put in the system will pull down the everything, whatever you make it a greater level, that will pull down. So anything I used to say with a simple example, most of you may be engineer, with the Ohm's law, I simply explain anything to our students with the Ohm's law. I is equal to V by R. Anything to flow, potential difference is required. Okay, I will stop with this. I is equal to V by R. Anything to flow, anything. It can be anything. People are running for everything, even for money, even for business, even for rank, to get rank. Anything is flow. That depends on the potential difference and the resistance. So anything to flow, you need high potential difference. Always that will be associated with some resistance. So you need to identify what are all the resistance which hinder the growth of this. Potential difference, with the high potential difference, if you make this to flow, there will be a disorder. But so it should be an optimal potential difference, but you need to reduce the resistance. The resistance may be of several kinds, but any growth, you need to identify all the resistance which has the maximum contribution. There, if you put your attention, the growth of business will be very fast. So identifying the resistance, many times you do not know which resistance is predominant, which will arrest the flow of the growth of this business. You are able to identify, if you put on this line, I is equal to V by R, what are the resistance? These resistance which are hindering the growth of this, then definitely growth will be there. And with the lesser potential difference, if the growth is very high, then there will be sustainable growth. Nobody can damage the system. With that, I stop this. I thank IOD for the opportunity given to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very informative, and I love the formula. Thank you. Thank you so much. So next, we would like to welcome Dr. Anita Manohar, the Director of National Institute of Fashion Technology. The Chennai Center of the famed National Institution has set up as a remarkable and an ideal platform for the aspiring and creative young generation in the field of fashion with design, technology, and management. It's indeed a pleasure to have you here today, ma'am, and I request you to address the gathering. A very warm welcome once again.
The renowned fashion designer Coco Chanel quoted, "Fashion is not something that exists in dresses alone. Fashion is in the sky, in the street. Fashion has to do with ideas, the way we live, what is happening." Today, globally, fashion is a multi-billion-dollar industry and comprises of dedicated, creative, and hardworking professionals with a shared passion for their work. Competitive edge comes from being creative, artistic, innovative, and in vogue. Under the able leadership of Professor Dr. Anita Manohar, NIF Chennai has been ranked as one of the top 3 fashion colleges in India by India Today and the Week magazines. As leading agents of change, NIF graduates are reconfiguring the institute's constellation of achievement and success stories. Craft Cluster Initiative. Connecting with the grassroots, the Institute has built the Craft Cluster Initiative into its curriculum that enables the students to work in collaboration with the artisans in traditional environment from different pockets of India. Graduation Show. The potentials of the graduating class are showcased through graduation show at the end of every academic year, which is well attended by the who's who of the industry. Outreach programs at NIF Chennai. The outreach programs are the USP of NIF Chennai. Close partnerships with the surrounding community undertaken as Dan itself help demonstrate that education is about important values such as informed citizenship and a sense of responsibility. NIF Chennai is closely associated with the Spastic Society of India and Ability Foundation. The newer forms of public engagement and community-based learning help produce civic-minded graduates who are as well prepared to take up the complex problems of our society as they are to succeed in their career. If you aren't moving forward, chances are you're falling behind. The world of fashion has the capacity to change faster than ever in the digital era. And those with an eye on what's happening right now and a feel for what's coming next are in a powerful position to gain a competitive advantage. The National Institute of Fashion Technology is the leading name today in the context of fashion. Completing a fabulous 25 years journey, the center has set up a remarkable and ideal platform for the aspiring and creative young generation in the field of fashion with design, technology, and management.
Good evening, lovely friends who are the audience here today. Learned and experienced persons who are sharing the dais with me. Institute of Directors and the most perseverant Mr. Ashok, what's your full name? Ashok Kapoor, sorry. Because of your persistence, I'm here today on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, National Institute of Fashion Technology, of course, is the leading institute for fashion in India. And ask me how and why we evolved. While we were set up as a one center in 1986 in Delhi, in the year 1995, 6 more centers came up in Chennai and other metros. Then we grew to a large 17 center institute, and our new baby, number 18, is born this month in Daman. So ladies and gentlemen, when I first joined NIFT 25 years back, I complete 26 years as a professor. Suddenly my neighbors and cousins were afraid to visit my home. They thought I would check them from top to bottom. Every item that you're wearing today, including the sofa and the chair that you're sitting on, is design challenge for my students at NIFT Chennai. So therefore, it took me 5 years to convince my extended family and my cousins that you can come home wearing a rubber slipper. There was a time in which a group of cousins who loved coming home came and they were chatting away. I'm going to be a different speaker, okay? So they were chatting away, and suddenly I found after about 45 minutes at 10:30 in the night that one of the cousins and his wife were so uncomfortable. So I asked them, Josie, what's the problem? And then they said that Sharon's wife, that's his wife, my brother-in-law, is in the car and he's afraid to come up because he's wearing rubber slippers. I got a wash down from my husband. That's not my fault. Now, just because you think that I belong to NIFT, that I'm going to measure and mark you for what you're wearing, and wherever I see you. Every time I went to the club or I went to church, I was down to sit and answer an interview. My dear friends, National Institute of Fashion Technology that you see on Taramni Road is a accident spot. Luckily, they've closed the corridor. You know, we had the median which was open, and now they've closed it because every bus had a traffic jam and people were standing out of the windows to see what's going on inside the campus. National Institute of Fashion Technology had started in 1986 and 95 with 7 glorious centers, the oldest ones, to give in trained manpower to the garment industry. Slowly we evolved. As faculty, I have evolved 17 years as professor, 9 years now as director, and I'll tell you the story. So while we are here at NIFT, yes, the VUCA world is something that people are talking about now, but every 5 years, because of our international connect and because of our interaction with all universities where we send our students for exchange programs, twinning programs and faculty exchange, we evolve. We keep on evolving. And it's that one center and one institute where faculty, of course, that's what I tell students every year, that I turn 18 on the first day that the first years arrive every year. And it's been a beautiful experience. So in the last 5 years, as we had evolved our curriculum, we didn't expect that there's going to be turmoil and that there's going to be a sudden change. But we were emotionally and curriculumly ready. We had electives. We introduced a new system of teaching. From the cliched pattern making, draping, garment construction, making shoes, bags, and accessories, we turned around to give opportunity to students in the form of electives. Some were mandatory, which were like personal management and statistics and so on, but we also gave them an opportunity to choose their electives. So what happened over the years is that students from different departments, from technology to fashion and apparel to knitwear design to textile design, could cross country to different departments and pick up skills, subjects and knowledge. So when the VUCA world, the so-called VUCA world that people woke up to, my students were already ready. Our students of 17 centers were already ready because they knew how to amalgamate, they knew how to put knowledge together, and everything that they imbibed helped them become entrepreneurs if the world was shut down too. All classes in NIFT, you will be surprised, was transformed on a Zoom platform. Especially in NIFT Chennai, licenses commonly were hired and given to every faculty. Everybody were monitored. Mentoring systems continued. Teaching, learning, internships, craft interactions, industry interactions, everything happened. People learned to make their own dress forms. People learned to use their own sewing machine, including their grandmother's hand machines, without making fun of them anymore. We woke up to reality, but we were not afraid. National Institute of Fashion Technology is headed by the Secretary Textiles, Mr. UP Singh, a visionary, and of course, our dynamic Director General, Mr. Shantamanu. Thanks to them and the liberty that they give us as leaders. Today, if we are talking about Institute of Directors and we are building leadership and excellence, I am building small bricks, which are my students, which will reach you and you will polish them for excellence. Since they are students, I can't talk about their business or their capability in your industry, but we are preparing them so holistically that you will take them and that you will be proud of them. Today, NIFT Chennai runs many indigenous programs. During the COVID, we ran online programs where we had a 60-year-old and a 5-year-old or a 15-year-old in the same class. Creativity, intelligence, and expression knows no boundaries. And of course, we don't make boundaries, and therefore, students learn to amalgamate and to learn and to imbibe and to interact with each other. And what is this leadership to do in the VUCA world? Yes, before the VUCA world woke us up, NIFT Chennai, in the last 5 years, I have made certain programs compulsory. I know that the industry doesn't have every, like, the speaker before me mentioned that all 5 fingers are not alike. And I understood from being a faculty to an administrator that students must understand that when you reach the industry, that you will deal with different kinds of people, different skill sets, different color of skin, different ability, and different kinds of limbs. And therefore, I couldn't teach them discipline as sit properly and stand properly and, this is how you have to be, and show them a video. So I said, okay, let's experiment. Therefore, every year I conducted something called an inclusive spectrum. You would have seen a picture of two specially able boys who were dancing with me. I made my students understand through example. To me, leadership is by example. Students of NIF Chennai, maybe other centers may be doing it differently. I'm sorry, I'm very partial about my center. Therefore, I'll speak about what NIF Chennai does. So students of NIF Chennai, 9 departments, 7 UG, 6 design, 1 technology, 2 postgraduate departments. They were given a month's time to practice, to identify a special school, and each department brought in a special school on a particular day that we call cultural spectrum. So before the rest of all the colleges, the engineering, the Loyolas, and everybody came and danced with their most beautiful outfits, that one thing that special children could never achieve. If every mother had a dream, that dream was fulfilled on the beautiful auditorium of NIF Chennai. And every department had to bring one special school. A month, they had to practice with them. This, beginning from professor to attender, we broke barriers. There was no leadership, there was no PhD, and there was no greatness. You will practice together. You will form a contingent. You will sing, dance, make a video, present it. I had artisans who participated with me, made lovely bags and pencil pouches, who we honored, and we gave souvenirs to these students. So every student who graduated in the last 5 to 6 years understood when they went to the industry that the age-old pattern master, the age-old designer, the age-old leader, or the simple man who sat on the sewing machine making the most impeccable stitches had probably weak limbs, weak lower limbs, physically challenged, but respect went from a NIF Chennai graduate. Today, my students in the last 5 years have got the highest salary packages for the attributes that they have taken from the institute. So if you want me to repeat the title, leadership, yes, in the VUCA world, what challenges we faced? We were ready for the challenge, we implemented the challenge, we continued it this year. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have to lead an organization or an industry or a institution, believe me that the challenge comes from within your conviction. Rise to the occasion. I have 4 tribal children from the hills of Javadamalai. Why did I bring about these changes? 26 years back when I joined and I was trained in NIF Delhi, for more than 5 years, I was torn apart for the periphery, but I still dress and look the same as I was 25, 26 years back. I don't have to be a fashionista to be a director. So I understood that my knowledge and what change I can bring and how I can transform students who are products for the world, products for India, are going to be be at a better receiving end from me, rather than watch me and admire me and give me those love symbols every day on my WhatsApp. So therefore my perception to education changed. Therefore my so my programs that I have designed for NIF Chennai changed, and I have brought in so many systems. Once a year we have the slum children of Kannagi Nagar coming in. I have a group of faculty who will do training, design, development, song, music, everything, memento, spend the day with them. In the evening, we did a review of fashion through cinema. So I would begin with them by asking them what they saw in Nayanthara, Trisha, or Jyotika in the last movie. And there we began from puff sleeves to, different kinds of trousers and skirts. That change is what students who are building blocks for India observed, participated, and took forward. My inclusive spectrum, where a department brought in blind children and could sing along with them and dance. The children couldn't see the ambience, but they carried a memory. My students carried a learning experience, because when they went to the industry or started their own brands, labels, and hired karigars, they knew respect came only from output. Therefore, my dear colleagues and Institute of Directors, I think as a progressive institute, I give to you my gems that I produce in a holistic, progressive, creative institute. Next year, I have 7 gems who will be graduating. I have 4 tribal children who couldn't even speak English. Today, their grade point average in the 3rd year is 7.6. I have 1 boy from the slum of Tamil Nadu, from Tambaram. He's a cancer survivor with 1 leg amputated. His grade point average is 9.6. I have 1 boy from the slum of Dharavi. I have 1 hearing and speech impaired child from my very own Tamil Nadu, Chennai, Little Flower School, Germany. So I have trained these 7 children, made them crack the exam, become students. Industry supports them financially. Government of India gives them scholarship. The difference in amount, the industry steps in. And of course, they are molded by my faculty who are gems, the classmates, batchmates, and all students of NIF Chennai, 1,100 of us. We help these 7 children and other specially able children to develop in an environment to bring in creativity to India. I'm proud. If it's Make in India, my students are already there. And if it's Make in India, I know that I've led my students to it. So Institute of Directors and all big jambawans of the industry, take my students, experiment them, get them to perform for you. Let them style your uniforms, whether it's army, military, hotels, schools, automobiles. I've done it all. I'm a faculty from the fashion design department. We continue to do it. We continue to make, even before the pandemic, we've made MOOC. You know, we've gone into through the HRD department, where we went through the NME ICT project, and we have made study material and which is uploaded. NIF Chennai has done that. We have uploaded it in the Swayam portal. And during the pandemic, when other institutions were worried, everybody logged into what we had already, put onto the Swayam portal. So, ladies and gentlemen, we as leaders make leaders, build leaders with innovative ideas, with no shame, not craving for fame, but wanting to make you take each one of them and show them a beautiful direction. Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity once again, sir. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you were so smart that I couldn't recollect the second name, but I knew you from your form. You're very smart. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Anita Manohar for us. So next we would like to welcome Mr. S. Santanakrishnan. So with more than 35 years of experience in global assurance and consulting, also currently serves as an independent director on multiple boards, including ICICI Home Finance Company Limited. He is actively involved in numerous industry-oriented initiatives of the Reserve Bank of India and the Ministry of Company Affairs. Can we all have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman to address the gathering?
Good evening, friends of the dais and the audience. First, I must thank IOD because Mr. Sundarajan and his colleague Srinivasan have been doing a great job. Particularly, Mr. Sundarajan, I must compliment you for having done a great job in Indian Bank. We're one of the most profitable banks today. I believe that you have done a great job in governance. Second is, I'm going to certainly be a little disruptive today. I'll speak only for 5 minutes and then going to take some questions from all of you, because I felt it should be mutual and it should be two-way. Also to both of you, I think, sir, you will do a great job of training board of directors. And you will do a great job in designing a fashion design for the board members. I've never seen board members being very fashionable, except the few lady directors whom we have taken. Again, compliments to Sudharajan, because this speaker is what we want the board to be. Otherwise, the board has got only serious older people and they don't interact or talk or any other topics. Therefore, I must again compliment you for this. The one is, I'll talk for a few minutes with a very, I don't belong to any political party or political affiliations, let me tell you that. With a very poor political governance being there in this country. And not so good, with due respect to the lordships, otherwise I'll be facing the contempt of court, that judicial governance is also being not so good. Like populist judgments coming up, judges speaking loosely outside or at the time of the judgment, all causing so much of problem. But corporates are expected to maintain the highest levels of governance. I've never understood how corporates can live in this world. I'm sorry, I've been on the board for 25 years. I've never understood that everyone talks about governance and independent directors to go inside. Managements are frauds, owners are frauds. I've never understood this. And if you look at every disclosure that it has made in the auditor's report, we are supposed to say management has not diverted its funds. If an international community is going to look at your notes and auditor's report, they are going to think Indians are a bunch of thieves. Do you mean to say that we are worse than US? Look at Trump's election. Look at Bihar election on the same day. We counted in 2 days, no shot was fired. Trump, they just counted after 45 days, shots were fired. It was an assault on democracy, but no one talks about India. Whereas every audit report, notes on accounts, everything only goes by disclosure, disclosure, disclosure. And auditors have to come in with provident fund dues have been deposited regularly. Term loan, you used it properly or not. All this, the government has to come to some kind of understanding, and they should start dealing with corporates with some kind of decency and some kind of understanding that corporates are the ones who are building everything. Imagine the CSR expenditure which has come. You won't believe, I have been in the parliamentary committees. I was the one who drafted the CSR rules. I was the one who helped Companies Act 2009 to go through several changes. People talk so much about a CSR, it's only 2%. I'm paying 30% tax. Government is supposed to do all this. Government is supposed to give light. Government is supposed to provide for poor people. Government is supposed to take care of animals. They will do nothing. But you won't believe, every member of parliament will ask, will say, why not 2%? Why not it be 4%? Why not it be 6%? No one is there to ask them why government cannot do, why CSR should do. CSR is my voluntary one. Who is the government? I was in the high-powered committee of CSR. I told him, how can you come and tell me that I have to deposit in Prime Minister's Relief Fund? Prime Minister's Relief Fund has got 40% administration expenses, salaries, everything. Only 60% can naturally itself go. And when I spend CSR, I'm supposed to restrict it to 5%. I cannot give my employees to them. Why? I mean, what I'm trying to highlight is, why is that we don't have innovation? With all this, there is a brain drain from India outside. Indians by themselves, if you go into the P&L account of balance sheet of any company, they will never spend on research. They have never spent on innovation. The country lost all its intellectuals to America, and America became an innovator, primarily because Indians went, IITians and IIMs, everybody went there. Therefore, they became innovators. So therefore, the biggest problem that we today face in this country is that there is no innovation at all in this country because people don't want to spend on innovation. The reason, again, I have discussed with Ms. Malingam and others, why there should be a quarterly publication of results. Who benefits it? And who benefits by, I signed a balance sheet a few days back. I'm not exaggerating. It had 350 pages, standalone, 500 pages of consolidation because it has got 500 companies to be consolidated. One of the largest corporate in this country. I signed 7 copies. My ballpoint pen refill I had to change twice. And I don't know what productive use to which I was able to put. And no one will read the disclosures. The government has to, SEBI has to come in. I mean, I'm talking about disruption, innovation. First of all, regulators have to disrupt themselves. They cannot go back to the old bureaucratic control of doing everything. Moment there is a fraud in some place, the auditor's report will change, management will let it disclose. Every time a fraud occurs everywhere, your balance sheet disclosures will go up. This quarterly disclosures,
quarterly accounts are the ones which are causing problem to us. And we do not have time for anything else except quarter accounts are over. I have to start cooking my next quarter accounts. After I finish, I have to cook my next quarter accounts. The stock markets very genuinely believe that every quarter I should do better than the previous quarter. And I really don't know why. I don't know how we are not able to accept it as investors. We want every quarter our increase in EPS. EPS is the only thing that we will look at. What will happen in case you start publishing half year? Management will have some time to innovate, some time to do some research. And quarterly results are gone, half yearly. And you publish it in the website. Regulator wants they can come and take any information, come to us. You're making the auditors and the management and the independent directors to do all this. And regulators will not look at it. Regulators will look at it after 3 years. And 3 years later, they will raise a question on it. Now, with this kind of, also why I'm coming to this disruption is, where is the board has got the time? How many times, in fact, without publishing all this, if you put a record of how many hours board meets 5 times a year, 5th time is supposed to be for business plan or research. Where is the time for innovation? Everything in this business in the last, the 1920s, the average age of a business used to be 67 years. Now it has become to 15 years because the business automatically dies because of new innovations coming, no disruptions come. Look at the way Swiggy has come, Zomato has come. Huh? I've had a disruption, so I'm supposed to be stopping now. I'll be very happy, but I'll take 2 minutes. No, it's okay. I will take 1 or 2 questions alone. I mean, there is absolutely essential that we spend a lot of money on research. Our educational institutions will have to gear up to providing for scholars today. Today, we all go from 12th standard BCom, BSc like that. India has no time. India has to come from the top. Come from research first. Then bring in research scholars into the country. Then they will start providing. Fundamentally, regulators, governments will have to change because you are never going to build an institution, BCom, MCom, and then come to BSc, MSc, and then come to research. Another 100 years will be gone. We need institutions which will support research scholars, pay them what they will get it elsewhere in the country and benefit the country and the industry. I'll be very happy if I can, somebody can, I would be very happy to answer 2 questions at least. Sorry, the time has been short, so I thought I'll share with you some. Yes, sir. Somebody can give a mic to him. Otherwise, you come over here, sir.
Relevant observation in which the IOD has given clarification is that now this practice of the chartered accountants and accounts professional writing, there was no fraud or corruption by the board. In law, it is definite.
Absolutely.
What they are supposed to say, it's a question of educating our auditors. If you say a man is honest, you cannot say this man is not dishonest. In
Absolutely.
law, it is definite. So
Sir,
the board should be careful.
I fully appreciate. Only thing is, the corporates have to raise up. Corporates don't want to fight with the government. They would rather keep quiet as long as it doesn't hurt them. Or the job of the auditor, we'll keep quiet. I think we need to have a pride in saying, I certainly, I've been in the government, I tell them the nonsense. I'm sure the Prime Minister hears he'll change it next day, but not others. Why would I go and give a certificate saying I've not used the money here, I paid the Provident Fund dues? You are putting the entire corporate world at a bunch of thieves. Sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your things. Yes, sir.
Sir, respected sir, Reserve Bank of India is the supreme commander of banking system in the economy. Directions given by the Reserve Bank of India cannot be questioned even in the Supreme Court and not interfere. When the Reserve Bank of India directors are in the board of all banks, why there will be so much frauds, forgery, and unnecessary things that are happening? All unsatisfactory things. They can control and monitor there itself. What is happening in the board? When Reserve Bank of India director is in the board of the Ivory Bank, what is happening there? Why there is no insight? Why there is no, I can say, even periscopic views? They are depending on some reports. They are not know what ground reality is at all. They have to see everything in a telescopic or mesoscopic view. When Reserve Bank of India is the supreme commander of all directions, when that man is available in the very board, why there is so much disasters in the banking organization? He himself control everything there.
Sir,
What is the problem?
one thing, sir. Frauds can never be eradicated. As long as there is a human brain and human being, as Mahatma Gandhi said, there is enough in this world for everyone's need. There is not enough in this world for everyone's greed. Greed, as long as the greed is there and human race is there, fraud will happen. Now, how much you minimize it, how much you reduce it is one question. But let's only talk about the independent directors and the board's role in a prevention of a fraud. That, in my opinion, majority of the frauds, like for example, ILFS, somebody could have easily found out had they looked at the cash flow statement, had they looked at the consolidated statement, or had they looked at the structure of the organization. The moment you have multiple structures, that's an area of red line. So I do agree with you. It's like a movie, sir. The policeman always comes at the last scene. So regulator will always come at the last scene. The second issue is regulator may, you shall. That is the wording, English wording. The whole of the Companies Act, it's a courts may, but the person shall. So therefore, we will have to do certain precautions to prevent that happening. But I would say that amongst all the regulators, I would put RBI and SEBI are far better than other regulators. If you have not seen them.
No, I agree with that. What I'm telling you is, being a Reserve Bank of India representative, he must check the checks and balance of audit department and vigilance department. Things should be controlled like anything.
Absolutely.
They are not at all bothered what is happening in ground here. For example, I will tell you today, NPI is such a burning issue in our economy. They don't know ground realities at all. They are not given facility what is given by the Reserve Bank of India, or they ordered by the state government, or ordered by the government of India.
One thing is, I can't be saying this in the presence of senior person like Sundarajan. I have also been chairman. I have also been chairman of 2 banks. I would rate 80% of our lending as either today's NP or future NP. Generally, Indians believe that it is their birthright to take the money. Joke will go. It is not my principle to pay interest. It is not in my interest to pay principal back. So that is what it is, sir. I think they'll be pressing me, but I wish I get one more time to spend with you, sir.
No, thank you. Last question is,
yes, sir.
Last question is, how this is things happening, and they are not bothered to report what is irregularity happening in the bank to Reserve Bank of India?
Sir, I would say, I'm sorry, I hope if there are lawyers, they will immediately pounce on me. Lawyers always come and play a role by saying this you need not report to Reserve Bank. But I always say, don't take a lawyer opinion and come to the board inside. Lawyer is to defend you, not to give you a view of yours. Common sense approach, boards will have to function a lot more responsibly. I would limit this discussion to the board's responsibility. I believe that board has to behave a lot more responsibly. And one topic which I didn't cover, women directors have added phenomenal amount of color to the discussion. I'm not talking about the color to the board, but color to the discussion. I find members are becoming a lot more responsible. Everybody comes prepared. I must compliment the mandatory provision which brought in more women directors into the board. Sorry, sir, I will have to stop with this. Sir, you had a, yes. Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sure. I'm so sorry to interrupt. So we're going to have a tea break right now. Would you be able to take it one-to-one, sir? All right, sure. Just give us a moment.
Sorry, I'm coming in between the tea, right? Sir, question. We are talking about CSR. We will also talk about ASR, that is academic social responsibility. Okay. You receive a lot of fund for the innovations, right, from the different agencies. You put your team and you also do the innovations. But after once it is done, even to transfer TOT, you again charge fees. Now, to transfer the technology, do you identify the MSME or in certain categories, or you also charge for that, for the transfer of technology fees actually. So what is your ASR in that scenario? I will not ask you why. At the same time, also asking why you are charging.
If I am not charging anything, whom to be transferred? If I am not charging anything, if there are some 10 people are asking for this technology transfer, whom to be given?
That's very subjective.
Okay, that is one thing. And the other thing, we are doing all academicians in any academic institutions, even in IIT, 20% of the people are, the professors are doing work on high intensive research. Any organization, for example, any state funded university, only 5% of the professors are working hard. They are doing over and above their regular work. Only those people can do, make innovation, invention, other things. They should be given some royalty, no? For which this technology, even though they are using government fund, they are using their 24-hour time to make this innovation. They are given this technology transfer amount. No, research scholars are to be molded. This is 10 scholars are there. It is not possible without your time. It is not possible to mold them. If you are a leader, you may be knowing how to bring the people to your level. It is not so easy. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the understanding. Thank you so much. So please make yourself comfortable. Yes, so now I would like to welcome Mr. R.G. Rajan, the board member of Honorary Zonal Director, IOD, and former CMD, RCF, NFO, PDIO, and former chairman of FAI, Scope, to kindly join us onto the dais to present the IOD memento to all our speakers. Can we have a round of applause for all of them? That's Dr. Anita Manohar for us. Mr. S. Santanakrishna. Dr. R. Vailraj. I request a group photograph with all the speakers. A group picture. Once again, thank you so much for doing the honors, and thanks to our speakers. We'll break for tea for the next 15 minutes. I kindly request everyone to join us back as we'd like to resume the session in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. So once again, a very good evening to one and all here. So we're going to move on to our next session, and that's going to be on driving business excellence and innovation, boardroom strategies. So now I take the pleasure in inviting our guest of honor and also chair of session. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Mr. Santosh Vaklu, the Executive Director, Marketing, Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the gentleman onto the dais, please? Can we have you on stage, sir? Please kindly make yourself comfortable. He has about 28 years of marketing and sales experience with 23 years in the paper industry. Worked for the top paper companies like ITC Limited, BILT, and JK Papers. A very warm welcome. We'd like to welcome our Following speakers onto the dais, we'd like to welcome Mr. Shaji John, the Director, Endeavour NLC India Limited. Can we have a round of applause to welcome the gentleman onto the stage? We'd like to welcome Mr. N.V. Balachandar, the President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Ashok Leyland. Can we have a round of applause, audience? We request the members right outside to kindly join us. We'll start in a minute, sir. We kindly request you to wait for a moment. The members right outside, I request you all to kindly join us inside, please. Also on stage, I would like to take the pleasure to welcome Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya, the Director of Finance, Chennai Metro Rail Limited, to kindly join us onto the dais. Can we have a round of applause? Come on, audience, I think we should have more energy after tea break. All of you are seeming to be pretty more dull. Come on. Yes. So now I hand over the floor to the session chair and our distinguished speakers. It's over to you for the next couple of minutes. Can we have some mics on the table here too?
A very good evening to all. I've been told a couple of minutes. I'm not sure how much it means, but I know we are all running late. I am from TNPL. I'm the Executive Director Marketing over there. A short brief about TNPL before I come to the subject. Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited is Tamil Nadu's largest and one of India's largest pulp and paper producer. Talking in terms of the company, we have been quite profitable. We've been quite innovative. And this is one of the showpieces of the Tamil Nadu government, where one can run a government enterprise or a public sector enterprise profitably and professionally in Tamil Nadu. In terms of innovations that have been done by TNPL, the company started as making newsprint. Innovatively, they thought, why not use bagasse instead of conventional wood? So bagasse pulping facilities were put up and paper was being manufactured by using bagasse. Bagasse is normally sourced from the sugar industry, and when you're working with the sugar industry to source bagasse, you realize that they need a source of power or energy. So another solution was given to the industry was that we will give you power and you give us bagasse, because bagasse was being used as a fuel, source of fuel. So boilers were installed by TNPL at the sugar factories. We used to supply coal over there, or we're still supplying coal over there, and giving them power, getting bagasse in lieu. So instead of bagasse getting burnt in the boilers, it's being used to make paper. We've invested and we spend a lot of money and hard work into plantations. Every year in the state of Tamil Nadu, we do virtually 22,000 acres of plantations. Just to bring the context is that as paper industry, you know, there is a lot of misinformation which says that you cut trees to make paper. Absolutely incorrect. The amount of plantations that we do to get paper are far in excess of what we cut to get the paper made. Putting another thing in context is, it is an absolutely green industry. We plant trees, we take a fraction of them to make paper. In the process of making paper, when we are pulping it and we make paper, we consume chemicals, we cook it with chemicals. There is a virtually 98% recovery of the chemicals back. So we get the chemicals back and they are recycled and put in the system again. In plantations, we are not only releasing so much of oxygen into the air by converting carbon dioxide through photosynthesis, plus we are giving employment to thousands and thousands of people across our peripheral areas where we do plantations. So talking about TNPL, while we are a commercial enterprise there to make money, but yes, as a CSR, we are very large. Some CSR, as I say, plantations, that is to take care of the environment also and get us fiber. But yes, besides that, since all paper mills are in remote areas, we spend a lot on education, healthcare, taking care of the society next to our factories and all. So overall, my impression, I am taking this occasion to bring to your knowledge that yes, paper industry, especially the integrated paper industry, is good for the environment. Now with the plastic ban coming in, more and more paper is being used. I'm sure over a period of time, we will not find these plastic bottles all over here, which will be littering the environment. There will be options available. Paper cups are being used. Paper plates have come into place. These are something which are recyclable also a couple of times before actually they get into landfills. And at landfills also they get compostable. So paper overall is a green industry. It's an industry which helps the environment, and it is a very socially responsible industry. Coming to the topic that I've been given the topic of fostering innovation in a digital economy. We all know that it's become an extremely volatile world. As we are saying, it's become a VUCA world. The impact we felt more with the recent COVID. Life used to continue and change was gradual. But if you look at the past 2.5 years, what has happened is people have realized that everything can change in a second. In the sense, the whole country or the globe got paralyzed. We were stuck to our homes. There is little that you can do. There is little that you can meet. There is little that you can go out. Nobody would have fathomed that this is possible in today's technology, today's environment. But still it happened. We were so proactive as humankind that technology came to the aid and we were able to somehow continue to run our factories, get electricity, get power, do our banking, everything while staying at home. The governments also helped, industry also helped, and we've been able to pass through this challenging times. Today, after that, and then with the Ukraine war happening, you can look at the currency crisis, so many things happening. It is very difficult for any one of us to predict what's going to happen in the next quarter or the quarter after that. There was a time we used to have a 5-year strategic business plan. We used to plan on our investments, on our growth. We had budgeting that was done somewhere in the month of March for this year. Forecasting a dollar to be 77. Forecasting our imported pulp prices at somewhere around $780, $800 per ton. Where are we today? Dollar at 80, pulp at 1,050. Coal, totally chaotic. So looking at the current context of where we are, I think we need to be very nimble, very agile, very flexible. While there are budgets, there are targets, there are plans for guidance, but yes, the effort has to be to live for the day. One has to make the most of the situation which is right now. I mean, I cannot say that I will invest for the future. I do need to invest for the future, but that is not at the cost of the present. We need to maximize what we have at the moment. VUCA, the way I understand is volatility, I would say, has to be handled through vision. One needs to have a clear vision. There is volatility, but where am I headed to? Where do I want to go to? Uncertainty can only be catered through or handled by understanding. We need to step back, look at things and try and understand and comprehend. Coming to complexity, what has happened is with more of electronics coming in, with more of digitization coming in, there is too much of information. There is too much of data, but we need to collate it and convert it into knowledge and understandable or usable information. Data is available cheap. Data, not only is data transmission cheap, data capturing is cheap. Look at Industry 4.0. Now there are machines talking to machines. There are sensors, all data. I mean, if anybody wants in an organization, the amount of data that we can get is humongous. But then it is something which confuses all of us. Too much of information or data is or not of use. One needs to filter out what can I make out of that data, what is the advantage, or where can I work to improve my systems or profitability by using that data. Coming to ambiguity, it's there. The only solution I look at it is agility. we need to be extremely agile to take care of this ambiguity. I consider all organizations to be living organisms. We start up, we quickly expand and grow. Then there is a phase of consolidation. Some people tend to, or some organizations tend to again innovate and leap to the next level. Some of them fall by the wayside. The trick is, how do we continuously go on innovating? Today, with the help of digitization, can we innovate faster? Can we move ahead faster? Can we go to the next step instead of stagnating and coming down? Competition has become severe. There is no time to stop. Any place we stop, the other competition is available to take you out of business. I'll tell you what digitization has done for the industry. Paper industry is slightly a laggard in that, but still, the way I look at it is capturing data, aggregating data has become very cheap. We have ERPs, we have sensors, we have, with little investments, there is a lot of place where data can be captured. In the sense, if a machine is running and you find disruptions, you have sensors which can tell you that why did the disruption come in, and if you are able to analyze that, then we can ensure that machines will run uninterrupted, because the cause of the disruption or the timing of the disruption is known to us. Coming to converting this data into information, we have tools, there are softwares, and a lot of analytics is also happening. I would say digitization has also given us a major advantage, which was also visible during COVID times. Networking and connecting with people or teams has become very, very easy. I need not have all specialists in my company to give me the best output. Technology is facilitating where you can network, you can connect, you can get to the source of any help that you want by connecting globally. It's not only, if I'm in Chennai, I can look at experts in Chennai. We can do it in India, we can do it globally, anywhere you want. You can network, there are sources of information available, there are people who are able to sort it out. So that fundamentally is a major advantage that a digital economy has given us. Coming to information sharing and collaboration. You know, there was a time when all inventions used to be done by one particular person. You will say bulb, Edison. Now today, if we look at inventions, what has happened to inventions? Inventions are basically collaborations. Any tool, any technology that gets invented is not by one person. It's by a large number of people working together as teams, collaborating, innovating, and getting the outcome. The trick incorporates the way we have understood it and the way we have read about it is also that we need to have any innovation in an organization has to be in the fabric, but that fabric is, it has to come top down. The top management has to be committed to innovation, and that unflinching commitment to innovation from the top management can only foster innovation. If we expect the middle management or the second tier management or the lower management to get into innovation, it's just not possible. It needs wholehearted support from the top management, support in terms of finances, support in terms of helping the teams get formed, support in terms of regularly encouraging the teams. The way we've seen is creating cross-functional teams, especially with, we can have people with experience, but better results have been observed by having a younger crowd over there, plus some people in the teams or groups who are totally cross-functional. It might be a non-related attribute. You know, like Mrs. Manoran was talking about having a fashion designer in the organization. You know, if we are a technology-driven organization, you can have somebody from the creative side also. That kind of mix in the, it's an eclectic crowd, and that kind of mix helps in foster innovation better. Younger people I have spoken about. It also needs to have a very clearly defined objective and a budget. Budgets sometimes go haywire, that's what the top management look at. But the objective has to be very clear. I'll talk about our industry. The current challenge with the paper industry is, with all this plastic ban happening, we are looking at making paper cups. If you see the paper cups that you use right now, we are basically doing a very thin film, a 10 to 12 micron film of poly inside to seal the cup and ensure that the cup does not leak. Innovation that we are looking at is to do something with the water-based coating so that the day you throw the cup, it immediately decomposes. This cup also decomposes, but there's a fraction of plastic left over. We don't even want that to happen. So that's the innovation required. So what I'm saying is the objective has to be defined, the group has to be created, and people need to work. Top management needs to regularly review and also proactively encourage. It's not that everything is going to happen on the first day itself or the first meeting itself, but a proactive encouragement and a regular encouragement to ensure that this innovation takes root faster and happens faster. So this is basically what I would like to talk about: innovation and how technology and digitization is helping innovation today. If there are any questions, I think we can take them at the end. I'll be more than glad to answer to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So next, we're going to move on to our keynote session. So please join me in inviting and welcoming our first distinguished keynote speaker of this session, Professor Soumitra Datta, the Dean of South Business School, University of Oxford, UK. He'll be joining us virtually on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Datta is joining us live from UK. He will be delivering a keynote address on boards to lead business excellence and staying ahead of the curve. He is an authority on innovation in the global knowledge economy. He is a co-editor and a founder of Network Readiness Index, published by Portland's Institute, and Global Innovation Index, published by the World Intellectual Property Organization. Previously, he was the founding dean of the Cornell SC John College of Business at Cornell University. He is also the president of Portland Institute, chair of the board, Global Business School Network, and member of the Global Board Dassault Systems. Recently, he has overtaken the Dean Said Business School, and we wish him all success, and we request him to kindly join us live now. And despite his busy schedule, he's here with us. We'd like to take the pleasure in welcoming you here, sir. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to everyone.
You're not audible, sir.
Can you hear me fine?
No, you're not audible. Just give us a moment. Can you speak, sir?
Yes, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Can you speak now, sir?
Can you hear me now?
Can you speak again, sir?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now you're audible, sir. Thank you so much once again for joining us, sir. It's over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So once again, a very good afternoon to everyone. And I'm sure you're enjoying and having some very good discussions. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person, but I hope I'll be able to convey a few messages to you via this video screening. So the topic really today is really around the world that we're living in. And I heard a previous distinguished speaker speak about the VUCA environment that he's facing in the paper business, how even every sector of the world is getting transformed. And that is the reality of life today. The environment is a VUCA environment, and VUCA is a term that traditionally stands for the labels of volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And I think in many ways, that kind of a collection of words defines the environment around us, both in terms of technology, which is moving exponentially, also in terms of geopolitics, which is also changing unpredictably, and many other business pressures which we're facing today around the world. Now, we have to look at this VUCA not as a disadvantage, but much more as an advantage. Because if I just change the labels of VUCA, the V of volatility to vision, the U from uncertainty to understanding, the C from complexity to clarity, and the A from ambiguity to agility, you have another set of 4 letters or 4 words that also come together as VUCA: vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. And I do put forward to you that companies and leaders who today possess that vision, who have that understanding of the world around them, who are clear in terms of the execution strategy, and who are agile in the way they act and think, I think have an advantage today. And that is really how I would like us to think about VUCA, not necessarily as a disadvantage or a challenge only, but really an opportunity and a way for us to excel. Now, when I teach about these things to executives or talk about them and discuss them with students, what I always like to do is give them a few suggestions or guidelines of action. And I will do the same out here. So the first suggestion or the first strategy for navigating this VUCA world I'd like to suggest to you is one of exploration. I think it is very, very important for organizations to start exploring the future in a more structured fashion. I'm not talking about just simple brainstorming exercises, which are very helpful, but a more structured exploration of future scenarios. One tool that is very commonly used out here in this notion is of scenario planning. Scenario planning is not a new tool. It's a tool that comes from many decades ago. But today, companies find it increasingly useful to build scenarios for the future and try to understand different possibilities that might occur in the future. And doing this on a systematic, regular basis is very important, because if not, you will lose that kind of rigor in your analysis and thinking of the future. Shell, for example, is one of the companies that does this very well. Shell has a whole scenarios team that is very much focused on trying to look at future possible scenarios and analyze what are possible courses of action. So incorporating scenario analysis or some other similar tool is very important for exploration. And I think the exploration thing is very important because the future is not known in most sectors. Exactly what will education look like? What will the health sector look like? What will other sectors look like remains to be tested, remains to be invented in many cases around us. The second strategy I give is to, in fact, say that, well, you also have to start questioning more. Just as you explore the future, you also have to question the assumptions you might be making in your business today. Because all of us in our business, we have some implicit or some explicit assumptions about how we operate, why we do things a certain way, and how we in fact look at the future. And I think the time has come now to question a lot of these assumptions. Now, questioning is also a very important rigor, a process that we followed. And if you do this rigorously, it can actually lead to a great insights for the organization. I'll give you a tool, just like scenario analysis. There's a whole process called red teaming. Red teaming is once again a method that comes from military, and it has been adopted very widely by cybersecurity experts. So in cybersecurity, as you might be knowing, what people do is they have one team that builds the cyber scenario, cybersecurity defenses. Another team, the red team, tries to break in the cybersecurity defenses, tries to actually question what the team has done, tries to in fact find faults, tries to find weaknesses. And this notion of building in red teaming into our management processes, into a basic approach of how we look at organizations and organizational strategies, it's very important. So red teaming is one structured way of questioning, but it's very important to be able to question things around us, question assumptions, question the basis of assumptions, and be able to at least force ourselves to revisit those once again. So the two strategies I've given so far are to explore more, and the second one to question more. The third one is really around having a positive mindset, having a positive mindset is very, very important, because really today, despite the challenges we have around us, the world of opportunities is exploding. And the reason that is exploding is because technology is progressing exponentially and data is progressing exponentially. And the way you can actually combine data with technology to serve human needs, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in education, whether it's some other domain, is just changing in invariably multitude of different possible ways. Now, even if you have not succeeded in the past, let's say, for example, sometimes I talk telecom, executives, and they often regret the fact that telecoms invented SMS, but they lost the SMS market to WhatsApp. And yes, they lost the SMS market to WhatsApp, but guess what? Telecoms now is looking at 5G, and 5G is opening up a whole new range of possibilities. Telecom can go much more aggressively right now into financial services, health services, a whole bunch of different services enabled by 5G. And this is true in almost every domain that you look around us. The range of possible new opportunities is tremendous. We need to have a positive mindset of abundance, and we need to be aiming for 10x goals as opposed to 10% goals. Because if there is so much in terms of what is possible, be it the climate, be it other aspects of important national priority items in India, the goal should be 10x as opposed to 10%, and we have to look at it in much more positive mindset of abundance. The last strategy I say really is of boldness, of being bold. So you have to basically be bold to act. And often the key difference between leaders succeed and leaders who don't succeed is the courage to act. It is true that acting sometimes in the face of uncertainty is never easy. Acting in the face of a lot of success you might have had with traditional technologies is also not easy, but action is important. And action is important knowing that you might not always succeed, knowing that some of your actions might lead to failures, and you may have to pivot, and you may have to learn, and you may have to actually pick something else in that once again. And this notion of being able to combine this forward action while being able to build the resilience towards overcoming failures, keep on learning, is an essence of, I think, what is required today in terms of bold strategies for action. So just to recap, what I've tried to summarize is that, VUCA is clearly a challenge, but let's turn the VUCA labels into something which is much more positive. Let's term VUCA as V for vision, U for understanding, C for clarity, and A for agility. And let's look at some strategies that will help us act in this new VUCA world, which is much more positive world. And that's where the 4 strategies come in play. One is to structure our exploration of the future much more. Scenario analysis is one tool for doing so. The second one is to question much more every single assumption we have in our business, every basis of action in our business. Red teaming is one kind of approach to doing so. The third one is of being positive, having a mindset of abundance, and that really reflects, I think, the environment around us today. There is no shortage of opportunities ahead of us in business today. And the last one really is of boldness, of having the courage to act. If you don't have the courage to act, you'll not move forward. You might, in fact, miss opportunities. So having the courage to act, even in the face of failures and obstacles, I think is very important. So those are my comments to you to add to this session. Thank you very much for giving me this chance to interact with you. And I wish you a very successful continuation of your event.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in the midst of your busy schedule. That was very, very informative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So moving ahead, next I would like to take the pleasure to welcome Dr. Prasanna Kumar Acharya to address the gathering. He is a member of Board of Directors of CMRL and in charge of Finance and Accounts, HRD, and an administration including training, planning, and business development departments. Prior to CMRL, he has an experience in serving the Navaratna public sector undertaking NTPC Limited, Neyveli Lignite Corporation Limited, the Grid Corporation of Odisha, and Tata Power Company Limited, a premier private sector company. Indeed, it's our pleasure to have him here today. I request Sir to kindly take over in addressing the gathering.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to all of you, the distinguished speakers on the dais and of the dais. I'm representing Chennai Metro Rail Limited, which is the second metro rail of the country, followed by Delhi Metro. The total planned network in Chennai Metro inside the city of Chennai is 180 kilometers approximately. Out of that, around 60 kilometers is in operation and another 120 kilometers is in the construction stage. It's a pleasure to work with CMRL, being a social sectors, promoting the infrastructural development of the state of Tamil Nadu and particularly in Chennai Metropolitan Authority or metropolitan limits per se. This metro rail concept has started with Delhi Metro initially last decades, maybe 20 years down the line, followed by other small networks also coming across the country. And Chennai Metro Rail Limited is the second largest, having the total investment capacity of around 1 lakh crores. Out of that, 20,000 crores already in the operation stage, another 60,000 crores is in the stage of construction, and phase 3, another 20,000 crores is in the pipeline of construction. Apart from that, Chennai Metro also in the process of developing similar network facility, mass transit systems across various parts of the Tamil Nadu, particularly Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy, Tirunelveli, and Salem. So, so the infrastructure facility which Chennai Metro Rail is being developed, the intention is to bring the people from this carbon footprint transport systems to the reduced carbon footprint or nil carbon footprint systems. The intention of this network is not to make profit, but to provide infrastructure or transport facility to the public. Our performance is not measured in terms of profitability of this company, but in terms of the ridership. How much riders are traveling in the system and what efficiency is there, or what is the utility ratio, or what is the occupancy ratio inside this metro rail network. That is the measurability criteria. It's not that, and none of the metro companies in the country, in India, are not making any profit in their operation. It's only their ridership which is ultimately giving the reduction in footprint of the other infrastructure sectors like mass transport systems in the buses or similar cars, autos and other things where this carbon footprint is more. Considering this COP26 recently 2-3 months before, so India's commitment was to reduce the carbon footprint over a period of times to net zero by 2070. And the contribution of the transport sector to the carbon footprint in the present is about 20% or more than 20%, which need to be neutralized. And for that, this mass transit system, particularly metro rail, is to a great extent will bring down this carbon footprint level to a net zero level. What India is committed by 2070, we have to bring down to net zero, and by 2030 by 1 billion tons of reductions. So all this will possible once people are accustomed to adopt this new technology or new means of transport and avail this opportunity. In Chennai, we find that compared to Delhi or Bangalore, the adaptability of the peoples to transit or to transport through the metro rail network is not that much. We need to bring more people to the network because the huge investment what government has made for the people. If the train system remains vacant or people are not traveling this network will be of no use. So first of all, I urge all the people to who are residing at Chennai or sometimes coming to Chennai, please avail that opportunity. Go to through the metro network. We have a stall also outside this. There's travel cards also being sold. Some you can avail that also. So that is about my company. So coming to the topic, this business excellence and innovation and boardroom strategy. Boardroom strategy and business excellence, slightly I will try to modify this topic itself. The boardroom has to decide this business excellence through the innovative process. All three has to combinedly work together to make a business successful. I will give two small examples before that. In the early 1966-67, one small company was there, Mine Island Limited in Karnataka. And that company was suffering loss for continuously few years. And there was, in 1967-270, one new company has started operation, that is Reliance Textiles Limited, Textile Industry Limited. So Reliance Textile Industries Limited has amalgamated himself or itself with Mine Island and changed its name to Mine Island. Within 1 year period, that company again renamed back to Reliance Textile Industry Limited. Lot of study has taken place why it has done, why the company has merged and changed its name, again come back after 1 year, change its name to the original name. The study that is a boardroom strategy, because normally what happens, boardroom strategy or boardroom storms, because in the boardroom not only strategies are discussed, a lot of storms also taken place in the boardroom, lot of arguments, counter arguments, all this happens, but finally the outcomes comes out from the boardroom through a minutes of meeting. It is very nicely, sweetly drafted that nothing has happened in the boardroom and everything is calm and quiet. So this is the strategy of that board, where this Mine Island and Reliance in textiles was merged together. It was found that subsequently that Mine Island was lot of tax assets in their books which they could not able to encash, because in the income tax provisions there are some of these tax losses can be carried over to certain extent or certain period, maybe sometimes in 8 years, some cases in 10 years. At that point of time, some period was also there in 1960-70, I'm telling. So if the company will not able to avail those things, then that will automatically lapse. Presently also this MAT credit is available up to 8 years, can be availed. After that it will automatically expire. The same thing was there with Mine Island at that point of time, and Reliance Textile has the opportunity to avail that tax benefit. That's why it has merged with that company and avail that tax benefit in 1 year and again return back to its own position after 1 year. So that is the board level strategies which taken place inside, which has never come out to the outside and not discussed in the open forum so far. The second example also I will give, again the same company, Reliance Industries Limited. In 2016 it started this geo operation, everybody knows. And Reliance Industries Limited has funded around 1 lakh crores for the initial geo promotion, and within 83 days of its launching, it has reached 50 million consumers or customers to its database or to its network. And presently it has 400 million plus customers or its users, geo users. So what happened, this 1 lakh crores which Reliance Industries has initially contributed or initially sponsored for this geo, because initially for 3 months they were giving free of service all these things, because they know this disruption is going to come, this digital economy is going to come, this digital thinking, digital transformation is going to come, and data requirement is, or network is the key or is the root for all this digital. Without this data, digital system cannot sustain. So keeping those things, that is the board perceptions, that is the board thought process. And keeping that in my mind, Reliance Industries has invested 1 lakh crores in the Geo platforms, and today in 2021-22, Geo turnover itself is 1 lakh crores and profit is more than 15,000 crores. So within a period of 4 to 5 years, they have taken back the return and the turnover is more than the investment. So that is the board level strategies when board decides this innovations and excellence. Similarly, we can see that we can just go back to the 2 years down the line when this COVID pandemic has started in, in country March 2020. So nobody was thinking that this pandemic will take a safe in the second wave. What are the things we all have learned and all have, most of us have either faced directly or indirectly. We have lost some dear friends or other things. But the board level is not only there in the company, board level is there in the state, like cabinet ministers are called board level things, and similarly in the national level also cabinet ministers or the prime ministers are there also acting like a board. So they have taken that challenge, and within a period of 2 years, less than 2 years, it is in the history of any civilizations, within a period of 2 years, the vaccines and other things have been developed. It is not only developed, it is properly distributed to a systematic manner, channelized, and today also we have reached 200 crore doses of vaccines to the country of 130 crores. So not only the production of these vaccines as well as the distribution, channelization, everything through that network platforms. On MyGov, some platform is there where this every person who has been vaccinated is being recorded there. So those type of transformations is required board level strategy as well as innovations. The second thing is coming to that. I will give one more example to that and close it. When there is a choice between do or die, innovation is the way. And I will take you to little bit world age, not world age. In 1961, John F. Kennedy, the then president of United States, he has given a statement to the nation. Within 4 years of resumption of his office as president, this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade. He has given a timeline also. Before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. So that was the speech. And also he told that it would be better not to go at all if the United States was not prepared to do the work and bear the burden to make it successful. That means before that, USSR, that presently Russia, they have already landed in the moon, and this target was given by the then president of USA. And that was the period between this declaration to landing in the moon, that is the golden period of innovation in the US history. Lot of innovation has taken place during that period. And when these directions has come from the top and people have accepted those things, then everybody has contributed through their own way for the innovations, new things, directly or indirectly, and making this a success. So similar things has happened in India also, in many places. This basic thing of the innovation or basic philosophy behind the innovation is to optimize the cost, achieving the target within a timeline, increasing the productivity, increasing the quality, and improving new idea, bringing new ideas and implementing it for a better life cycle. So this is the basic principles behind every innovations, and the innovations will not help unless it is properly implemented, properly cycled to the ultimate output or result. So that is the role of the board comes to bring them or make the plan for innovation, bring excellence, and make it achievable or make it happen or grounded it in the ground. With that, thank you. Thank you all. If you have any questions, you are welcome.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker for the day is going to be Mr. Shaji John, the Director of Power NLC India Limited. Mr. John has a vast experience in operations and maintenance, erection and commissioning of thermal power plants of subcritical and supercritical technology. He joined NLC India in the year 2017 and has worked as a general manager in charge of O&M of NTPL Tuticorin, Tamil Nadu, a joint venture company between NLCIL and Panjatco, and later on as a chief executive officer at NTPL. I request Sir to kindly address the gathering.
My co-speakers on the dais, distinguished dignitaries and guests of the dais, a very good evening to all of you. At the outset, let me thank the Institute of Directors for giving me a chance to talk on this August occasion. I have been getting this opportunity to talk in IOD, I think, for the past 2 or 3 times. I represent NLC India Limited, Naval Lignite Corporation, where I am right now a full-time functional director as in charge for the power. NLC India Limited, a small brief about NLC India Limited. It's a mining cum thermal power company. We have mining in lignite. We have mining in coal. Earlier we were known as the Naval Lignite Corporation. We were confined to Navy in Tamil Nadu, but now we have pan-India presence. We have mining at Orissa. We have thermal power plants at Barsingsar in Rajasthan, and power plants coming up at UP. We have also diversified or moved on to renewables. Out of this 6,061 megawatt capacity, we have 1,421 megawatt renewables. Not perhaps, we are the first CPSC to cross 1 billion units generation of renewables in the country. Power, as you are all aware, is the basic need infrastructure for the development. On the topic of innovations, excellence, when we talk about the changes which has happened in the country, particularly the post-COVID, I would like to just draw attention of the team here. What kind of disruption has happened? We are all aware what kind of disruption has happened during the COVID period. But if you look at it in the power sector, the real disruption happened post-COVID. In fact, if you see in 2020 or 21, when the COVID was there, the country was managing the power supply across the country. There was no major issues on power supply. There was no major issues on coal supply. But post-COVID, when the country revived back on its economic momentum, there was a serious shortage of power and coal. The last September onwards, perhaps you may recall, many of the thermal power plants in the country were running short of minimum coal stock, and the power exchange, we found the power tariff shoot into 20 rupees per unit. States like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, AP and Tamil Nadu were buying power from the power exchange at 20 rupees. Central Electricity Regulatory Commission had to intervene to put a cutoff for the power at 12 rupees. And many said this is a temporary phenomena because of the COVID, when the whole industry, all the processes were low, mines as well as the thermal power plants in the country undermined the requirement and did not stock sufficient coal. But it didn't stop in 2 months or 4 months. Even after 9 months, even today, we will find after the solar hours, which we say after 6 o'clock, we call it at a peak hour in the power industry. The power tariff in the country is still going to 12 rupees. That is the disruption perhaps the whole industry did not expect. And when we talk about the board members or for that matter, not only the board members, the government, the regulatory commissions really had to relook, sit together and rethink what went wrong, where it went wrong. From September onwards, you would be seeing that Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Power are reviewing on a daily basis. Both secretaries are sitting daily basis, reviewing to ramp up the coal supply, because they knew it's not a temporary phenomena, because Coal India had produced 622 million tons of coal, which is 5.5% more than the previous year. Then that means the real power requirement has gone up. International market for an ICI 2, 5,800 kilocalorie coal, the prices went from $50 to $260, $270. What was happening across the world? Yes, the disruption was unpredicted. Yes, that is what we are discussing about the UCA disruption, unpredicted. The power situation was changing. The equations were changing. Why I'm saying is, the Glasgow, our Honorable Prime Minister made a statement that India will be net zero in 2070. Many expected India to say we will be net zero in 2050, but our Honorable Minister was cautious enough to keep it 2070. Why? Our per capita income, per capita consumption of power in our country is still not reached 1,200, whereas it is 3 times, 4 times in the Western countries. Western countries were quickly moving into renewables. And India too made the commitment towards environment, but at the same time, why a conscious decision? We have our many of our homes had to receive the power, the basic power. We knew the power, the consumption is going to increase. And renewables, we have a commitment of making, initially we made a commitment of making 175 gigawatt by 2022. Later on it was revised to 500 gigawatt by 2030. That's the target today. 50% at least of our power should come from renewables by 2030. Rather, it is more, because the CEA target is 870. So what I'm trying to say is the transformation of the change of technology. We are also talking about the change in technology. The digital world, I mean, in the power sector, we will call it the change of technology. From the thermal, conventional thermal to renewable was to happen. And industries were going for it. We'll find a lot of solar power industries are going out. The power rate has come down. At what time? It's on the daytime, solar hours. But where is the power in the peak time? You don't have peak time. So a technology, a solar renewable technology without energy storage system is half. We have done half of it. We have not completely done it. So unless and otherwise the energy storage system is in place, we are going to face this music. This transition period is going to be very, very difficult for the country. That is where companies like NTPC, NLC, we were asked to relook into our strategy, business strategy. For your kind information, in the last 1 month, at least 2 companies have opened their further tendering for the coal-based thermal power plants. Yes, we have to ramp up our coal-based thermal power plants to meet the basic energy requirements. So what I'm trying to bring into the notice of the team here with the people or the directors here is that these disruptions, the changes, we have to look at in a complete way, and we should not be very quick. One of the directors was telling in the morning, I think it's the professor, we should not be very quick at taking decisions and changing. We have to be cautious. We have to see about our country, how the millions of people will be having their daily life when we are going to change from coal to renewables. I'm not saying that we should not go to renewables. We should go fast, and we are going faster than any other countries. But we have to take a calibrated approach, taking a balance with our own reserves and the requirement of the future. So my request to the directors sitting here is one more thing. When we are going to take such a big decisions, we have been discussing about the role of directors, the discussions we have to happen. I am a full-time director. in the company for so many years. But my experience is that the active participation of independent directors is minimal. I find very minimum independent directors actively participating in the discussions, and I don't know what are the reasons, but I would request instead of direct IOD to have a discussion point on this, how our independent directors should come forward more with more questions. I slightly differ with my previous speaker, Mr. Acharya, who is my colleague, that I don't find any stop in many times in the board meetings. I expect I should be there. There only will have creativity. With this, I conclude my talk now. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the pleasure in welcoming Mr. N.V. Balachandra, the President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Ashok Leyland. He is a seasoned human resource professional with over 30 years of corporate experience, also leads the communication, the corporate affairs, and the corporate social responsibility domain in Ashok Leyland. One of his most significant achievements is shaping of the Road to School programs, a CSR initiative of Ashok Leyland in the primary education of the government schools, currently influencing about 80,000 children in under-resourced communities in Tamil Nadu. I request Sir to kindly join us forward in addressing the gathering.
A very, very good evening to all of you and to my fellow speakers. I know we are running short of time, so I'll keep my talk very, very brief. If I were to look at the current role of an independent director, I think it's one of the very toughest jobs that one has. Having been on either side of the table, it's getting very difficult each day. As an independent director, your role in the day-to-day operations is very, very limited, and you are restricted in a lot many ways. Having said that, if I were to look at the accountability of an independent director, it actually straddles the day-to-day operations. So you are in a dichotomous situation right through. And if I were to look at the penalties, it is very, very scary. And probably that's one of the reasons why independent directors stow or take a very, very safe line. And this has to change. And I'm sure there have been a lot of steps. We have moved many, many eons ahead in that particular sphere, especially in the Indian context, and I'm hoping for more of such to happen. Now, coming to the topic, let me define business excellence and let me define innovation, because I think that will set the context for my speech going forward. When it comes to business excellence, I think three things matter. One is performance, pure financial performance. Number two, sustainability. Number three, governance. I think the board has a very, very integral role in ensuring that these three things happen very, very efficiently. When it comes to performance, I think the role or the key role of a director, as I see it, is to question assumptions. Because unless and until you question assumptions, you're not going to be able to give a very, very valuable opinion on what the business presentations are going to be. The second key role is to ensure sustainability. And here, I'm not referring to financial sustainability. I'm referring to business sustainability. Is the business able to live itself for long years? And not only live itself for long years, is it doing it responsibly? I think that is the key and most important role that directors have to take today. And all strategies and technology support has to ensure that the business is done responsibly, as well as it ensures its long-term sustenance. And third, when it comes to governance, I know that directorship is all about governance, but today governance is much beyond. Governance is ensuring that the business is happening as it should, but also more importantly, is it contributing to society? It is contributing to the larger network of stakeholders, and not necessarily shareholders, but also your vendors, your partners, and more importantly, your customers. So when it comes to business performance and when it comes to business excellence, I think the key role that a director has to play is to ensure that the performance is as per defined standards, it is sustainable, and more importantly, it is governed as per principles of governance. When it comes to innovation, it's a very superior subject. And if I were to look at the adage, it says necessity is the mother of invention. But let me tell you, when it comes to innovation, and more specifically in the Indian context, I think the customer and profits are the parents of innovation. For us, innovation has been taken in a very different connotation, and I think we have to shift the needle here to make it a much more wider aspect, we have to come into breakthrough technologies, we have to come into technologies which are defining the future. And this has to be looked not only from the customer perspective, but also from the larger stakeholder community, more importantly, the community and the society that it delivers. So every innovation, every solution that I as a company am able to deliver across should benefit the larger society and not necessarily the profit definitions. And here, what is the role of the director, or what should the director influence here? One, a sense of entrepreneurship in the organization. As a board director, am I encouraging entrepreneurship? Am I encouraging my team or the organization or the leadership to focus on taking risks? Very important, because innovation cannot happen if there is no appetite for risk. And this is something that the directors can comfortably influence sitting where they are. And it is important for them that they encourage the spirit of entrepreneurship and the ability to take risks. And how can they do it? Very clearly today, there is a board nomination and a remuneration committee, and this has been made mandatory, which is a great thing. And I think the reward mechanism is something that the board directors can comfortably influence so as to ensure that risk, entrepreneurship, and the ability to innovate is rewarded, not necessarily from a monetary perspective, but from a wholesome perspective. So I end my speech here, and I'm open to questions. Very importantly, the board members play a very critical role, and I think today their role has become even more critical given the current context of business volatility, and sustainability is the key to all future success of all business. Thank you once again, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I take the pleasure in welcoming Ms. Vandana Garg, the Executive Director of TIDCO, on stage. I'd like to share a few brief about her before she joins us to address the gathering. She'll be speaking on Tamil Nadu, a preferred investment destination. She is an officer of Indian Administrative Service of 2002 batch from Tamil Nadu cadre, and she has 2 decades of wide experience in public administration previously. She has held many key positions in various departments in the government of Tamil Nadu. Prior to this, she was a special secretary for the Industries Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. She has also served as a secretary to the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So on behalf of Ms. Jayashree Muridharan, we have here today with us Ms. Vandana Garg. Can we have a round of applause to welcome her, please?
Good evening, one and all present here. So definitely I'm not Jayashree Muridharan. I am Vandana Garg, Executive Director TIDCO. So MD TIDCO, Mrs. Jayashree Muridharan was supposed to come to the event. So she is engaged in another official meeting. So you have to bear with me. Yeah. So I am an officer of 2017 batch, and as of now I have not got the this distinction of having been the special secretary. So I have been sub-collector in Tirupattur, and this is my second posting in my career as an executive director TIDCO, as well as additional charge managing director of Tidal Park. So today I'll be addressing this great audience on how Tamil Nadu is the most preferred investment destination in India. And with the limited knowledge I have gained in a year and so, I would like to start with some facts that I would like to mention. That it is the second largest state economy with 9.84% share in India's GDP in 2020. It has presence of more than 39,000 plus industries with more than 80 Fortune 500 companies. We have a favorable demography. 50% of the state is urbanized. And though we are located at the southern tip of India, we are very well connected to the global supply chains as well as the domestic supply chains through a very well connected roads and railway network, 6 airports, major seaports and minor seaports. So I would like to say that Tamil Nadu is the industrial powerhouse of India with presence of sound infrastructure, a favorable ecosystem, skilled talent pool, and a booming market. As I would like to highlight here is that there is 21,000 hectares, more than 21,000 hectares of industrial land in Tamil Nadu, along with ample water supply and 33.6 gigawatts of installed power capacity. We are a power surplus state. And it is about to the most popular sources of sustainable energy with an installed capacity of 17 gigawatts. We are having 57 plus operational SEZs, 24 state-owned SIPCOT parks, 120 plus SITCO parks, plug-and-play facilities, many more parks which are coming either from TITCO, SIPCOT or SITCO, which provide the right ecosystem for the industry. The most important resource which is available in Tamil Nadu is the skilled talent pool. 19% of India's top universities are located in Tamil Nadu and the state ranks 11th in Human Development Index. Social infrastructure, you all must be knowing, is one of the best with state-of-the-art health infrastructure, education, tourism, heritage. You say anything, it's available here. So coming from TITCO, it was an agency which was established as an arm of State Industries Department for industrial development in Tamil Nadu and to attract investments. And since its founding, TITCO has worked towards this goal through numerous activities like forming joint ventures with private sector industries, establishing industrial parks, and industrial infrastructure projects across Tamil Nadu. Now, this has included playing a major role in some of the state's most important industrial economic highlights, including Titan, where TITCO is having 26% stake, and it is the largest integrated watch manufacturer with a diversified presence in other sectors such as jewelry, apparel, and eyewear. Then we have Tidal Park, for which I am the MD, and it is a JV of TITCO and ELCOT, which is Chennai's first and India's largest IT parks. Then we have Tamil Nadu Road Infrastructure Development Company, TNRDC, which is a special purpose vehicle for dedicated to developing and upgrading important state roads like East Coast Road, OMR Corridor. Now, TITCO has been a key agency in implementing the state's vision for industrial development, as highlighted above. And since 55 years, even more, TITCO has broadened its approach to project development and also has been involved in infrastructure creation. Its approach is underpinned by Vision 2023 plan, which aims to achieve 10% economic growth. And one of the important outcomes that has been envisaged in the plan is to have a higher per capita income of USD 10,000 per annum for its people, as well as to have a high index of social development. So when a vision like this is there in the state, then the state will definitely work. All these steps which the state take will be to improve the overall quality of life of its people, to improve their social indices, and no one should be there without a job. That is the vision with which the government is working. And with this vision, we have taken a lot of ambitious projects in TITCO, like we are in the position to develop a fintech city in Nandambakam, then Tidal Park at Patabiram, in order to take the IT sector growth towards the outskirts of Chennai. Aero Hub at Sri Perumbudur, second Greenfield Airport in Chennai, development of nodes along Tamil Nadu Defence Corridor, Industrial Corridor, Center of Excellences in Advanced Manufacturing, Industry 4.0, Multimodal Logistic Park at Mappet, Coimbatore, Tuticorin, and so on. Along with this, we have our sister agency SIDCO, who are developing in their own sectors like EV, bulk drug, semiconductors, pharma, agrotech, medtech. Then Tamil Nadu Industrial Policy 2021 and Export Promotion Strategy 2021 clearly lists out the focus sectors along with the financial incentives and packages to promote various sectors along with equitable development in the state. The state is also taking the wind of development to tier 2 and tier 3 towns through mini tidal parks, which we are calling tidal neos, that are going to be established throughout the state in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, so that apart from the work from home culture which has come after COVID, we are taking it towards work from hometown. So there has been lot of demand from the industry that let us establish those mini tidal park, mini IT parks within the tier 2, tier 3 cities, so that once the IT development can be taken to those cities, and the people they need not shift to the main metropolis, and they can work from the place where they belong. So we are establishing tidal neos in Tirupur, Veluppuram, Salem, Thoothukudi, Tanjavur, and more are in pipeline. Then there is development of furniture park in Thoothukudi and mega food park in Teni. You say anything and Tamil Nadu is growing in that particular sector. So with I will not leave the startups, which is the key word now. So with a special focus on startups, we are going to develop a startup hub in Nandambakam within the fintech city. Apart from this, we have Tamil Nadu Emerging Sector Seed Fund, through which we are going to fund some really good startups, and we have received, actually we have been over applied in this particular field, and more than 250 applications have come. And as of now, it's a 500 crore fund. We may increase it later, seeing the demand of the startups. Then recently, our Taisal Biopark, which is also a joint venture of TITCO, and many bio incubators, around 5, have signed a memorandum of understanding in the presence of Honorable CM in order to facilitate co-incubation for the startups. Much more lies ahead, and it's a work in progress, and together we ensure that the state is well geared to march towards $1 trillion economy by 2030. With this, I would like to convey my thanks to IOD for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to speak to distinguished speakers of the dais and on the dais. And a warm welcome from Tamil Nadu, and hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Mr. Ashok Kapoor, the Director General of Institute of Directors, to kindly join us on stage to present the IOD memento to our distinguished speakers. So we'll start with ma'am. We'll have a group picture with all our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing the honor, sir, and thanks to our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, sir. Kindly make yourself comfortable. I request our distinguished speakers to kindly make yourself comfortable. We'll have our host to help you with the packing.
Since 1940.
We request everyone to be seated inside as we'll be starting with our Golden Peacock Award night. Request the members to be seated. We start now with just a minute from now. Meanwhile, we have a video on the AD screen.
Following the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, driving excellence in aerospace and defense.
We kindly request everyone to be seated inside. We'd like to start the event in a minute or two.
You guys want to be in the metro rail only towards 1 hour, giving your words.
Honorable Prime Minister's vision. A nation's development is possible only through infrastructure, and the key goal of governance, improving the ease of living for people, are realized by our Honorable Chief Minister through various flagship projects like Chennai Metro Rail and a host of schemes in line with Atmanirbhar Bharat. Chennai Metro Rail being the first metro rail system in India to connect the city's railway terminals, bus terminals, and airport in the first phase itself. CMRL's Phase 1 project covering 2 corridors for 45 kilometers with a total of 32 metro stations. Phase 1 extension of the project covering 9 kilometers with 9 metro stations for a network to 54 kilometers. The financial assistance for Phase 1 and Phase 1 extension of the project was supported by the Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, and JICA. Completion of CMRL's ambitious Phase 2 project by 2026 for a network of 118.9 kilometers at one stretch, a first of its kind in India, with 128 stations on 3 corridors, supported by Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, JICA, ADP, AIIP, and NDP, would enable Chennai to have 173 kilometers of metro stretch, carrying 25 lakh passengers per day.
என் பேர் தேன்மொழி. நான் பூர்வாபரம் பண்றேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லோக்கல் வந்து ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கு. நான் மெட்ரோ வந்து ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு. எல்லாருக்குமே டைம் மிச்சமாகும். 2 hour 3 hour அவன் லோக்கல் ட்ரெயின் எல்லாம் போறது. இந்த ட்ரெயின் வந்து 15 நிமிஷத்துல போய் 2 நிமிஷத்துல இறங்கிடுறாங்க. எங்களுக்கு எந்த தொல்லையும் இல்லை. மெட்ரோக்கு ரொம்ப.
This is Gayatri. I've been traveling from Alkonam day by day. We usually go take a metro from Central and we reach to the Slitter Mount Temple.
I kindly request everyone to be seated as we like to start the Golden Peacock Award night. I kindly request everyone. I know it's been the most awaiting moment of the day, and finally we arrived. Once again, a very warm welcome to the most special episode of the convention, the Golden Peacock Award presentation ceremony. I'm delighted to be your host for this special Golden Peacock Award presentation ceremony. A very big thank you to all our partners and supporters for their overwhelming support for this special IOD Global Convention in Chennai. We are grateful to our platinum partner, Shriram Transport Finance Company Limited, our gold partner, Hindustan Aeronautic Limited, Puducherry Tourism, Chennai Metro Rail Limited, Data Center Limited, our silver partners, Apollo Hospital, NLC India Limited, our bronze partner, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, SIFI Technologies Limited, ITI Limited, Electronics Corporation of Tamil Nadu Limited, National Institute of Fashion Technology, Pentagon Rugged System India Private Limited, Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation, Data Pattern Limited, and Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited. And we'd like to thank our associate partner, the Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited and Anna University, and our supporting partners, the Madras Management Association, MMA. So audience, are you all ready for the Golden Peacock Award Excellence? Yes? So today we are here to celebrate the achievement of some of the well-performing organizations assessed based on the Golden Peacock Award Excellence model. So let's begin our Golden Peacock Award presentation ceremony for the year 2022. So in the midst of us, We have our chief guest of today, Mr. S. Raghupati, the Honorable Minister for Law and Court and Anti-Corruption, Government of Tamil Nadu. Can we all have a round of applause as we have welcomed the gentleman? So before we do the honor, may I request and invite the President of Institute of Directors, General J.S. Aluwalia, to grace the dais and receive our Honorable Chief Guest on stage, please. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome them onto the dais? Now I request our President to present a welcome bouquet to our Honorable Chief Guest. Kindly make yourself comfortable, sir. Without further ado, may I now request our President to present the welcome address. We have General J.S. Aluwalia to present the welcome address and read the citation of our Honorable Chief Guest of the day. May I request Aluwalia, sir, to kindly join us in presenting the welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Raghupati ji, who's a politician belonging to the DMK, represents Telugu in the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly. He is currently Minister for Law, Courts, Anti-Corruption in the Mr. Stalin's ministry. Earlier, he was a member of Parliament, Lok Sabha of India. He served as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Environment and Forests from 2007 onwards. He is also the current chairman of Karpaga Vinagya Education Group in Chennai. IOD has the honor to welcome and invite him today to address the Golden Peacock Award winners and President Awards. And just a few words about the evening function that we have today. That you see, it's an honor for me to welcome you all as such on behalf of Institute of Directors at the Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. The Golden Peacock Awards, instituted about 31 years back, are now operating in 14 different vertical functional areas, out of which 3 have become global awards. These awards have worldwide recognition now as the most sought after badge of corporate excellence, setting new benchmarks for the industry to follow. The 3-stage award assessment process, entirely handled by professionals in the concerned field, is rigorous, quantitative, transparent, and independent. The final stage of selection is by a grand jury led by Justice M.N. Venkachalaya, Padma Vibhushan, a former Chief Justice of India. The IOD's aim
really is that not only the winners, but all the applicants and the other, even those who had not applied for these awards and who are here today, participants, organizations, benefit by this. A winner's digest, which is annually printed on each major functional field, covering winners, special systems and processes to benefit others, which has been given to all of you and which is available here also on a small payment cost of printing alone. Secondly, all winners are requested to briefly highlight their winning methods and share them with the participants for all to benefit. This is what tomorrow, the whole day really, we all will be doing. Sharing with them their success stories as to how they have reached where they are. Thirdly, the assessors also convey their feedback. Those who could not get the award, the assessors convey their feedback as to what are the areas in which they could further improve. The whole purpose of the IOD is to raise the benchmark to the global levels as to how high they can be as far as the quality of functioning in that particular functional area is concerned. So the IOD's aim really is all organizations to move up in their quality in the concerned functional areas to match the global benchmark. My heartiest congratulations to the award winners, and I would now request the Raghupati ji to kindly say a few words before we give away the awards.
Institute of Directors Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. There, the President of the Institute of Directors, Lieutenant General J.S. Alwalia ji. The Tamil Nadu and Puducherry IOD Chairman, Thiru M.S. Sundararajan ji. Other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. It is a great pleasure for me to be with you all for the Institute of Directors 31st World Congress on Leadership of Business Excellence and Innovation and Golden Peacock Awards award presentation this evening. As the COVID-19 pandemic is on its way out, IOD must be commended for swiftly turning the page from their online virtual alternatives to their previous successful global conventions and Golden Peacock Awards presentations. COVID-19 had forced us all to pause and reflect on our economic priorities. The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thalapathy Thiru M.K. Stalin's vision for our state of Tamil Nadu to become the best investment destination in South Asia, and particularly a $1 trillion economy by 2030, will be achieved by paying special attention to achieving high business excellence standards and innovative strategies and technologies by business and industry. Business excellence is about embarking on a journey to attain world-class standards of performance. It is a journey without a finishing line. Organizations have to continuously improve and innovate to stay ahead of the competitions. This requires them to build a sound governance foundation, energize their people, sustain their leading edge through innovation, and transform themselves into high-performance organizations. Corporate and business leaders must drive the movement from the top, enabling the achievement of the mission and vision of the organization and developing values for long-term sustainable success. The state of Tamil Nadu, led by our Honorable Chief Minister, is welcoming foreign direct investments into the state, signing strategic MOUs to welcome companies to set up manufacturing units, data centers, creating industrial hubs and centers such as the FinTech city at the Chennai Nandambakam for the employment and other opportunities in the state. Developing special policies to achieve our Chief Minister's vision, and such as the Tamil Nadu Life Science Policy 2022, Tamil Nadu Research Development Policy 2022 are among us a number of other dynamic initiatives. I am happy to know that the Golden Peacock Awards are competitive corporate awards instituted by the Institute of Directors, India, over 30 years ago. They have helped to raise corporate quality for different corporate functional verticals across Indian corporate entities. These awards are unique recognition of the organization's achievements and excellence. Responsible competitiveness brings out the best in individuals and in organizations. I am happy to note that IOD has by now instituted Golden Peacock Institutional Awards in 14 different vertical functional areas, and three of these are global awards, also awards. I also understand the jury headed by their Honorable Justice M.N. Venkarachalaya, former Chief Justice of India, has adopted very transparent, meticulous, and quantitative selection criteria which define the elaborate and independent multi-level assessment process. The awards jury includes eminent personalities, and the assessment team includes a dedicated team of professionals as assessors. I am very glad to note that the winning organizations, successful corporate initiatives, practices, and processes are being shared through a Winners Digest, apart from sharing them through live presentation of their case studies with all of you tomorrow as part of this course. Congratulations to IOD on behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu, headed by our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Talabadi, M.K. Stalin, for organizing this global convention here in Chennai. My best wishes to all the winners, and I wish all the convention participants growth and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful note. So now we will have the presentation of our Institutional Golden Peacock Awards across the category of innovative products or services, business excellence, quality, and training for the year 2022. So we'd like to start with the first category, that is going to be for Innovative Product or Service Award. I request our Chief Guest of the Day to present the awards. So first, we're going to look into under the category or under the sector of automobile. The winner is Tata Motors Limited, CV Engineering, ERC, Pune, and we have Mr. Ravindra Deshmukh, the General Manager. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome him? And we'd like to congratulate you, sir, and your team. And under the second sector, we would like to welcome to the category Automobile Ancillary. And the winner is Plastic Omnium Auto Exteriors India Private Limited, Pune. And the awardee is Mr. G.K. Sharma, the Country Director, Intelligent Exterior Systems, India. Let's have a power pack clap. Thank you so much. The next sector is going to be for chemical, and the winner is Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, Noida. And the awardee is Mr. Tarun Kumar Das, the General Manager. Hearty congratulations. Under the sector of chemical, the winner is Rosary Biotech Limited, Mumbai, and we have Mr. Amartraj Kulkarni, the Vice President, Sales. Under the sector construction, the winner is Larsen and Tomo Limited, Water and Effluent Treatment, IC Chennai, and we have Mr. S. Jagannathan, the Vice President and Chief Technology Officer. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Under the sector of engineering, our winner is Praj Industries Limited, Pune, and we have the awardee, Dr. Anand Gosalkar, the Principal Technologist, here with us. Can we have a round of applause to welcome them on stage, please? Under the sector of fertilizer, the winner is Smart Chem Technologies Limited, Pune, and we have the awardee, Mr. Naresh Deshmukh, the Executive Vice President, Sales and Marketing, here with us. Come on, audience, can we all give a big round of applause for every single awardee here? It's a great day of achievement and success, a moment to cherish. Under the sector of fertilizer, under the sector of financial service, the winner is 197 Communication Limited, Noida, and we have the awardee, Mr. Vivek Kumar, the Vice President, here with us. Hearty congratulations. Let's hear a round of applause for them. And the next sector is going to be for the government defense, and the winner is Rifle Factory, Ishapur, 24 Paraganas North. And we have the awardee, Mr. Praful Kumar Bihira, General Manager. Under the sector of mining and metallurgy, the winner is Vinaya Refining LLP, Jar Subhadap, and we have the awardee, Mr. Jagannath Prasad, the Chief Operating Officer. Under the sector of oil LPG, the winner is Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, LPG SBU Mumbai, and we have the awardee, Mr. N.P. Ritesh Kumar, the Executive Director of LPG Sales and Marketing, here with us. Under the sector of oil refining, the winner is the Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, Chennai, and we have the awardee, Mr. Arvind Kumar, the Managing Director. Under the sector petrochemical, the winner is Reliance Industries Limited, Mumbai, and we have the awardee, Dr. Virendra Kumar Gupta, the Senior Vice President, Research and Development, here with us. With that, we move to our second category, that's going to be the Business Excellence Award. And for the sector automobile ancillary, the winner is Pakshi Auto Component Private Limited, Pune, and we have the awardee, Mr. Ravindra Samudra, General Manager Operations, here with us. Next category is going to be for consultancy, and the winner is Wapcos Limited, New Delhi, and we have the awardee, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, the Senior General Manager, Infrastructure. Under the sector of engineering, the winner is Exide Industries Limited, Kolkata, and we have the awardee, Ms. Chavi Agarwal, the Head Investor Relations, here with us. Can we have a round of applause for all our winners? Under the sector FMCG, the winner is Imami Limited, Kolkata, and we have the awardee, Mr. Jaswant Sethia, the Vice President of CPD and Operation Commercial, here with us. Under the sector of IT, e-governance service, the winner is Protein e-Governance Technology Limited, and we have the awardee, Mr. Suresh Sethi, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, here with us. Hearty congratulations to all the awardees under the category of Business Excellence. Now we move on to our next category, the Quality Award. Under the sector Analytics, the winner is Nestle India Limited, the Nestle Quality Assurance Center, Moga, and we have the awardee, Ms. Sonam Bansal, the head of NQAC Moga, here with us. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Hearty congratulations. Under the sector of automobile ancillary, the winner is Subros Limited, Noida. And we have the awardee, Mr. Ravi Mohan Khanna, the Senior General Manager, Quality. Under the sector of beverages, the winner is Varun Beverages Limited, Gurugram. And we have the awardee, Mr. Shiva Kaushik, the Quality Head. Come on, audience, let's have high energy inside the room, please. Under the sector of chemicals, the winner is PI Industry Limited, Bauruch, and we have the awardee, Dr. Deep Upadhyaya, the head quality here with us. Dr. Deep Upadhyaya. The more you clap, there's going to be a higher blood circulation for your body. Come on, everybody. Thank you and hearty congratulations. Under the sector of construction, the winner is Larsen and Tobo Limited of the Heavy Civil Infrastructure IC, Chennai. We have the awardee, Mr. R. Anbaragan, the Executive Vice President and Head, Heavy Civil SBG. Hearty congratulations to the team. Under the sector of FMCG, the winner is Naturel LLC, and we have the awardee, Mr. Anjan Das, Plant Head. It's a subsidiary of Dabur International Limited, UAE. Under the sector of oil production, the winner is Vedanta Limited, Karen Oil and Gas, Mangala Processing Terminal, Barmer, and we have the awardee, Mr. Natarajan S., the head operations of FGM. Under the sector of packaging, the winner is Max Specialty Films Limited, Navan Shahar, and we have the awardee, Mr. K. Manohar, the Chief Executive Officer here with us. Under the sector paints, the winner is Burger Paints India Private Limited, Kolkata, and we have the awardee, Mr. Dipankar Nag, the Deputy General Manager, Corporate EHS and TQM, to kindly join us onto the dais. Do we have the awardee here? Under the sector Research and Development, the winner is Tata Excellency Limited, Bangalore. And we have the awardee, Mr. Manoj Raghavan, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director. Hearty congratulations to the team. So we move on to our next category of the Golden Peacock, and that's going to be the National Training Award. And under the sector automobile, the winner is Tata Motors Limited, Mumbai. And we have the awardee, Mr. Rajeva Ranjan, the head technical service. Under the sector of BPO, the winner is VFS Global Service Private Limited, Mumbai. We have the awardee, Ms. Karuna Iyer, the General Manager, Learning and Organization Development, here with us. Under the sector of engineering, the winner is BEML Limited, Bangalore. Under the sector of insurance, the winner is Tata AIA Life Insurance Company Limited, Mumbai. And we have the awardee, Mr. Nikhil Shimpi, the Senior Vice President and Head Sales Training. Under the sector of oil production, the winner is Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, Institute of Drilling Technology, Dehradun. And we have the awardee, Mr. G.A.V.S. Prasad, the Executive Director and Head of IBT. Under the sector of petrochemical, the winner is Reliance Industries Limited, Navi Mumbai, and we have the awardee, Mr. Rakesh R. Agarwal, the Group Head. The awardee is here? No. So under the sector of transportation, railways, the winner is Mumbai Metro One Private Limited, Mumbai, and we have the awardee, Mr. Shantak Chaudhary, the Business Head and Vice President. Do we have them here? Not here. Thank you so much. Can we have one round of applause for our chief guest for gracing the occasion here today to present this award? Indeed, it's a very honorable moment to receive the award from him. So we would like to express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our chief guest for gracing this occasion, sir. Now I request our president of IOD to kindly present the IOD memento to our chief guest, Mr. S. Raghupati. Thank you so much, sir, once again for being here with us. Can we all raise up? we have an important announcement for all the awardees. Boxes and bags to carry your award trophy and certificates are available outside the hall for all the awardees at the registration counter. And also we have the award photographs are available outside the hall for all the awardees. So I kindly request everyone to kindly be patient enough to collect your pictures and your boxes at the registration counter one by one. And we also would love to invite you all to enjoy your dinner with us right outside. Thank you so much. I kindly request everyone to join us for dinner and collect your boxes and photographs at the reception counter, registration counter, sorry. Thank you so much and have a great night. Thank you.